long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced, and with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Moderator Monday. I am Sara, the Raging Tomato, here to let stuff get crazy. Well, last week we had a fun one. It was, a little trial and error in terms of learning the ropes of how we want to do this. And I think we have a good vibe down on how we're going to proceed forward. So what we're going to do is we're going to allow the panel to panel solo, just the original four, for the first half hour of their time on. Then we will start rotating the hot seat in and out. This way we can really let the panel lock in their foundations and get their talking points out before they are rudely interrupted. So that's how we're going to do it going forward. I hope that works for you. Pardon me for just a second. Sorry about that. My youngest came trudging in to say goodnight real quick. So all good things, all good things. Anyways, we have the formatting down, I think. We're going to give this one another trial and error. I think it'll be a little bit better. We have our select panel. We have Michelle, your favorite mod, coming in. We have Iridium Kush ready and waiting on deck. We have Jazmen Jafar, of course. She's been here before in interview as well. Most of you know her name. And also we have Flow State. So I think this will be interesting. Again, the whole point is we don't want an echo chamber here, right? If we wanted an echo chamber, we would just get the same people from the same community and we would just host an open discussion because it really wouldn't be up for debate. But we like to get people from different communities. For instance, Iridium Kush is here representing the MGTOW. And then we also have Michelle, who is married in what some would consider to be very untraditional style. We have Jazmen Jafar, who is not married. We have Flow State, who's been divorced. So everybody comes from kind of different backgrounds, different perspectives. And we like to mold all that together. This way we are getting different experiences, perspectives put into one and see kind of what rolls from there. Again, we don't want echo chambers. We have enough of them. If you want an echo chamber, if you want to hear the same thing repeated again and again and again with no pushback, no debate, no different concepts brought to the table, go somewhere else. But this is not an echo chamber over here. Anyways, let's go ahead and say our shout outs to everybody that's here in the chat with us. I will say Filthy Phil couldn't join us tonight. He had some things he had to tend to, but shout out to you, Filthy Phil. I know you wanted a hot seat spot tonight, but it wasn't going to work out for you, but we'll keep you in our thoughts this evening. All right. Okay, so who is here? Shout out, roll call, P. Fletch. Everybody, don't forget to hit that like and share the link out as far, as wide as possible. Yes. And then just another Canadian stopping by to say, may y'all have a blessed day. He's removing himself from the chat this evening because he says he's going to troll. And that's fair. You can still troll as long as you're fairly nice. And of course, my father stopping by. Marriage? How in the world does the raging tomato think she got here? She wasn't grown on a vine. I love you, Dad. I love it. And then Uncle Guns, the pin with the win. I didn't get a chance to pin it, but our I can't even say it. I got you. It's great. I can't even say it. It's so good. I can't even spit it out. Big Jake's Ranch stopping by. Why buy the cow if you get the milk for free? Good point. I-Fi, that intro. Yeah, you all love that Mod Monday intro. It is pretty awesome. I just couldn't get rid of it. Plumpy, you look new, my friend. Shout out to you. Welcome. I'd love to know where you stopped by from. Austin Murphy, back in the house. Welcome back, my friend. And of course, your favorite wrench, folks, your favorite ideal person, your favorite lady all over. She's loved by many. Michelle. She will be on later. I'm excited. This will be a nice big one for her. Crack-a-lackin'. What up? And of course, Iridium Kush is here as well. He's hanging out backstage, just chilling. He's ready on time, ready to go. Well, he's early. I'll say that. He's early, which is great. No problems there. I love it. And of course, Flow State. He will be on tonight this as well. So I'm super excited. Who else? Oh, Clue Channel. Your hair's wrong color for Fred. Do I need to color it blue and yellow and pink and all sorts of stuff? Yeah. Tap Records. That's what keeps people listening. No echo chambers. Correct. And if we're going to have a big discussion, we want to have it to be balanced. Balanced by way of getting people from different communities who may or may not agree. But I like to keep it that way. All right. So I'd love to dive in and just kind of introduce the topic to you this evening real quickly. I'm going to try not to put as much commentary into it because I think the stuff speaks for itself. But I do have two short videos. They're only 6 minutes. Let me put it on. Let me put the speed up to 1.25. All right, we'll get through this a little bit quicker. But I do kind of want to, I really like this Reeves guy, Richard Reeves. But this is kind of the intro into why we are getting married. Okay, and he gives a good little synopsis of that. So let's go ahead and let me turn my music down a little bit. All right, and we'll push play. Hopefully there's no buffering this evening. Oh, we're going to buffer. Don't buffer.
There's been a general decline in marriage. But behind that general decline is a more interesting story.
Yeah.
I think it's important we try to understand why people do get married in the first place. For some people, of course, it's a religious matter. It's a covenantal relationship. I think for many more people, there's an economic element to it. There's obviously the companionship and love. You fall in love and want to spend the rest of your life with someone. So there's a romantic element to marriage. And another reason was because they got pregnant. The so-called shotgun wedding. There was a sense that if you were bringing a new life into the world, that should be done within marriage. And there's probably a bit of status signaling too sometimes, and this may be more true today than it was in the past, that being married is a way of signaling success and status within a society. And so there's a blend of reasons between religion, romance, economics, and status that have traditionally led people to the marital state.
So just again, brief and easy. Why did people get married before? Well, you wanted to have children, shotgun weddings. It was a representative of your status. All of these kind of like little things involved into why we were getting married early on, like the reasons why. And this kind of builds up into why we're talking about why we're not getting married anymore. And that I'm going to leave to the panel.
The old model of marriage was, for the woman, it was an economic necessity, particularly if she was going to have children, to be with a man who would be the provider. And obviously that has hugely changed now. And for the man, it was a way to attach himself to children. If he was going to have children, he had to do that with a woman. She was going to raise the children. But if she was doing that, he had to provide for them too. And so there was this complementarity to that traditional view of marriage, which of course was founded on a very deep inequality between men and women. That was a driving force of the women's movement, including people like Gloria Steinem, saying the point is to make marriage into a choice rather than a necessity, and to actually free women from the economic bondage, as they would have put it, of marriage. And that inequality is what's been successfully shattered, gladly, by the women's movement.
All of us must stand up together and say no more.
The very institution of marriage, which is central to human societies, has been fundamentally transformed.
So, yeah, letting it catch up might be smart. So ideally, you know, we have all of these reasons why we're getting married, but then we're going to kind of see everything change. Like that's a new world concept of what we're doing now versus the old world of marriage and the old model. Not to say it's right, not to say it's wrong, but I'm simply stating that was an old concept of getting married. And we did see feminism step in, right, and change things up a little bit. And so we'll get into that.
It's one engaged in very egalitarian principles. Women have huge exit power. I think it's important to know that women are twice as likely as men to file for divorce. So women are using exit power from marriage. They're not stuck in bad marriages anymore, which is a huge achievement for humanity. But for men, of course, the old role of, well, I'll just provide while you raise the kids, that's out of the window too. And so men's role in marriage and what it means to be marriageable, to use a slightly ugly term from social science, is very different now for men from what it was in the past.
And this is kind of something I've spoken about before in terms of like men's purpose. Like it's not that men don't have a purpose, it's that purpose has changed. What's up, Neo Starling? Neo in the house. Neo had a nice quiet chatter on the Mod Monday last week. He didn't get a whole lot of talking time in. And Zero Fox Given, I love that name. Welcome back, my friend. We've got Iridium Kush, Michelle, Flow State, and Jazmen Jafar. Check the description. It's got all that information. All right. So everything's changing. Why?
Women are looking for something much more than just a paycheck. It's a bit like the kaleidoscope has been shaken and the patterns haven't quite settled yet. You see lesbian and gay couples being able to opt into marriage. Within a couple of years of the Supreme Court decision, we saw most, 3 out of 5 lesbian and gay couples choosing to get married. You see a big class gap opening up, fewer working class and lower income Americans opting into the institution. What we have is what...
I'm going to pause it. Maybe it'll catch up or something. It's driving me nuts. Maybe I need to hardwire into the box, but it keeps doing this. And it's only on, it won't slow down anywhere else. Like if I'm watching a show on here, it won't slow down. It won't do this, but it only does this when I'm trying to pull StreamYard. Anyways, so we're seeing all of these changes, but a lot of this is coming from women being able to divorce. Now we have the right to choose. Pardon me again for just a moment. Sorry again. Somebody needed a Band-Aid. So we're I swear, this is why I never start before 9:15, guys. I swear to God, this is why. Because usually they don't go to bed till 9. So this is why. Anyways, all right. So Oh, Lord have mercy on my soul. It's just one night. It's just one night a week. All I ask. And I set them off. I get them to their bath time and all of those things, and then they just don't want to. Okay. All right. So we're seeing the divorce rates incline. We're seeing that like the freedom to choose. And we're seeing now, as he said, the kaleidoscope was shaken and we're seeing it now kind of like fall. But that nothing's landed. And I think that that is where we are sitting right now in society in terms of divorce, marriage, and all of these things. And people now are seeing all of these different models coming about. And it's changing the way we're viewing it because now you're fighting for one or you're fighting for another, or this one's right or this one's wrong, all those things.
My colleague Isabel Sawhill calls one of the main class fractures in American society. No one expected that it was Americans with the most choice and the most economic power, and especially the American women with the most choice and economic power, who would be the ones who were continuing to get married and stay married. There's a very slight decline for those, say, with four-year college degrees, but a really big decline for those with less education. The typical college-educated American woman is almost as likely to get married as her mother was, and if anything, a little bit more likely to stay married than her mother was. So there really hasn't been much of a decline in.
It's driving me nuts. So basically what he's saying is like all of the people at the top tiers aren't experiencing these issues. You know, when what he's saying is women who have a college degree, if their mother was married, they're more likely to get married too. Like, so it's the decline isn't necessarily at the top tiers. In terms of like economic status, education status, so on and so forth. They're getting married, they're staying married and not having as many issues as anybody else. And Sarge Finkel coming in with the $10. Buy the kids an ice cream. No, it'll keep them awake even more. I did everything. We did bath time. We went for a long walk. We did everything we were supposed to do. And for some reason, like, it's just, this is why I don't stream till 9:15, because then I know they're laying down, they're actually in bed and they're settled in. So this gets a little tougher, but I want to be able to do the intro portion of the topic to get things kind of moving. And if this buffering could stop, that'd be great. But I also, let's see. Oh, you're still being annoying and obnoxious.
Marriage at all in the top ranks of American society. Meanwhile, significant declines lower down. One of the other big changes has been a significant shift up in the age of first marriage, up to closer to 30 now. And
did you see that age? This has me rolling actually, because especially throughout the different countries, it shows like what now we're getting married even later. We see Sweden, France, Japan, Australia, United States. Even United States aren't waiting until their 30s quite. I mean, this is 2017, but we're still seeing it's not too high. I mean, I got married at what, 26, which is right around that right spot. But yeah, this is crazy.
Closer to 30 now. And I think about my parents who married at 21, having met at 17, pretty common. And actually, as late as 1970, most women who went to college in the US, which was the minority, of course, but most of them were married within a year of graduating college. That's a world that's very difficult to fathom now, where both men and women are entering the labor market, they're becoming economically successful, they're establishing themselves. In some ways, you do all that first, then you marry. And so marriage has become more like the capstone. Increasingly, marriage is a signal of everything that has led up to the ceremony, rather than the beginning of a journey. It's as much the end of a journey to a position where people feel they can get married now. We can't tell a single story about marriage in America.
So, uh-oh. All right. Sorry again, guys. Now he couldn't get the Band-Aid open. Lord have mercy. See, ice cream would have fixed that. I do apologize, guys. It just, sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's like pulling teeth trying to get private time, you know? Unfortunately, this happens once in a while, and it's just not a good night. It just happens. I do apologize to everybody. All right, so let me close that one out. And then we've got another quick one that's kind of showing the stats, like the actual stats of everything and how that operates. All right. Turn that on, add to stage. Okay. Again, my deepest apologies, everybody. That's not good showmanship on my part. So I am very sorry.
No one knows exactly when the first marriage took place. People have been getting married for thousands of years. It's an ancient institution. But for some people, it's perhaps a bit too ancient.
89% of the world's population now live in countries with falling marriage rates. This is especially pronounced in the richest countries. Among the 38 OECD nations, most recorded between 7 and 10 marriages per 1,000 people in 1970. By 1995, this fell to around 5 to 7 marriages, and it continues to plummet today.
So why is this happening, and will it spell the end of marriage as we know it?
A stable marriage has often been associated with financial stability. Married households in the US hold significantly higher wealth than cohabiting couples or singles. But despite this, the marriage rate in the US has dropped by nearly 60% since the 1970s. And the median age for first-time marriages has increased for both women and men.
For a variety of reasons, I think upper middle class Americans are just much more likely to be kind of intentional about sequencing their lives in terms of education first, work second, marriage third, and the baby carriage after all of that. And so they're just in a much better spot, both financially and relationship-wise, when they go ahead and have kids.
So that's a great point, and it was kind of pointed out in the first video as well, where we're recognizing that there has become an order. I remember my dad telling me this when I was a little kid, like, no, 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 you're going to go to college, then you're going to meet a man, and then you're going to get married, and then you're going to have babies. So it's not like this is anything new. I think this has kind of become a standard concept for everybody, that you're going to do all of these things first, and then now that you've kind of completed, it's like levels in a game. Like, okay, you passed level 1, you graduated high school. Level 2 is college. Level 3, you start dating. Level 4, you meet somebody. 5, you get married. Number 6, you face on the big boss. You have kids. Yeah, you said that, Dad. You said you're going to go to college. You're going to get your education and all of those things, and then you're going to find a man. But this is kind of something that's built in, almost like a system. Like, it's become a stepping stone where getting married is just the final status capstone, for instance. So it's interesting to see two videos kind of portraying this thought process.
The cost of marriage usually starts with a wedding. This is a tiny wedding cake I bought in London for $50, thankfully just within our production budget. But if you wanted the same cake, but big enough to serve 100 people, then you would have to pay at least $250. Add in the price of a venue, a tuxedo, a dress, drinks and music, and suddenly you're looking at a very large bill.
Getting married is just the tip of the iceberg. Starting a family adds all sorts of economic commitments. It typically starts.
So, that she's using the cost of marriage in and of itself as part of the reasoning. For me, I don't think that's a reason to delay or affect marriage at all. I mean, you have the courthouse costs. You could just go to the courthouse, pay $100, get married by a judge, call it a day. You can still actually go to the courthouse, get your marriage license, go to the church, pay a little donation, and have the priest marry you right there, and boom, you're done. Have a little dinner with your family and friends, and now you're married and you celebrated with the most important people in your life. Weddings costing 20, 30, 40, $50,000 and more is absolutely absurd. I almost want to have an entire debate on that. But it's redonkulous that people base like start their wedding off in, or I'm sorry, start their marriage off in debt, or even make that a staple of their wedding by paying that much out when there's so many more important things, like especially if you're planning on having kids. Like you could fill up your 529s instead.
With a house, followed by a car, maybe kids, which means more expenses like books, toys, and family vacations. In a nutshell, you become a fully engaged consumer in the economy. Some people choose not to go down this road, while others simply can't afford to.
From about 1980 to the present, there's been no greater increase in family instability than there has been among this working class demographic in the US, sort of in basically the second quintile of the family income distribution. I think there are a couple of big factors here in play. So one major factor, of course, is sort of the changing economy and the way in which working class men are less likely to be stably employed.
American adults from high-income groups have maintained a stable marriage rate since the 1970s. But among the middle and especially...
So yeah, kids cost a lot of money. I can tell you that from personal experience. Like I feel like every other day my daughter has some other sport activity or something I got to pay for. But then you're also talking about health insurance. If you live in, one bedroom apartment with your spouse and then you have kids, like, of course you can still ride that out for a year or two, but inevitably you're going to end up having to get either a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom, whether it's a house or an apartment or something. And now the cost gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and things like that just kind of build up. And then you're also talking about groceries. I don't know about anybody else, but I hate going to the grocery store right now. It's undesirable to pay that tab when I walk out of the grocery store and I have, 3 bags of groceries and I've paid, $300, and I'm like, how? Like it's not even feasible. So it's a little absurd, but yeah, the cost of one person, 2 people, 3, 4, 5, it gets pricey.
the lower income groups, marriages declined to 66 and 38% respectively by 2018. Since the 1970s, there has been a decline in the number of American men without college degrees in the US labor force. The last 50 years also saw their earnings stagnate and decrease.
By contrast, we're seeing women having a more secure footing in today's sort of more service post-industrial economy. And so we know that marriage is many things, but it's also in part a financial undertaking. And so when you have men who are losing ground financially in this working class demographic and women who are gaining ground, I think they both kind of see that the guy is less marriageable. And so they're less likely to kind of get married in the first place and more likely to get divorced in the second place.
Yeah, great point. I mean, if I was single, I made $120,000 a year. I already had my own house, had my own car. Life is cushy. Like the only thing left in terms of needing a man would be for companionship only. That's kind of the only need in there in that aspect, right? It's a very feministic concept. I understand that, but it's kind of reality. If you think about it, if women are doing their own thing, they're getting their own college degree, they've started their own career, they're just rocking it out. You have to want to have a man in that aspect. So I think the guys are seeing this and in as well, and it's affecting them in ways that now their again, back to what I originally stated, their purpose has changed. Unfortunately, you still have a purpose to be a husband and a good father, but now your purpose as far as being a provider is kind of diminished because it's very few. I think it was a small percentage that Glenn was saying the other day, a small percentage of people actually can afford to live off of one income, and so that kind of hurts in terms of the people who want to be the breadwinner of the relationship and want a stay-at-home wife or whatever the case. But the truth of the matter is most people can't actually afford it at all. And so that's kind of, that's really important in terms of why would a woman desire marriage in that aspect? Again, yeah, a man's purpose is still to be a good husband and a good father, but I don't know if there's a monetary value in there anymore.
Another phenomenon that affects marriage is the rise of secularism in modern societies. Here in the UK, for example, 1 in 3 people say they have no religion, up 25% since 2011. And this is a key reason why marriage is no longer the only basis for family formation.
In 2021, 51% of births in the UK took place outside of a marriage. 42% of children in the European Union and 40% of children in the US are also born to unmarried parents. For countries where this is acceptable socially, the decline in marriage does not necessarily spell trouble for the country's demographics.
Yeah, so I mean, we've got enough single moms here in the United States, right? Like you guys love your single moms, but what it's saying is, in order for a person to, if you still want to be a parent, you want to be a mom, you want to be a father, you don't necessarily have to be married to do so. It's kind of become socially acceptable to be either a divorcee, a single parent, so on and so forth. It's kind of become a norm. People don't. Uh, gasp when they find out that you're either co-parenting or a single parent or whatever the case may be. Divorce is, I think it's up to like 2 out of every 3, something at that point. I remember when it was 1 out of 3 in terms of marriages that lead to divorce. And it's just becoming a norm, but it doesn't mean we're going to see necessarily a tank in, or at least here in the US, we're not seeing a huge decline in having babies. That's not, oh, I still have that on there from last night. Why didn't I change that? I forgot to change that from last night. Sorry. That's kind of funny. You can see what we were talking about last night, but we're not seeing this huge decline in terms of reproduction. You can go and have like artificial insemination. You can do all of these other things in order to have a child without getting married. So again, it defeats the purpose of needing to get married. There's no longer necessarily a need for it. It's just whether you want to do it or not. Shotgun weddings aren't a thing anymore. It's like, okay, we're pregnant, we're not married, we can still do this and co-parent or whatever. So it just depends, but there's no longer that moment of absolution, like you have to do this. So,
But in other parts of the world, most notably in East and South Asia, marriage and birth rates are highly correlated. Only 2.3% of babies are born outside of marriage in Japan, which means if people don't get married, they're also very unlikely to have children. This is a problem for Japan, the world's 3rd largest economy and home to the world's oldest population.
The fall in birth rate is something that happens in many countries. Governments all over the world are worried because of economic implications.
From state-funded matchmaking apps to marriage support concierges, the Japanese government has introduced several incentives to promote marriage, but so far, nothing has worked.
There is this, financial constraint that people feel that they may not be able to support a family and raise children.
A similar problem is troubling authorities in neighboring China, which registered the fewest marriages in 2022 since public records began. The country also saw its birth rate fall to a record low the same year.
By 2050, China's working population will reduce by 10%, and not enough, babies born to fill that gap. And the, dependent population, those who reach retirement age, will double.
In a sharp reversal from its former one-child policy, the Chinese government encourages marriage and childbirth since 2016. But this time, it's Chinese women who have reservations about married life.
And the women tend to spend significant.
So it blows my mind that like the economy hasn't just affected us necessarily, like it's affecting other countries, which of course that makes sense to do that. I'm not trying to be a blonde here, but the way it kind of snowballs downhill. Thankfully, it hasn't hurt us too much in terms of our societal norms and having families or getting married and things like that. But in other countries, we're seeing that if you can't afford to have a family, you're just choosing not to have one. I think a lot of people are choosing their sanity too, like, having kids, doing all of these things, but also choosing not to get married because it's like the pressure's on. Now you have to, whereas if you're single, you live at home, or you have more options. You can live with a bunch of roommates and split the tab, or you can live in your parents' basement. I don't know. You have more options when you're just single, but when it's you and another person, or you and another person and a baby, and all of these things, it just kind of gets a little wrecked there. So interesting.
Much more time than their husband in childcare and other related care. And also the Chinese workplace is not very women friendly. And why women don't want to get married, or why women don't want to have children, is because this society is not women friendly. The society is not child friendly.
Men talk about the
That was kind of a big deal. It's not that it's not woman friendly, it's that it's not child friendly. It kind of hurts a little bit. What country who wants, to they're trying to push these people to get married and increase the population and have more babies, but yet it's not child friendly. That kind of hurts. It's like, well, you got to pick one, buddy.
personal freedom that they get for not getting married. But at the same time, they are really worried that if they were to set up a family, they will not be able to sustain a family with the income.
The Western heart is closing in an important extent to marriage and family life. And that's going to have a huge impact, not just economically, but also obviously socially and emotionally on young adults today.
Interesting. Good stuff. All right. So that's kind of like the information that I kind of rallied up in terms of something to introduce the topic and kind of give us some little talking points and things to discuss. I'm really excited. I do have all four of our panelists backstage. I'm excited. They're all there on time, early, ready to rock and roll. I don't have to call anybody. I don't have to text anybody. I love this. These are great people. But I noticed some new people came into the chat. So who all is popping? Legendary CEO popped in as well, but he's got to go watch. I'm guessing that's Trump and Elon Musk. Oh, are we competing with them tonight? This will be rough. Garuda Legend stopping by as well. What's up, Garuda in the house? Angry Snowman. Hello, where did you come from? Let's see. The Shady Spot. I believe Flo has connected his stream. So we've got these people coming in over on his side. Welcome, everybody. Michael stopping by as well. Hello, Michael. Beth Undefeated here to say hello to Kush. What's up, KRWD? Welcome back. Hurricane Peril, Mrs. Flo. All right, TVM as well, and Lita. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, since everybody's backstage, if everybody backstage can just give me a thumbs up. Iridium, I see your camera's off, but if you want to pop on, give me a thumbs up and just let me know if everybody's ready. We'll go ahead and start early if we want to, since everybody's here. No point in putting a hold. Again, we're just going to have the panel start, and then after the first 30 minutes, then we will open up the hot seat. From there, we'll do the hot seat until 11:15. If any of the panelists want to leave, that will be their time to go. And then we will go into open panel. Open panel is gloves off, no modding. It's all crazy. It's whatever. So at that point, you can't cry if somebody hurts your feelings at that point. And there's really minimal modding just to shut people up. All right. So I hope we have a good show for you guys tonight. Let's get this party started. I'm going to do that. And yeah. Oh, I forgot what I was going to push.
Release the Kraken!
All right. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everybody. How are we all doing tonight?
Doing good.
Good.
Good. Michelle, can I get a mic check from you? You're the only one muted.
My bad. Mic check 1, 2. We're good.
All right, we got everybody in. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to go ahead and start off. Everybody gets a few moments to kind of give their opening statement, set their foundation of kind of what their thoughts are on the topic, the matter at hand. And we're just going to move around the panel, and then we're going to kick right off into open floor and have fun with it. Iridium, would you like to start off, intro, and any type of opening statement?
Yeah, my name is Iridium Kush. I live a MGTOW lifestyle. It's men going their own way. I've been pretty much, I'm basically a MGTOW bachelor, which means I still will play the field with women. They're MGTOW monks, which don't have any interactions with women intimately at all. I'm here to just basically discuss MGTOW philosophy and basically explain some of the reasons why MGTOW men don't want to get married or are divorced and are never going to get married again, that kind of thing. And there's one other point I want to make is that I do not want to be associated with the ilk of like Hammerhand and those types. MGTOW, one of the myths I want to dispel here right now is that MGTOW are not misogynistic, MGTOW are not racist, they're not any of those things. But yeah, just basically I'm here to give my input from a man's perspective and a MGTOW perspective, a person who is against getting married for the reasons I'll say, and I'll to the next person, I guess.
Wonderful. Thank you. Flow State to you.
My name's Taylor. My channel's Flow State. I'm divorced, and now I am not legally married, but functionally, basically married. I tend to lean more in favor of marriage, I'd say, than against it for sure.
Perfect.
And, that's all I got.
All right. To you, Michelle.
Hello, everybody. I'm Michelle. I don't have a channel or anything. Please don't find me. Please don't follow me. Leave me alone. I am married, but I do have an open marriage, so I bring that particular perspective. Absolutely nothing in the videos were surprising to me. One, because I helped pick the topic, and two, because it's like a very obvious setting that we are in right now. Like everybody can actively see that this is going on, that we're seeing less couples, we're seeing less kids. Even like the amount of marriages you get invited to, it's not as many as it used to be, one because of COVID, and then you have your other reasons. And it all just doesn't surprise me. Like, it makes sense. We simply don't need each other anymore, at least on a personal level. And we kind of have to be sold on things now. We are like born and bred consumers. And so we need to be sold again on marriage. We need to be sold again on families. And we also set the stage as women for the environment that we're willing to procreate and have children and build families in. And so if we're not seeing the support and the daycare and stuff that we like, or have the money in the bank that we want, and it doesn't feel safe for us to go ahead and have those kids, we will absolutely utilize our resources not to. And so this is why we are where we are. And that was all my opening is, I suppose.
Perfect. Thank you. And Jazmen, to you, last but not least.
Hi, my name is Jazmen Jafar. I am an OnlyFans creator. I'm also a licensed attorney, so pretty unconventional dual career I have. I am single. I'm 29. I also agree with everything in those videos. I think people are noticing this greater trend. I don't think it's that we don't need each other anymore. I do think human beings, we do better, and all the social data confirms that we do better, like when we're in a happy, healthy relationship. But I think this idea of like a lifelong partnership, a lot of people, especially without those religious institutions being as strong, are not seeing this as, one, very practical, and two, very appealing. As human beings, our mating pattern seems to tend towards serial monogamy more so than lifelong. And so this idea of like, oh, you need to be with me until you die, and anything other than that is just a failure. Like your relationship's a failure if it's not that. I think that is becoming outdated.
Okay. We can keep it open floor if anybody had something specifically they wanted to go in on based on the opening statements, or I can propose a question. Nobody had.
I could maybe begin about that first video. That first video I took some umbrage to, simply because that guy's saying that it's okay that women have more choice about getting divorces and things like that. How is that a good thing? How is more people getting divorced a good thing?
Because the alternative is worse.
Well, you see, like I think about my grandparents. I think back to the 1950s. I think to my parents, they used to argue all the time, but they, there was this level of shaming. There was a certain level of shaming back in those days where, you were, there was, if you got divorced, that was seen as a bad thing. And now that's not really seen as a big deal now. Whereas, there was more incentive to keep it together. And what I think now is just that with feminism, I think feminism has lied to women basically and told them that you have more freedom, that somehow you were in a prison when you were married, or you lived the traditional housewife role. And that's simply not true.
I agree.
And I just think that, it's particularly with the laws, the way they are, they favor women so much in the courts. I mean, there are up to 150 laws that in the family courts and whatnot that favor women over men. I mean, this is one of the reasons that is scaring men from getting married. Men are waking up to this stuff. Men like
unnecessarily so. A lot of I
so
hear.
You've been divorced once.
I've been divorced once, and I've won 2 custody battles.
Okay.
So I've been in family court 3 times, and every time it's gone well for me. The laws are written equally, and if men are losing in court, it's for other reasons. The law is not biased.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're good.
Yeah, so that would be literally unconstitutional for a law to favor one gender over the other. As he said, when men fight for custody, they get it. So you hear these stats like thrown around like, oh, women are awarded custody X percentage of the time. But what they're not telling you is a lot of the time the couples agreed to it in mediation, or they already had something and the judge signed off on it. When men fight for custody, they end up getting it. So the higher you go up the conflict hierarchy, the more likely men are to get custody. It's only about 4% of cases that actually go for it.
What's a conflict hierarchy?
So like so there's mediation, and then you can do a judge hears your case, but then you guys still resolve it as the judge is hearing your case before the judge actually makes a ruling. So the higher up you go, by the time that 4%, that's actually men are awarded custody a lot of the time then. And also a lot of times when men want primary custody, they don't file the paperwork. So when women want it, they file the appropriate paperwork 80% of the time. When men want primary custody, they only file the appropriate paperwork 40% of the time, and then they complain that they don't have custody. Also, to your other point, there are a lot of places in the world where it is still there is still a stigma in getting divorced. My parents are immigrants from Iran. So a lot of in those cultures, you stay married in these unhappy marriages because of that stigma. And I don't necessarily think the women there are any better off than women in societies where you do have the option of leaving an unhappy marriage.
I think that's exception, not the rule. I've heard story after story after story.
And it's cope after cope after cope. If you consider being a dude who doesn't have custody of his kids, you've got like a couple options for explaining that. You either didn't want them, which is uncouth to say. The courts found you unsuitable, which is uncouth to say, or the courts are mean to me because I'm a man, which is really the only explanation men have at their disposal. I'm a big fan of no fault divorce. Love it.
Me too.
Why?
Yeah.
Because I was married to a woman that I'm glad I'm not still married to. And
so,
like
so were you the one who filed the divorce?
I filed first.
Okay, so that's a whole different.
Well, I mean, so that is the important part. In any lawsuit, you're better off filing first, but that's not because of the court's bias.
The problem I have is that you're an exception, not the rule.
That's what I keep hearing out of people, but I'm telling you how everybody could be the exception, or not,
But we're not talking about exceptions here. We're talking about the rule, and the rule is 60%.
You're ascribing the wrong causes to the rule. It's not because men are at a disadvantage in court. It's because for whatever reason, men don't file. So I don't see that as a men's issue. Men are not being discriminated against. Just collectively, each man is individually choosing not to file first for whatever reason.
What is one of these 150 laws that are favoring women? Can you name one out of the 150?
I mean, the laws basically favoring the custody. I mean, I'm not an expert.
The law is favoring the custody towards, like, give me the law, give me the statute, and it could be any state. Give me one law where it's favoring women over men in the law. Because you said there's 150, so I'd like to hear one.
Yeah, I honestly can't think of one off the top of my head. I've never been through this situation before.
What about that one where the custody is like automatically kind of assumed to be with the mother for like the tender doctrine years or something like that? Wouldn't that be like one to support Kush's case?
I don't know. You'd have to give me which state has that law, but it's not. I don't think there's any law where if a man and a woman is fighting for custody, they sometimes do look at the default or primary for the best interest of the child. And for the years that the mother is nursing, that is just the biology of it. Like,
well, what about Roe v. Wade?
That's abortion.
Yeah, who has the choice in abortion?
This has nothing to do with marriage.
The baby. So is God or whoever you believe in?
What if the father doesn't want that?
Okay, but this has nothing to do with marriage at all. This is an entirely
This is
separate.
like, is marriage obsolete? 2024.
And the tender years doctrine, I just looked it up. It says it was by the end of the 20th century. The doctrine was just
about I thought it was all about gone and reformed out by now. I would think.
That's what I thought as well.
And by the 20th century, it was being replaced by the best interest of the child doctrine. And within that, if I remember what my lawyer told me, the state is in the interest of the child's rights, and the state thinks that the child has a right to two parents. It's not a him versus her. It's about the child's interest.
And what do you think about that? Like, that gives the judges like so much overarching power. Like when they go by that best interest of the child, like it's just like they are just gods in the courtroom at that point.
Right.
And like another thing I kind of wanted to add was, oh shit! And then of course I lost it because I thought about the tender years thing and I was chewing on it. I'm sorry.
Best interest of the child, tender years, ruling out. It's faded out.
I got distracted by the abortion thing and then lost it. So my bad.
We were talking about obsolete. Is it obsolete?
It was definitely about like, oh, I'm sorry. Now I remember. Another thing I want to point out, and I think that Jazmen might be able to speak to this a little bit better, is like what actual no-fault divorce is and how we actually want the option to say, I want to get divorced and he didn't do anything wrong. And trust me, you want her to have the option to say, I want to get divorced and I didn't do anything wrong. Because then your other options are, I want to get divorced because I was abused. I want to get divorced because, he's a psychopath or whatever the case may be. So when you don't have no fault, then your only option is fault. And that's how either A, they'll start finding fault in you and start blaming you for things, or you get aquatafaned. And we don't want that.
Well, the
creates
problem
conflict of interest.
And taken advantage of. Women are taking advantage of that system. They're being encouraged to take advantage of that no-fault system.
What are they an advantage to say, like, I want to get out, but he didn't do anything wrong?
Because a woman could take half your shit. That's why.
Well, that is the settlement of the divorce, and like that's considering all sorts of different things of like what was accumulated.
Or the man could take
marriage.
half her shit. I mean, that just assumes that the man has all the assets.
It's also just statistically the case that women end up being the partner far more likely to end up with a lower standard of living, more likely to be in poverty and seek government assistance after a divorce than the man is. So the statistics just don't bear out that all these women are just running to court to just get a paycheck and are living these great lives. And men are more likely to repartner than women are. So it doesn't seem like this just sweet deal for women overall.
That is a good point. Like men jump right into getting remarried. Like they want that help immediately again. And they do it really fast too. What is like the average rate on remarriage for men?
2 years.
It's fast.
I don't know what the average is, but men's rate is higher than women.
Right.
And for you to say I disagree, you're just disagreeing with the facts. I mean,
so let's rally it back to the idea of getting married. So obviously a good idea is not getting married for purposes of ending up in divorce. Let's move divorce to the side and let's talk about the concept of getting married, why we would want to get married, why we wouldn't want to get married. Are there advantages? Are there disadvantages? So on and so forth.
Well, the problem I see is that when you get married, you're a ward of the state. You see, when you get married to a woman, a man is no longer king of his household anymore because of things like no-fault divorce. If a man tries to exert power in the household, tries to exert control in the household, that, a woman can get upset about that and file for a divorce. This shit happens all the time.
I mean, it also happens all the time that women get married and then the husband runs off and cheats because men have higher rates of infidelity. I mean, it's not the majority of cases of divorce are not just the woman randomly waking up one day and being like, you know what, I'm going to go find a 6-foot-tall Chad. Like this narrative that's in this sphere, online sphere, is just not borne out by the real world or any of the data that we have.
And you don't
become. You've been an attorney for?
Since 2021, and I actually used to do
an attorney for 3 years. You've been doing this. You've been doing this for 3 years.
You don't have to be an attorney to look at the data. All of you have access to the data. I didn't go to a secret lawyer database to see this.
You don't become a ward of the state either. It's a marriage is a contract between two people. The state just records the marriage. It does not. It's not a party to it, and it doesn't oversee it. And it's not. You're not. It's because it's. It doesn't. It's not in charge of you. The only the divorce thing is that's a request of the parties to the contract, requesting the court to oversee what's basically asset liquidation.
And you can, if you're so worried about assets and stuff, there are prenups. I used to be in estate planning. That's what I did. Like, you can figure out how you want your assets to be divvied up in the case of a spouse dying.
Question. What about saying she was under duress? What about the whole? She would
have to prove that, and that's a very, very hard standard to prove. She can't just walk into court and say I was under duress. That's not how the law works. You have to prove that. Which,
like, she got married under duress. Wouldn't that be an annulment?
Or I think he means she signed the prenup under duress, and
okay, yes. Okay, I understand now. All right, I'm sorry.
Or substantively unconscionable, which you would have the burden of proving in court. So it's not just like you just walk up to the judge and say, I was under duress, and the judge is like, okay, cool. That's not how it works.
And good luck doing that when like both sides had a lawyer that had to convene to build that prenup. I heard about a prenup that was actually enforceable where it was like a very wealthy man and like the woman didn't work. And if they, in the event of it getting a divorce, he was going to offer her, I think it was $50,000 a month in alimony. And for every 10 pounds that she gained, she would lose $10,000 of that $50,000 a month. And it was enforceable, like through the prenuptial building of that contract. And they probably like use like her yearly physical weight as like the benchmark for deciding whether or not she gained weight or not. And that was like, you can actually put some really crazy things in there and make that marriage or that separation in the event of it look exactly how you want.
Yeah, the state gives us a lot of power to contract. They want us to be able to put things, unless there's like duress or it's procedurally or substantively unconscionable, they want to give us as much leeway as possible to contract our lives the way we see fit. So it's not like once you get married, now you're under some certain set of rules that you have no control over. You do have control over it. You should go get a prenup if this is what you're worried about.
I tend to think that people are better off getting married younger and building together. Like, you don't want to have to build your money up and then find somebody, and then you've lived half your life and you're never going to know what this person's interest is. If you're both young and you grow together, then I mean, in that scheme, she deserves half of it, right?
The problem is that most women don't want to get married to a guy who's just starting out. They want the guy who makes 6 figures a year.
That's nonsense. Chicks fuck broke dudes all the time, every day, constantly, and then drive them home to their mom's house.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
what? Like
Yes.
People making under 6 figures a year don't have spouses or wives? Like the working class just doesn't get, like, this is not, it's not true.
I'm saying that women have expectations that are through the roof these days. Like unreasonable expectations. What?
Where are you getting this from? Like street interviews in Miami outside of strip clubs? Like, where are you getting this from?
No, I'm getting this from men who I speak with on a daily basis.
So maybe there's a selection bias there, right? If you're talking to men with what you do, men who go their own way or whatever MGTOW stands for.
I tend to listen to men first. Yeah.
Yeah, but
part of the manosphere.
In a hospital world, it's like being in a hospital and thinking everybody's sick because you work in the hospital.
Because you see, men don't get as much voice in society as women do. It's just the simple fact of the matter.
You may feel that way, and maybe the people who feel that way with you are going to be the ones that are going to congregate together in these spaces, but that's what a selection bias is. I mean, there's another man on this panel right here who doesn't feel the way you do. And you're going to call him the exception because to you, he's the exception because the men around you are more likely to be like you. That's why you want to look at, if we have data.
To the stat. He is an exception to the stat.
What's the stat that men don't have voices? Where did you get that stat?
That makes him an exception, not the rule. That's you're just going against your own stat.
Wait, what do you mean? What you show me the stat that says men don't have as much of a voice as women? Where are you getting that from?
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, you're getting it from your own anecdotal experience.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about you're talking about he's not an exception when the stats in that second video clearly said that twice as many women are getting divorced as men.
Wait,
filing? You mean filing?
How can twice as many women get divorced as men when both?
I think you meant filing.
Yeah, so filing is an interesting thing too, because it may be women that file the paperwork, but when you look at the studies, both parties usually agree that they should be getting a divorce. So both people actually want the divorce. So who files the paperwork is not necessarily a great measure of who wanted the divorce. Just because a woman's filing the paperwork doesn't mean the man is like, no, please don't leave me. Because when you ask both members of the couple, both of them usually agree. It's not common that one party wants a divorce and one really doesn't.
Yeah, like that stat is really funny to me too, because like when I think about it, like if like in the event, like we're nowhere like to this point at all, totally not even on our horizon, but like in the event of like if I wanted a divorce or like my husband and I decided that like we weren't good together anymore, like of course I'd be filing it. I do all of the appointments. I fill out all of the paperwork. Like what are you talking? Like duh. Like, that's what we do. I'm a mom. Like I do the dentist and the IEPs and like everything else too. Like, of course I would have filed that paperwork. So it just makes sense to me. But I think that the question that Sarah had asked in the beginning was like, why do people like get married? Or it was some sort of like positive thing or something like that. Can you like recenter me, Sarah, on like what the original question was?
So kind of the idea of, are there benefits of getting married?
Okay,
if it's become so obsolete, are there any benefits or advantages for a man and woman to actually get married in today's society?
Right. Okay. So where I wanted to kind of jump off with that was to say, I kind of look as to like, why, what else would people do when you think about it? There is no other way for unrelated adults to like legally sweepingly become a family unit in society. Like you can have your domestic partnerships, but you have to like kind of build those legally and stuff like that. And you just might as well, get married and, give them the access to like your medical, what happens after you die, your estate planning. That there are actual logistical things that are built into marriage that we don't really have another way to build it up like that, the way that marriage has institutionalized. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm sure Jazmen can explain it better, but yeah.
Yeah, as an estate planning attorney, like being married automatically grants you a ton of legal benefits, like, in case of a medical emergency, who gets to make decisions and stuff, like tax benefits, like all kinds of benefits that you get legally from being married that make it a very attractive option to people. And I think a lot of people, when they really love someone, they want to have that commitment and they want to share that they want to get their friends and family around and say, okay, I want to marry this person. This is my person. It does seem, at least in today's society, to legitimize a relationship. And a lot of people want that, whether they're religious or secular, which is why a lot of people aren't religious get married too.
Right.
I think it's too much of a financial risk for men these days. It's just it's too much. It's an emotional risk. It's a financial risk. I mean, it's something I wouldn't want to go through. I turned 51 this year. I'm well-to-do for myself. I've never been married. Never want to be married. I don't want to go through a divorce. I don't want to go through that kind of crap. I don't want to go through the emotional part of that. And the risk I run if I get married is I'm literally, the way it's structured now is I'm one bad argument away from losing half my shit. That's the way I see it as a man. That's the way I look at it from a point of view. From that point of view, I mean,
so you're looking at it as if there's not like actually a personal relationship inside of the marriage. It sounds like
no, because like
women,
women
because if
don't.
I mean, if somebody's going to file for divorce because of a bad argument, because you pissed them off and they're annoyed because you know, I don't know, sold their favorite shoes at a garage sale or something arbitrary like that. If they're going to divorce you over that, that means there's not actually a relationship there. There's just a legal connection. So I think in the paradigm in your mind, it sounds like you're not actually treating it as if there's a relationship between the two people underlying that situation.
No,
Kush, could I ask you, actually, while you're in that mode with flow, would you find any benefit to getting married in terms of companionship, having children, creating a legacy, having a family, so on and so forth? Would you find that to be an advantage?
I would love to do that, but this country basically stole that from me by making things like no fault divorce, by making things, making it prohibitive for me to want to get married. I mean, I don't. It was too much risk for me. The risk of, it's not just the fact that okay, maybe I could get custody of my kids, maybe I could all that, but I don't want to go through that. I mean,
wouldn't either if I had that much.
The chances of me now getting married, having a successful marriage, and having kids and staying with that woman are just much less because of the power that women have been given now in our society.
What about this?
Go ahead. Okay, I was just going to ask, just to clarify, it's not just that you don't want to get married, because you said, so this legal thing you're talking about, because you don't want any kind of relationship with any women. You don't want a relationship with a woman, a long-term relationship outside of marriage either, right?
No.
Okay, so then this legal argument that you're making for marriage is, even if there was no marriage, you don't want the companionship, you don't want, and even if the legal world is not involved in your marriage, or you're not a ward of the state, you still don't want a relationship with a woman, correct?
No, I'd be. I mean, if I weren't made a ward of the state, yeah, I would be much more amenable to it.
What do you mean by that?
I mean by, when you get married, you're a slave. You're an indentured servant. No,
you're not.
You consign yourself.
Not in any way are you any of those words. It's a contract with another party. If you get divorced, it's because you've requested the courts get involved in your marriage.
I mean, again, I hearken back to the fact that you are an exception to the rule, in my opinion. You're one of the few men who I've actually talked to who actually filed for divorce and not the woman.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised given where the circles I assume that you interact in the niche of the man.
No. Don't go there with that. I interact.
Well, if you're going to wholesale dismiss what I say because I'm the exception, then I'll do the same right back to you. You hang out with incels, you're going to get the incel line.
No, we're not incels. I didn't say that. We're not involved.
MGTOW. You open with MGTOW. MGTOW is what is the demographic there? Are these incels? Are these disgruntled men who had bad divorces? I mean, you're not going to have anybody like. I'm not going to be associating in MGTOW circles. It's not my lifestyle because I've had good experiences with women, even though I got divorced. Right, on the whole, I like women. So
do I, but it's not worth the risk to me.
Right. Kush, I think that's kind of, if I were to steel man your position, Kush, I think that's kind of the overarching point is that with any interaction, and from talking to you before, you mentioned like the gynocentric landscape. You believe that like any interaction with women imposes a somewhat risk to men. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay. It's just not just exactly. I was going to get to that point.
Okay.
Just cohabitating with a woman can be construed as a relationship. A woman can try to go after a man's assets just for cohabitating for a period of time, or the same kind of thing. These kinds of things have happened where, like, if a neighbor, for example, goes and buys a gallon of milk for a single mom who's a neighbor, women are doing shit like, saying that he's a custodial parent now because he went and did that. I mean,
because you got milk. If you give milk to your neighbor, now the woman's going around saying that's a custodial parent.
Yes, I've heard of this stuff.
Well, that sounds
wild.
It sounds wild.
If we're gonna throw out the exceptions, we can throw out the milk exception. I'm pretty sure that's.
I don't think that's the whole story there, if there is even a story there. But out of curiosity, like if you meet a woman, what percentage of women do you think are getting into relationships to steal, scheme, and try to take everything from the man and not really like him? Like what percentage of women do you think are these manipulative types of women?
Pretty much everyone I come across.
Okay, got it.
I mean, I've just, I haven't seen, I mean, I've seen it in my own mother, the things that she did to my dad. I mean, I saw my own mother do some very manipulative things to my dad.
Well, yeah, if you've seen it in your mother, then that definitely means it's 100% of women. So, I get it.
It's not just my mother. I've heard these stories from dozens of other men.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. I mean,
what about, so you're a statistics guy. What about the statistics on how marriage impacts different people? How men receive more benefit from marriage than women? How the men who are married make more money than men who are not married, or any other combination?
I make as much money or more money than most married men.
Well, I can tell that you do by your bling, but what about those statistics? You can't just write those off as insignificant, can you? Think how much more money you might be making if you were married.
I would have supplemental income. That would be supplemental income, but I don't see an advantage to it. You see, this is the kind of thing. I don't want a woman who's going to be my competitor in the household. I want to, traditionally men have been providers. And when you take that role away from men, that's a problem.
And I'm glad you said that, because I think that if you view your wife or partner as a competitor and not a partner, like that's the crux of the issue. That right there is it. It's the mindset.
Yeah, I'm an engineer by trade. I don't want to be married to another engineer. I don't want somebody who I'm going to be competing with.
Right, and you shouldn't. And I think that you would find someone to marry who complements your weaknesses, does not competes with you on your strengths.
Yeah, and that's the problem. But women want to try and be like men, and that's a turn-off to men.
I don't think most of them do.
That's one of the things. I mean, it's an inferiority issue. Men are feeling inferior about getting married because now women are making as much as men, and women don't marry down. They marry up in income. That is a fact.
Well,
Women do not marry guys who make less than that.
The dominant mating pattern is assortative mating, which means people mate across education, across socioeconomic
Across
status.
or up. I'll agree with that. Yeah.
And then I was also going to say, well, so you say you want women, you don't want women who provide for themselves because you're supposed to be the provider. But then so let's say you marry a woman and you have kids and she gives up whatever career she has. She stays home, she raises the kids, and then a man goes off and cheats on her. Is she supposed to be left with nothing? I mean, you're the one that wanted the man to be the provider.
Of course not. In the case where the man's wrong, I'm not going to, I'm not saying that men are infallible. I'm not saying that men are 100% right all the time. Of course not. A lot of the people who I get misconstrued with in the MGTOW community, these aren't true MGTOWs. These are the kind of people you're talking about. Deadbeat dads, losers, wife beaters. I don't agree with those kinds of people at all. I want to make my position very clear on that. It is very clear. There are a lot of men out there who are assholes. I'm not downplaying that at all. That's an important point. Hey, Bullets, what's up?
Hey, Kush, how are you doing?
I'll hold my own.
Hi, Bullets.
See that? I was unaware that, they would bring legal counsel with them.
Me?
Yes, you, Miss Jazmen. Hi, Miss Jazmen. How are
Me,
you?
Bullets.
How are you doing?
Good.
May I ask, what kind of attorney are you?
I did estate planning. I don't practice day to day anymore. My license is still active because now I do social media and OnlyFans. But yeah, I did estate planning, elder law, guardianships, conservatorships, and special needs.
Okay, so you're pretty well versed in the divorce market then, right?
I mean, I took family law. I took community property because the state I'm in is a community property state. I passed the bar, but I never did divorces or anything. So I just have basic legal knowledge on what I would need to pass the bar.
Right. So just not really into working with divorce attorneys or the family court or anything.
One of my best friends from law school does do divorces. So so I do talk to her.
Okay. Another question I have, how do you define, marriage?
How do I define marriage? I guess it's a union between a man and a woman that is recognized by the state. That would be would
that constitute a legal contract?
Does it constitute a legal contract? Yes, I would say so.
So in any type of it could be looked upon as any type of corporate or business dealings, correct? Where these types of contracts are involved, correct?
Yeah. It's a contract in the sense of, yes, now you are subject to the default laws of the state. So if you do get married and you don't do a prenup or you don't do anything to kind of opt out of those default laws by getting married, you are opting in to the default laws, and most states have default laws that pertain to marriage.
Yeah, but as the average young man, educated on these types of contracts, most people, when they meet and get involved with each other in a relationship, the last thing they're thinking about is a third-party contract with the state.
It's not a third-party
contract. But I think a lot of people are assume okay, if you get married, then and you don't say otherwise, then if you die, things would go to your wife. Or if you're in the hospital and there needs to be a procedure done, and a lot of times people get married because they want that person to be that person for them. So I don't think it's the case that people are just oblivious to all of the things that come along with marriage. Most people do know, I'm marrying this person and I'm showing the world, I'm telling the world that yes, if something happens to me, if I'm in a coma, I want this person to be the person that's making these decisions.
You can get a medical power of attorney to take care of that.
You can get a medical power of attorney after you're married and give it to someone else, not your spouse. You're able to do that. But a lot of times these default laws are things that people presume. So if I'm an estate planning attorney, most people know if they don't get a trust or they don't get a will that says differently, that if you die and you don't have kids, then everything's going to your spouse. Most people know that. I don't think an 18-year-old would be oh, I thought everything was going to my best friend Billy. I don't think that the things that the law requires of marriage, unless you opt out of it, are things that are so people are oh my God, I didn't know that.
So you advocate, you're trying to, let's say you're trying to sell marriage to me, and you're trying to sell this thing called a marriage contract to me, right? And entrusting another person that I marry and supposedly, will love me till death do us part. What say I'm involved in a serious car accident? Say I'm riding my motorcycle down the road. I get in a very, very serious car accident. Break my neck, become a paraplegic. What protections does a marriage contract offer a person like me if my spouse wants out of it, walks into my hospital room, takes my hand and signs my signature, on the divorce papers, and walks out with her attorney?
We're talking about fraud.
No, that would not be a valid. If someone came in while you're in the hospital, grabs your hand and signs something, you could definitely get out of that. That's definitely not happening. But see, one of the benefits you get in that situation for the spouse, let's say you like your spouse. Okay, let's say this is not one of these weird things where you would secretly hate each other. Actually, in that kind of accident, let's say it was a work-related accident, your spouse could file for something called loss of consortium. If you're not able to have sex with her, she could actually have a claim that non-married people don't get for that. So there's certain little benefits. There's more benefits, I think, than harm that people don't know about with marriage. That's one of them.
This person, would you be shocked to know that this is actually a true story? Something like this actually did happen.
Well, I mean, and you're saying that it was upheld in court. I'd like to look at that case, because that does not seem like you to be able to sign a contract. There needs to be a meeting of the minds, and a person who's not in their right mind cannot sign something. So even me, I used to work with elderly people. We would literally have to talk to them to make sure they can actually understand the terms in which they are agreeing to when they're signing something. So if somebody's not in their right mind, that would not be a valid contract. So I would need to look at that case. Maybe the person was in their right state of mind when they signed it. But for you to say that, we know for sure they weren't, and the court knows for sure they weren't, and they still upheld it, is very suspicious to me.
It is very suspicious, but apparently the court did uphold it.
Well,
she sold off all of his assets in his business.
We're not taking your word for it, is what she's saying politely.
Am I talking to you? Am I talking to you?
Okay, well,
I know that you're not, but you're rummaging around for gotchas and you're having trouble finding them.
Yeah, I just, this doesn't sound believable. It's like me saying, oh yeah, there was a unicorn outside I want to see it.
I don't think.
I guess Flostate's going to mentor us on what it means to be a MGTOW, right?
What do you mean? I'm not mentoring you.
Are you a MGTOW?
Listen, I have no.
Who lives in MGTOW lifestyle? Is that a problem for you?
No, I don't have a problem with it. You guys want to stay
surprised.
hidden in your caves and not associate with women. We have no issue with it. No women. We're not upset. You guys weren't the kind of men we were looking for anyway. You guys have fun.
What makes you think I've never had a relationship with a woman before?
I never said that. I just said if you want to do MGTOW lifestyle now, we are perfectly. And maybe I can speak for Michelle.
Besides starting my shotgun, what other alternatives do you offer?
I don't want you to look for women. I literally want you to be. I want you to stay away from women. I like this.
I'm just saying, me and Kush are here. Sell marriage to us.
I don't want to sell marriage to you. I literally.
If I were to jump in and I were to say,
you got divorced. Tell me why this is such a good idea. If you got divorced.
I'm like I said, I have no interest in you guys getting married at all. I actually think you guys should stay and just stay. Men go their own way. You guys should stay in your corners, stay away from women. Don't approach us. Don't try to build relationships with us. I'm very happy with that.
Michelle, did you?
Okay. Yeah. The general question is if I were to sell marriage to somebody in general, how would I do that? I would do it simply by asking them a question. And it is do you want a family? Do you want to build a family with this person that you have in mind or with somebody in general? And if the answer is no, then I would simply say that marriage does not align with your values and there would be no earthly reason to sell it to you. Because that's what it's for. It's for building families. Like I said, there is no other institution that relates unrelated adults. No other. None. So
I can figure out within 5 minutes whether a thought is worth my time.
Okay.
You know, if I ask you to meet me somewhere and you fuck with me and waste my time and don't even bother to show up or call, or if you just decide to text me, oh, I'm going to be late. I'm not going to wait for you. I'm done. I'm gone. I'm on to the next thought. My time is valuable to me.
Okay.
You know, that should be a red flag for all
the
men.
women.
If a woman is wasting your time or playing games with you, do not enter into a contract with that woman.
Yep.
Don't do it.
Women around the world are devastated at the loss of their access to bullets.
Yes. Again, and if you guys want to enter relationships with this kind of like, you know, mindset of like, oh, this person's out to get me and you're always on edge, your relationship isn't going to go well anyway. You guys are going to be the kind of people that your relationship are going to turn to shit anyway. So I don't think it's actually in your best interest at all to get married or relationships with women at all. I don't think you guys are the kinds of men that would have a positive experience with this, irrespective of what we say.
Bullets, 20 seconds.
You don't know me. But you should. You should come over to my channel. I'll tell you the whole story.
I think I'm okay.
Fair enough. 10
Your
seconds,
choice.
Bullets.
All right. Thank you for inviting me up. You have a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Bullets, for stopping by. I like Bullets. He's interesting. He's been on panel before, and we do enjoy having him on. Next in line, and you guys can continue on if you want, but next I have Finkel backstage. I'm going to go ahead and bring you up.
Big Sam Finkel.
Yeah, what's up?
Don't tell my audience, but I agree with Flo on this one. I'm sorry, the gentleman with the bling in the New York Yankees hat.
Yeah, Iridium Kush. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it sounded like the reason you're avoiding marriage isn't because you're anti-marriage, but it sounds like it's based in fear. Am I reading that right?
Some of it is, yeah.
Ooh. That's okay. I'm trying not to judge. That's interesting. And please don't put me in a speed date thing. I'm taking
no.
I forgot my point. I was divorced in '98 in Georgia. I've been through 2 custody battles and a child support battle in New York, and from what I've seen, they're completely different. In Georgia, it seemed like it was just automatically completely in favor of the woman. In New York, while I was a Virginia resident and I did these battles, it seemed a lot more level playing field. I don't know if it's the timing or the state, but I got a much better deal, and my kids got a much better deal in the legal battles in New York. But to that point, I know someone who went through divorce in Maryland. I know several people here in Virginia divorced, and all 4 of these states seem completely different on their fairness. I think it's kind of hard to say that throughout America it's all one way or the other. I think each state has varying ways of looking at the gender or the income levels or what have you. And I don't want to take up too much time, but I just wonder if
you got 10 minutes. It's good.
Oh, okay. Does anyone have opinions on the varying states?
Well, there's no state, or there can be no law that actually favors a gender over another gender. But things like different states have different ways of calculating things. And then there's also, and the calculation is gender neutral. It is literally a violation of the Constitution to have gender be a factor in any of this, right? But then you have a lot of judicial discretion. So could there be a judge that's like really just favorable or just likes? Could there be a judge that actually dislikes them, right? Could there be a judge that has a bias against women? All of this is possible, but the actual laws on the books cannot favor a gender over another gender or race or anything like that. That is unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
maybe that's what I was.
Courts,
I was going to say the same thing that she just said.
Well, here's just what I'm seeing. Just looking at the panel here, I'm talking to 2 divorced men, two men who had unsuccessful marriages. I mean, that's already right there. I got 2 people on this panel right here.
Ask me if I regret it.
I'm not asking you about the regret part. I'm just.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know a big benefit that being married had for me? Because we got married after we already had a kid, and when it came to the custody battles, the fact that we were married gave me a much stronger standing in the divorce for the custody battle. Because if we weren't married, then you got to kind of build that whole thing up from scratch. But since we were married, it gave me kind of a legal starting point for the custody thing.
I think that's actually actual.
On the presumption that I want to go through all this crap again. I just look at this panel. I see two divorced men, two men who had unsuccessful marriages. I mean, the way I look at life is, I don't go into something with the intent that it's going to fail. And I've seen two people here who have failed in marriage. I mean, you
don't go into it at all.
Yeah. Well, I would have to agree it's a high risk these days, especially in my case. I married when I was 19 and really stupid. Now I'm 59 and just a little stupid. Okay, maybe a lot stupid, but I really did not know why I was getting married, and the woman I married was very manipulative. In fact, today, if you ask me, I would say that I hate her guts. However, she is the mother of my children, and I'm sure that if she should decease before myself, it will break my heart. I think more for my children's sake than my own. But now I'm dating a woman who's 9 years my senior. We've been dating 11 years, and she makes a little bit more money than I do. She has grown kids. I have grown kids. I'm sorry, what was that?
Drizzle.
Drizzle.
It is.
Jasmine and I learned what drizzle meant during her interview.
I'll have to Google it after the show.
It means you got a sugar mama.
Oh, okay.
Oh. When we do things like the Kennedy Center or the Shakespeare Theater, we go on trips, we split everything down the line, and we're never going to Canada again because we really got the math really screwed us up on the conversion rate. But we do split everything. We live separately, and we don't try to raise kids together. That's a huge challenge when you're divorced and you remarry or get another long-term relationship and the kids are still little. It's just inevitable human nature to favor your own kids, and it is for them too. But I did kind of chuckle a little bit as there seemed to be a lot on this panel and recent panels about bridging the gap, that people want to put the other gender all in one cookie cutter. And I think at my ancient age, I've realized that they're not. There are evil men, evil women, good women. It's just who you connect with, and finding the right partner. For me, a little bit too late, too old to make kids. But okay, I'll shut up now and listen a little bit.
I agree with that. I think your conclusion is right, and I would agree that the mindset you have going into it, right? If you view women as your opponents in an adversarial way, guess what? It's going to be a failure. Promise you. But if you go into it with the right mindset, looking for a partner and expecting that in return, then there's,
Then how come you weren't successful at it? I'm just curious. If you know so much about what makes a successful marriage,
well, I'd say that I am successful now. I mean, it's not legally, but I mean, I think we're common law married. I filed jointly.
You think?
Taxes. I think. I don't know the laws in my state.
I would think I'd want to know that, not just think it.
Well, I'm not really worried about her divorcing me. I'm not worried about losing my stuff, my hat collection,
Well, you already got divorced once, and you're not worried about getting divorced again?
No, the first time I got divorced, it worked out all in my favor. She got the 94 Honda Accord, and I got everything else, including custody.
Good on you, man. But I'm still going to hearken to that's an exception and not the
It is
rule.
an exception, but it doesn't have to be. The reason it's an exception is because too many men sit around listening to bullshit like what you say, and it demoralizes them. So they either don't go into it in the first place, or if they do, then they just kind of throw their hands up when they lose. They assume that they're gonna lose, and there's no reason for that.
I see the hot seat lines lining up. I'll respond if you guys have any questions of me in chat. But I'll step off so someone else can jump on.
Yeah, I mean, you have the timer right next to your face. So if you did want to finish any final thoughts or anything, you're welcome to. The time is yours.
Okay, just one more thing. I think it's not a cookie cutter thing. I think each person, male, female, homosexual, straight, they can find the right person if they just don't settle for too little like I did when I was 19. But I'll answer any more questions from chat. Thank you.
All right, fair enough.
Good to have you on, Sarge.
You know, I actually kind of had a thought to push to the panel. I do have Neve sitting backstage, but I wanted to kind of go into the economic route. I don't think anybody's really brought it up too much about having a family and the cost of having a family and so on and so forth. So that could be another topic, but I will bring on Neve to take her route as well.
Hello. Can you hear me
Hi,
today?
Neve.
Can you guys
Test
hear
again.
me?
We hear you. We're good. Yeah.
Perfect. Does it sound as scuffed as it did last time? I hope not.
No, you're
All
good.
right. So I've got a little bit of an intro, and it's going to lead into a question, okay? Sweet. So marriage is really contentious. At least it is online. And I think that we have an issue societally of single-parent households. And they can be effective, but I think from a societal perspective, we should probably aim for two-parent households, okay? So assuming we want our kids to grow up in two-parent households, prior to marriage and prior to having kids, what advice would you give to someone of your gender on how to put their best foot forward if they are seriously considering marriage?
So I would say education is a huge, like even in the videos we saw, the more educated you are, educated women are the one group of women where marriage rates are not going down. Also, divorce rates go down. The more educated you are, the lower your likelihood of divorce. If you have more than like a bachelor's degree, like my level of education, your divorce rate cuts in half. Also, you have resources to take care of your children. So a lot of these single mother or single parent households, a lot of times we're looking at single mothers, these stats also have embedded in them the fact that single mothers are far more likely to be of lower socioeconomic status. It's actually interesting that when you actually adjust for socioeconomic status and maternal education, a lot of those disparities that happen between single parent households and dual parent households actually dissipate. So being educated and surrounding yourself with having that is a really great protective factor against those adverse outcomes for children.
Awesome. Thanks, Jasmine. So maybe we'll do one of the guys next. Flow state.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
My advice would be if you really wanted to get married, I'd say you would pick somebody who is not as. If I were to tell a young man to get married, which is not what I would do, but here's what I would say is I would pick someone who is of lower financial standing than you, lower income level, that kind of thing.
Can I interrupt you quickly?
Sure.
The question that I asked is, prior to marriage and prior to having kids, what advice would you give to someone of your gender on how to put their best foot forward, right? So you're dictating the way that they look for their partners. I'm wondering what they would do from their own, sense of self. Like, what can they do to prepare themselves for a marriage?
Prepare themselves for a marriage?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say to make yourself eligible for marriage, a man, to make themselves eligible for a marriage, you have to have a stable income, a stable job. You have to be, to me, that's women ultimately look for resources in a man. That's one of the things. What love, all this emotion, let's be real. This is true in the animal kingdom as well. When women are looking for men with resources, and one of the best things you can do is become a homeowner. Have your own house, for example. You want to have your own transportation, that kind of thing. You want to look nice, look presentable to society. This is the thing I hear about people being incels and stuff like that. One of the things in today's age is you've got to interact with people personally. You can't just do it on social media. If you think, back in the days when we met women, when I talked with women, you did it, you would interact with them personally. It wasn't first by the internet. that this is a real important thing.
Totally agree.
You want to get in a relationship with somebody, you got to meet them personally. You got to know these people personally, and make sure that that person is giving you attention. Like if you go to a restaurant, for example, and if that woman's cell phone rings and she picks it up, I'm gone.
Yeah.
No, seriously, I'm gone. If I'm not worth your time, if I'm not worth your undivided attention for a little bit of time, I'm out of there.
So do you leave your cell phone in the car?
Huh?
Do you leave your cell phone in the car if you go on a date?
Do I what?
5 minutes, Flo. I have 5 minutes.
I would leave my cell phone in the car. I would turn it off.
Hello.
Yeah.
So Iridium, it seems to me like you've shifted a lot of the burden in your sort of readiness, and you said a lot of things that like are kind of common sense. So like have your wallet in order, drive a car. But I was just really curious because I just wanted to see if like you would have any like, you know, personal development, those sorts of things, right? But you've given your answer, and that's great. Michelle and Flow State.
I'll go if it's okay with you, Flow State. So if I was speaking to a younger woman and I was giving her advice on how she could prepare herself on to be a good wife in the future, one of the things that I had to lean on a lot and expand a lot is becoming much more resourceful. And like I have a weird working knowledge of HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. Even those are typically man things. My husband really appreciates that I understand what a flame sensor is and how to fix it during a polar vortex. He really appreciates it. So do my kids. These are the things that keep the house running. To expand on Jasmine's point, like it doesn't have to be a law degree. Like you could take parenting classes. You can like spend more time, like, you know, babysit kids, get all the experience and get really good at different things to run a house. There was a really great book that I read like back when I was in my early 20s called The Old Ways. And I learned that you can stop bleeding with like weeds that grow in your yard. And like, you don't know what kid is going to have a spiral fracture and you have to stop that bleeding right now. And like, you can't go get your first aid kit. Like, even though that's like crazy. And like, typically you would go for that first aid kit. Like, you just don't know when things like that become useful. And there were so many instances where in my marriage, I relied on just having that vast array of like no particular hat that I got to dip into. So I would say be resourceful, expand everything that you possibly can to do so.
Thanks, Michelle. Flow State.
And I think that, and for me, so this is kind of a hard question because I'm one of those people that has to learn everything the hard way. And I don't think that I would be able to identify a good relationship for myself if I hadn't been through a bad one and learn what I don't like. But that said, I guess I would just encourage people to look at where you are now and recognize that there are different stages in life. And I think one of the mistakes I made is my ex-wife, we met when we were in college. And so we could both, in that lifestyle, right, where you basically out partying and socializing, right, we could walk into a party together and have a great time. But it turns out we could not adult together at all. So figure out, you know, there are other stages in life, and can you problem solve with this person?
Awesome. Well, that's really cool to hear all of the different advices kind of weighing in. I think I'm somebody that plans on getting married in the near future, I would hope. And so, you know, these are all things that I would take into consideration. Well, all but one. But Kush, specifically to something you said, and I want to sympathize with an idea that you laid out. I think that when you said that it's important that people get that interpersonal interaction with people of the opposite gender. I know you don't believe that men should live with women or men should interact with women. Sorry if I'm strawmanning you. But I think something specific that I also wanted to say, that when you're having conversations about marriage and you're looking at it from varying perspectives, I think it's super important that you do so from the perspective of like looking at the factual information, right? Because I think it can be so easy for us to all get caught up in anecdotes and our emotions. And the impression that I get when I'm listening to you speak, Kush, because you did also admit to somebody that you have a lot of fear in the sort of things that you say. I don't think that you should have to be a hopeful person to engage with marriage, but I think that fear is loaded with a lot of emotion, and I think it might be hindering your ability to engage in this conversation in a rational way.
No, I don't agree.
Okay. Well, I think it's important that you recognize that, right? Because I think a lot of the things that you say, and I think that Jazmen really plainly pointed out, was that you do seem to have some sort of confirmation bias with the men that you interact. And then you lead a lot of your arguments with the anecdotes that are provided to you by these men, right? So, I want to sympathize with the idea that I think you would have a really good premise for a support group for other disgruntled and divorced dads, but that if you're actually considering engaging conversations about marriage seriously, then maybe you should remove your own anecdotes and then look at the information that's available to all of us, right?
Well, again, I'm not
that's all.
I think you're missing the point. I'm not going to be one who encourages somebody to get married in the first place.
Yeah, I think you made that very clear. Hi, Sarah. How are you?
Hello, Neve. Thanks for popping on. You can always hop back in line too.
Of course, of course. Nice talking to everyone. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Neve.
Yes. Thank you, Neve. All right. And Damien, a new one on the panel. I haven't met you before, but Neve told me about you already, so I'm super excited. And another thought process I wanted to add to the panel too is the idea of the work and effort it takes to have a family. It takes a lot of mental, physical strain, emotional strain in terms of having a family and raising children and being responsible for somebody else's emotions and so on and so forth. So just another thought to throw out there to consider. But outside of that, Damien, the floor is yours to the panel as well. Have at it.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me come up. Neve, I guess, thought I'd be a great person to come up because I'm usually on panels as the guy who's been married for quite a while. I've been married for 17 years, father of 3. So thank you. So they always, and I'm a big proponent of people getting married. I think I just want to go back and answer Neve's question about what do I tell somebody about and my gender about to prepare themselves if they're really considering getting married. One of the things, the first thing I tell them was step away from sport dating and then start to look at yourself and start to develop those boundaries and values that you think are going to be important to you long term. And then only date with intention people who have congruent values as you are. Because I think a lot of people, they try to turn people that they were kind of sport dating into something else. So they try to change the person to fit their idea of something. I think what you need to do is focus on developing, like I said, boundaries and values and know how to differentiate from preferences. I want a fat ass. Okay, that's a preference, or I need fidelity. That's a boundary. Those are the things you need to learn how to really differentiate themselves from that. And I would tell somebody, a young man who's looking to get married, I was like, you need to open your mind to the possibility of having some kind of pre-marriage counseling, because you got to learn these communication tactics that are going to be that's going to carry you when things get tough, that you can use to utilize when things get tough. But just to kind of stay on topic, is marriage obsolete? I absolutely don't. I'll tell you why I don't think it is, and I'll tell you what I personally benefit from being married is that I think marriage just needs a rebranding. I think people have in their mind it's the same old marriage. There's a married under God with the same old expectations and pressures that come along with that. I'm an atheist, so I'm not married under God. So I don't subscribe to that. I think people need to realize that marriage is it's the Burger King way of looking at marriage. You can have it your way. Marriage is whatever is defined by what you and the person that you would define to be. I think Michelle said she has an open relationship. You can define, and that's great, and that works for people. You have the swingers. There's all kinds of type of relationships that may work for you if you open your mind to it's not one set of rules you need to follow in your marriage. Then you won't pigeonhole yourself into something that you won't be happy with long term. So that's one of the things that I think that needs to happen for people to really see the value in marriage. And I can just say personally, some of the things everybody kind of hit on a bunch of stuff, men do make more money when they're married. It's just a statistical fact that men make more money, and employers look more favorable over married guys than single guys because number one, they feel like they have a something to work for, something that's stable that they have to maintain for a long period of time, and they tend to stay in jobs a lot longer if they have that something that they need to maintain for a while. And just healthier. I'm probably way healthier than I would have been as a single man, because I'm like every other guy. Like if it's not blood coming out of every orifice, I'm probably not going to the doctor. You know, I cut my finger out, tape it up, super glue it, and go about my business. I've gone to the doctor more than I ever have, because my wife has been like, I need you to be around for a while. And so you need to look at your health. You need to, you know, exercise. You need to get on, you know, if they recommend medications or whatever like that, you know, you need to go to regular scheduled doctor's appointments. You know, and just like others, the medical backstop. If something were to happen to me, you know, my wife knows what I would want to be done. You know, do I want to live as a vegetable, or do I want to, you know, over the top things to keep me alive in a crazy state, you know? And it's just those are some of the intangible ones. And, you know, if you want to get, you know, basic with it, you know, access to consistent sex and insight, you know, that's a great reason to get married for a lot of people, in addition to the other things I stated, you know. And I just want to go back to Kush's thing about the fear. I get it, brother. I get it. This is my second marriage. I was married for 13 months. It didn't work out. And then I met my wife 6 months after that marriage, and we dated for 1 month. And then we didn't, because I wasn't ready to be, you know, that kind of stuff. So, and then 4 years later, we ran into each other. When I did do what I said, I'm saying young men should do, I took a step back to like develop boundaries and values that I thought that I needed somebody to align with for a long-term relationship. So I think if you do that, you don't get caught up in the kind of person, oh, this woman just wants me for much. Then you know that this person is a person who wants a long-term marriage. You know if this person is good with, is open to, like, if you want to sleep with somebody else, or if you learn more about what you need, and then you can just date the people who are aligned with that. So, you know, it's just I don't want to seem like I'm just drawing it on. So if anybody has any questions for me, feel free to jump in or what have you.
I don't completely agree on the employment thing, because I've been a bachelor and I've worked for my company for 26 years. And one of the big advantages I have is that I can travel anywhere on the drop of a dime. I can get a phone call now and I can be in Japan tomorrow. Okay. Nobody else, all the rest of these guys are married men, and they can't do that. They don't have the flexibility to do that. And just some other things and this is just what I hear in personal experience. This isn't just people in the MGTOW community. These are my coworkers. Okay. For example, I mean, these guys have stayed married, but I mean, they both tried to get out of their wedding anniversaries last week. They were trying to look for excuses to get out of their wedding anniversaries. I mean, that, from my point of view, just doesn't look like happiness to me.
I want to ask you a question. Was it because they're not happy, or they're not rocking with the pressure of trying to do something for their anniversary? They're out of ideas. So like, I don't know what to get this woman. I've got her every, taking her every dinner, taking her every show, whatever. We've done all that shit together. I have no idea. I wish my anniversary with some pressures of it. Because if there's a difference between, I don't want the pressure of coming up with a present, and I don't like her no more.
Yeah, like I loathe Christmas like so much. I hate it. Like I would freaking burn it off the planet if I could, but I love like giving gifts and like doing things for my kids and doing family things. But I hate the pressure of like Christmas. Like,
yeah, my wife gives the worst gifts. I mean, seriously. I mean, one time, seriously, she gives the worst gift, but she is the best woman I've ever met in my life. But her gift giving is just horrible in a lot of cases.
Think about it this way, though. I don't think anybody particularly enjoys, say, Mother's Day, but we all like having our mothers, right? So,
yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, I'm like, I in my profession, I not as much as anymore, but I did travel quite a bit, and it was never a big headache. It was just like you kind of work things out or what have you. If I had to go overseas or whatever, it never was a big deal. It's just you have that conversation, and I think the person with understands that this is how you are making your money. They're gonna say, "Oh no, don't be productive at your job and stay at home with me." Because if you got that kind of wife, then you got the wrong wife. If you got that kind of husband, then you got the wrong husband. That's the thing. Then that's those discussions that need to have been had before you got married. Like, here's my job, here's what I'm doing. Are you going to have any issues with that? I think there's a ton of things that are unsaid prior to people getting married that then all of a sudden they expect once the person get married. I think that's one of the leading causes of a miscommunication and bad communication in marriage is unrealized expectations, usually because they never were expressed in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, if you express what your expectations are, then you give somebody the latitude to either rock with it or don't. You know, people go in there just like, oh, they should know. My wife should know that I want sex 3 times a week, 5 times a week, 10 times a week. Well, how does she know that? Because you did it in the past, but things have changed now. Like, you got kids, you got things like that. You need to reestablish these and make sure your expectations of the marriage are pretty much aligned quite a bit. You can't just say the things that I expected of you when we were, like I said, I've been married 17 years. The things I expected of my wife year 1 is not the same thing I was expecting year 5, year 15, and now year 17. So I think that's where people go wrong. They be like, God damn it, you weighed the same, you fucked me the same, you did all this shit the same. What happened to all that? Life happens.
Well, I guess a lot of people I talk to aren't taking your advice or haven't done the kind of research that you have, because I get this from people. I've gotten this from colleagues, customers on the phone on Thanksgiving. I'll say, you know, I'm just hanging at home, chilling, watching football, and they're like, I'm so jealous of you. You don't have to.
Well, because expectations. They're like, they probably got to entertain a bunch of people, so they're like, I'd rather deal with a headache. But I guarantee you, they wouldn't leave their wife to have your life ever.
Yeah, it's like unemployed people might call you and say like, oh yeah, I'm just sitting on the couch doing nothing. You might be like, oh, I'm so jealous, I'm at a job, but you would rather have the job. Also, the thing he said about being healthier, that is just true. Men who are married live longer and are less likely to get sick.
Well, I appreciate you having me on there. I'll let the next person come up.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Damien. And you're welcome to get back in line as well. Josie, are you ready?
No.
Hi, Josie. No?
No.
Okay.
Your timer stresses me out so much.
Before you start the timer, can I address the stability thing?
The what?
The topic of having a stable job has come up a couple times.
Yeah,
women want men to have a stable job.
I'm a bit lost on the topics actually. But hi, Jasmine. Long time no see.
Hi. Nice seeing you.
Yeah, good to see you too. It's been a minute.
Yeah. But real quick, I disagree with that. I think that having a stable job is not an important thing to women. And actually, Katie, who I'm with now, she's the one who told me when I got fired in 2020 that I'm not allowed to have another regular full 9-to-5 job, and I haven't since. And so that's. Just anecdotally, it's not always the case that women want somebody with a stable job, and now you have to be boring and locked into just making money.
Another.
So
go ahead.
You're okay with your wife working and you're not?
No, I do work, but I work for myself. I've got basically a bunch of side hustles, and she doesn't work. Occasionally, she'll help out with something, but my goal is to be the one working.
Her goal?
My goal is to support all of us.
Okay,
myself.
So you're working towards that.
Correct.
So you understand that it doesn't make the case that necessarily a woman can be the sole provider, has her role in the entire marriage. If it's temporary, that's her taking on the role of the provider, right?
I don't know that I understand what you're asking.
Well, you understand that those are two completely different things, right?
What two things are different?
The one that the woman decides to take the role of the provider within the relationship versus the woman providing while the guy is working towards that goal. Currently, she's investing in you to become that guy. She's not expecting.
Sure. Right. I understand that that paradigm is different than one in which she's the breadwinner. Yeah.
Sarah, I think you brought it up earlier about the economic advantages about marriage, but nobody really super jumped into it. Median house right now is in between what was it, $370,000 and $400,000, and basically right now, if you wanted to have that picket fence American dream life with one of those houses, and you want a family of 2 where you take vacations every year, you're basically almost 100%, unless like you are a trust fund baby, are going to need a double income on that, or like you're, you know, top 10% or something. Like the only way you're making that particular thing work is, you know, both parents are working and educated and have good jobs. So I just don't think there's really a, yeah, I don't think there really is like an attainable alternative to that, you know, to have that life. So I suppose if I were to sell a marriage, if you wanted that life, I would say that that would be how you were going to get it.
Oh yeah, in order to raise, absolutely, to raise a modern nuclear family, this day and age, both parents have to work. That's just a fact, because just because of the cost of everything this day and age.
I mean, if you're an engineer, it sounds like I would disagree with that. I would think that if you got married, your wife would not have to work. I mean, it's
no, she wouldn't. She wouldn't.
Yeah, right. So
but
that's,
again, I admit that I'm an exception in that case.
I don't know that I think that you are an exception. I think that people, I think people have their priorities or their patterns, their habits of lifestyle, maybe a little bit out of whack. A lot of times, I think that if more people prioritized it, then more people could do it. But I get what you're saying. The economic situation has gradually gotten worse, and it will continue to over time as inflation increases. And
but if I mean, honestly, if it were just my wife living with me, yeah, I could support the whole show. Kids, it's iffy, because both my colleagues, they make good money too, and their wives, his wife has to work, the other, she works voluntarily, but it is still good supplementary income. And yeah, but I'd say grosso modo,
it also kind of depends on the stage of the family. Like me returning to work right now with my when my kids are older is completely different than me returning to work when my kids were like, you know, 3 and 2 and 1, you know, like young kids. So, you know, I know it's kind of like a past thing to have like that latchkey sort of house. These days, like you're dropping in on your house with your webcams and stuff like that. Like there are ways to, you know, do the nuclear family and be thrifty about it. You don't necessarily need to have the $400,000 house, move out deep into the suburbs, you know, do the more country thing. Like there's ways you could pull it off, but like, yeah, Kush, I would say like you probably are like in the top earners, and so maybe you could pull it off, but you would still need to make concessions on how you would live to have a wife that wouldn't
of course, work. Of course, yeah.
So can you just remind me what the question is? I'm like, I kind of
The initial question is marriage becoming obsolete? Why men and women are choosing to delay or avoid marriage? Where we just went was in the aspect of, you know, having a family is very costly and expensive. You know, is that a reason to want to have a family or avoid having a family, and the expenses that kind of run behind it, especially in today's society and economy?
Okay. So can I answer that?
Yeah, you've got about 5 minutes left.
Cool. Probably because marriage used to be a religious idea that was something that it was a man and a woman under God, and today it's two individuals under, if you live in California, it would be under Gavin Newsom. So Gavin Newsom taking God's name in vain in the first place. Second, there is really no benefit for guys to get married nowadays, and even I wouldn't recommend it to any of my friends, nor the guy that I'm currently dating right now. I just don't see any benefits for it. On the other hand, my parents aren't married, still happily together, so I would say I do not have the best role model that I have are two people who aren't married. Therefore, I would say that certainly influences my opinion.
Did you hear the guy who came up before you at all?
A little bit, yeah.
He listed out a lot of benefits.
Yeah, I still don't believe that those are benefits that you get through marriage. You can get
I agree with that. It's not through marriage, because I do all those things without being married.
You really don't need to be married, and even now you can be
Yeah.
boyfriend, girlfriend, be listed under the same health insurance, and it just really depends on the employer and everything else. So really, everything else is about insurance policy. It's not even about like a legal contract anymore. So no, I don't think that marriage under the law is it even a necessity? I mean, once you have children, I'm pretty sure that when it comes to child support, it takes over, no?
Yeah, child support report would kick in without
It's
marriage.
not alimony that is going to ruin you, it's child support. So, I mean, whether or not you're
Yeah.
married, if you have children with somebody, it's no,
Right.
marriage is going to take half of your shit,
Having
and
sex with
I'm never
somebody is a
getting
bigger
married.
risk.
Yeah, but you're still smashing raw, so here we go. And that's
Iridium looks
child
like the
support.
sort of
You have
dude
an
that smashes raw.
unexpected baby with a girl that you don't want to be with, that's going to
Hey,
cost
look,
you a lot more than a divorce.
you don't need to do the ad hominem attacks.
I'm just messing with you, man. I didn't mean it wasn't intended to be an actual insult. I'm just playing around with you.
You're
And I've
fine.
got a kid, so obviously
Like-
I've smashed raw too, right?
No, I mean, I didn't take it personal. It's fine. That's all.
Josie, you get 5 more minutes. Somebody just bought you time.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, besides that, this whole idea, I also do not understand why, if you are a liberal that is against following the Bible and having a society based on Christian values, and you want to be, let's say everybody is an atheist, but you decide to get married, then wouldn't it be kind of, I just pick and choose my values? Wasn't marriage something religious in the first place, and now it's just two people deciding to, we're gonna do it because it's because you love each other, right? You love each other.
Well, it wasn't necessarily a Christian thing. All cultures.
Yeah,
have.
which religion? Like, marriage has been pretty ubiquitous throughout history.
The only religion that does not have marriage is atheism, which is pretty much what most of the country is at this point, thanks to Protestants.
The church
atheism isn't
marriage until later. In fact, the state always controlled marriage, even under when the Catholic. The church got involved later.
Yeah, but
Marriage-
the tradition of marriage is derived from religion itself. So if, by definition, if you don't believe in God, besides the $5,000 tax break, is there really a reason to get married?
Well, I mean, if marriage can be whatever you make it, like the guy before you said, and if two people just say we want to make a commitment to be together forever, I don't know what God has to do with that.
But legally, if we're just looking at it legally.
Yeah, so you don't have to be religious to get married. So legally, yeah, there's no difference between a marriage where people are Christian or atheist legally.
There's a legal or religious and a
benefits?
social
What
aspect.
would somebody gain out of? Let's say if I had to sell marriage to an atheist, what are the good points that I could make to sell the idea of marriage? There isn't that many benefits to that, no, unless you're not the breadwinner, I guess.
I wouldn't sell it to somebody, but if two people are atheists and they say, I really want to get married, I really want to make a public commitment to you, and I want to go around society so people know you're not just my boyfriend, but you're my husband, because that does have more weight in society and to those people individually, that is meaning to them. It doesn't have to be meaning to you, but it's meaning to them.
Right, and it's not even just like a casual meeting. The second, like, my husband comes into like the hospital, if I'm taken in there by ambulance and he identifies himself as my husband and not my boyfriend, they're going to treat him differently. He doesn't get ushered to the waiting room; he gets ushered right to my room. And if I'm unconscious, he gets all of the information
But
that
you
is
said it
happening.
right
with
there.
me.
You said it right there. You can identify as your husband. So what is the point getting married if you can just identify as your husband if you desire to do so?
If it's a hospital that I'm familiar with, they would actually know who my husband is in the first place. And usually you want to
But
have a
you didn't
primary
answer the
caregiver. Your hospital should actually have a background on you, is kind of my answer to that.
So you're
I
saying
understand there's some emergencies where they don't. Ideally, the hospital you're being taken into, like at 3 a.m, is a hospital that has a background on you, where you've set up like your preferences to your religious affiliation, who your family is, your insurance provider, all of the things.
Yeah, but you don't need a marriage certificate to put somebody as your husband. Your man can identify as your husband if he desires to do so. So there's no reason to get married again.
So I mean, what you're saying is like somebody can commit fraud in a hospital and say that they're my husband.
It's not fraud.
Sure.
You can identify as your husband. You can
Oh, it would
present
be
as
fraud.
spouse.
That would
The
be
only thing
fraud.
is that
Legal-
if you
legal
apply
guardian.
for, let's say, state benefits, if you apply for state benefits, and you decide to be you just only declare yourself as like you're the sole income of your household, but then you go and present as husband and wife. Let's say you get food stamps, you might get in trouble. They might come knock at your door because
Well, I
there's
think- I
something
think-
that's not consistent here.
I think, Josie, the word you're looking for is basically a custodial care person. You whether you're married, whether you're not married, I mean, you can declare yourself the person responsible for custody, for custodial care.
The real reason is it's a social contract. That's why most people get married. Most people don't get married so that they can go to the hospital or so that God knows that they like this person.
A Rude Mud Crab comes with the $5. He says marriage is not Christian. It's been around since 2350 BC. Sky Daddy shakes his head.
Yeah, but the
Thank
idea
you,
of
Rude
marriage in the
Mud Crab.
United States and the whole concept that we adopted within the United States, it is a Christian type of marriage.
And why are
the
we
whole concept?
secular
We don't have. You cannot have you cannot marry 4 women in the United States.
You could in the Bible, though.
Yeah, exactly. 1 and 2, we are a secular. What you're saying, the Constitution or our country cannot say that only religious people can get married because it's a religious thing.
Yeah.
We are a secular nation. We were founded
That is
as a secular nation. So how then we shouldn't have marriage at all? If marriage is just religious, then the state
why
shouldn't
not?
recognize marriage.
Why not?
But it does.
Why not?
Because there's no secular institution built within the law that gives the rights and builds families. Can you think of any other way that you can build a family with another adult in illegally than marriage?
Yeah, my parents did it. It's doing fine for them so far.
Okay, so they weren't legally married. They're
Yeah, they're still not married.
They're still not
I'm
married.
doing that right now, so I mean, it can be done for sure.
Right. If you're talking about the civil union, they will
There's no
recognize a
civil
film.
union.
Okay, so are your parents in this country or a different country?
Canada, not that far.
Okay. Okay.
And Josie, you get an
Canada
extra 5
works.
minutes. It was purchased for you, just so you know.
If you're saying that marriage is only religious and we are a secular nation that recognizes marriage, how do you square that away?
No, I didn't say that it was religious because currently, as factual, it isn't.
Okay.
It is a legal contract currently.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, that is my personal opinion on what it should be, not what it is. Just
Okay.
so that we get that straight. As far as... sorry, there's a word I'm looking for, my God. Yeah, as far as the seculars who get married, you want to get married, but I just think a lot of people are out there getting married because they want the nice Instagram pictures. Most people, I always recommend, guys, if you're going to get married, just do me a favor, and I will leave you alone with that. Go consult a divorce lawyer. Most first consultations are free. Go speak with a divorce lawyer and just know what you're getting into. Marriage is a contract that most people get into without knowing anything about what they're getting into. And most of them would get a divorce. Actually had absolutely no idea of what would happen. They heard a bunch of stuff and turns out it was a bunch of BS because there was a bunch of misinformation going around. I lived it. I can tell you, I was like, I didn't know that. So,
What were you
honestly,
surprised by? Are you divorced too, I assume?
Yeah, I did not know that. The fact that I didn't have a social security number in this country. I did not know that I would also be entitled to his debt and that he could accumulate credit card debt without me signing anything or even knowing that I was entitled to that debt.
I don't think that that's true.
And no, I mean, I'm sorry, I had a bunch of lawyers involved in the case. I mean,
That
unless
gave you
you're a
his
lawyer,
debt.
It depends on the state whether you're.
state of California, they just say, hey, it's a communal property, debt is communal property, it splits in the balance, period. I'm like, wait, I didn't sign any of it. I didn't even know it was there. I didn't know he got those loans. So,
Well, you know, I actually agree with you that it's not a bad idea. People who, if you're mature enough to get married, then you have to be mature enough to have an idea of what happens if you were to divorce. So people who are like, oh my God, I won't even discuss a prenup. We won't even discuss the possibility of this ending. I don't think that is wise. I think a lot of times, and you'll even hear like prominent divorce attorneys that speak online that say the people most likely to end up into their offices are not the people that went and got a prenup before, it's the people that didn't.
Yep, 100%.
So-
And
Most
can
people
I
do
get-
not get prenups. Like,
Can I get some podcast comes up with the $5? Thank you. Saying she didn't say religious, she said Christian. Sorry, Muslims.
yeah, but in the United States, the way that it is structured, it's not a Muslim. My God.
I don't know what
It's
the
not-
differences
the
are between
Muslim
Christian and
structure,
Muslim
it is
marriage.
the Christian idea.
But it's not a Christian idea in the United States either. In the United States, marriage is entirely secular. There is not one law that we have that's from the Bible when it comes.
I mean, Jewish people get married in this country.
Yeah. I
Too
mean,
many
it's
people get
isn't it like Abrahamic religion too?
Yeah, but I'm
I
saying
mean, there are religious practices that you will not be able to bind within a legal contract in the United States. You can do it as, you know, excluding the state, keeping the state out of it, but there isn't likely to be a law or something that is going to protect your 4 wives legally. You're probably just going to be able to put 1 wife on your insurance policy. And since in Muslim religion you need to treat 4 wives equally, I think that might be a problem. That's
Yes,
all
I'm
saying.
saying there's no laws in the United States that are based off the Bible when it comes to marriage.
No, I didn't say law. I said the structure of marriage.
structure-
Like the family structure in the United States I believe is based off of the Bible.
Well, a traditional modern nuclear family traditionally
That's
is
what I was
based
looking
off
for, thank
Christian
you.
values. I would agree with that. The majority of the traditional modern nuclear family is based off Christian values. I agree that it's a Christian. It's pushing.
Because most people,
Particularly, like, I mean, I'm Catholic, so I was, I was told I'm supposed to get married, right?
yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm saying that, yeah, most people historically and even today, although I think that they're more loosely Christian, are Christian, but that doesn't mean that the institution itself is Christian. So that's kind of my point.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
It's
And you're
not,
describing cultural. I mean, really, you're talking about culture. Christians take credit for a lot of cultural things that I don't really think they deserve credit for, like one man and one woman. That's not Christian. That's not how King David did his shit. So I don't remember where I was going to land that.
20 seconds.
So, in conclusion, that is basically, can we agree that marriage currently right now, actually, can
10
we,
seconds.
why is it in the currency in God we trust if it's not built off of Christian values?
You got 5 more minutes.
That's a question right in the last second.
Thank you, Edwin.
Wasn't that put in for Nixon? And he also put in under God and the Pledge of Allegiance. So he also had to remind us that he wasn't a crook either.
Illuminati references too.
Right?
there's a
Yeah,
lot of
that was pretty recent.
This stuff is all
Yeah.
a cult on these things.
Yeah, that was
In
only
God we
added
trust,
during.
That's a cult? Okay.
No, I wasn't saying it was a cult. I was saying that was like
no,
a
he
recent
said
addition.
he said that was a
Okay.
cult. In God we trust, that's a cult.
No, well, they don't say which god, so it could be, but like the pyramid with
There's
the
only one
All-Seeing
God.
Pyramid with the eye on it. That's a.
Well, that depends on
There's
who
only
you
one
ask.
Yeah.
I hear that that's your belief, but it depends on who you ask. You don't know who the people who design the money are referring to. You don't know if they believe in one god.
They believe in God. They were Christian.
No, a lot of the founding
Isn't it
fathers.
That's the
Who designed the currency? Me neither. I don't know either. So we don't know what religion they were.
I could just tell you, like, I think this current currency we're using, most of it was designed during Nixon's presidency, and then it's been revamped a couple times since then. I'm pretty sure. All I can give you is that timeline.
Isn't the Declaration of Independence as well? All men are created by their creator. Their creator, I believe they're referencing God. So I believe that this country was founded under Judeo-Christian values.
I think it's nature's creator was the exact phrasing they used. But I'm going to check. But I'm pretty sure they actually avoided, like,
I'm pretty sure they
specifying
were
God. Well, that was the whole thing about the Declaration of Independence. It was written to a king, and basically saying,
do you believe that abortion is a constitutional right? Just curious.
I think it was actually appropriate to go back to the states. So not necessarily.
No.
Yeah, I think it was.
Not.
I think it was actually appropriate to go to the states. So not necessarily a constitutional right.
Okay, because you know that also the first right, just in that Declaration of Independence, what are human rights, unalienable rights, life,
liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Those ones.
It's life, liberty, property. Pursuit of happiness came after, but
okay.
Right.
And the idea of separation of church and state came under Jefferson, by the way.
Well, in the Declaration of
ideally,
Independence,
it was Christian, and after that, the whole separating the nation from Christianity came during Jefferson. So
I don't know what this has to do with the topic of marriage, but
right.
Well, it has everything to do with the topic of marriage.
Or why it would matter at all. I mean, even if I concede the point, okay, so you've got what, 2 presidents in front of Jefferson, or right? So if for I don't know what 16 years. I guess I just don't know why it matters.
So you're saying the first?
It does matter. It does matter because you guys brought up the counter argument that the United States was not founded on Judeo-Christian values. You guys argued that it wasn't. That was the secular. No, it was the United States and the Constitution was written and founded off of Christian values.
Okay, if that's the case, then where in the bill? There's not even one thing in the Bill of Rights that points at all, especially even the 2 things you said under God. That doesn't mean Judeo-Christian values. We literally have a First Amendment that has a separation clause, right? That Congress shall make no law establishing a religion. And so you're saying that that's invalid because why?
Removal.
What?
Somebody gave her to remove me.
The Bill of Rights is largely modeled
You're
off.
so good right now.
What I think King Xerxes.
Oh, no,
our
no.
bill,
Oh, sorry.
our Bill of Rights is modeled after somebody who is not Christian. I want to say it's Xerxes the Great, but I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm fairly sure that our founding fathers weren't atheists.
Well, I guess we don't know, do we?
I mean, was it Jefferson? Was he the one? There was a founding father who literally took a knife, cut out every supernatural reference in the Bible, and kept the rest of the book for wisdom. I forgot which one it was.
It was Jefferson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
it was definitely Jefferson. The other thing that's really interesting when you compare about like the
So are you guys
Constitution.
claiming that this country was not founded off of Christian values?
I would maintain it's not.
no.
No, there was a separation of church and
We
state.
didn't want that is because we came from the king and we came from a country that had that, and we decided that we don't want that here.
So if you guys were disagreeing with that, then why did you also disagree with my idea that marriage is kind of useless nowadays?
I don't think we did disagree with that. I think we
did.
said it had its benefits,
no.
and it was going to be for particular people.
You want to pick and choose.
Well, yeah,
All
marriage is
right.
not going to be for everybody.
Say goodbye to everybody, Josie. And you can always stay in line backstage too. That's okay. And we do go into full open panel.
Good to
after
see
this.
you. Thank you.
The Cyrus cylinder. That's what I was looking for. King Cyrus.
What was I gonna? Oh yeah, the other thing that's kind of interesting about when you compare like the Constitution to, the 10 Commandments, for example, the Constitution is a document that actually puts boundaries on the government. That The government cannot impose religion. The government cannot impose on free speech. The government cannot impose on the right to carry. Whereas like the 10 Commandments, those are laws for people. So just the action of the actual document is fundamentally different.
And just for the record to the chat, so it's kind of a conflict of interest to remove somebody after somebody's already paid for extra time. So it's a little rough. I'm trying to navigate it. I'm thinking if we just do 30 to completely boot somebody, that will keep it from just going back and forth the way it was. So if everybody pitches in together and does it and combines the 30, I was trying to say that for some reason my chat wasn't letting me chat. I do apologize. But
I'm having issues too.
It keeps saying it's spam or something. I don't understand it. And I tried from a different thing as well, so I don't know what's going on with that. But outside of that, it would be a very big conflict of interest if I was just like every $5 that comes in, up, down, up, down. So if you completely want to remove somebody, it would be a full 30. If the chat combines it together, I'm all for that. That's fine. But outside of that, I have to be fairly fair if people are giving more time. Okay. Fatty, you are up. Finally, I do apologize.
No, the money talks. And once I said, oh my God, and now I'm religious. I'm a Christian now. I think that marriage is not obsolete because society still actually benefits tremendously out of marriage. Human beings are not being as collective as they were before. They are being more selfish. They are putting themselves first. So even though we kind of benefit society, most people, and especially if we keep the dating up situation that we had for a long time, especially men, you are not going to benefit from it. So I would not advise nobody that loses by signing a deal with somebody that is going to benefit from breaking that deal. Man or woman, I wouldn't recommend it to marry. Live together, make sure that you take care of your kids, make sure that you give them the best chance possible. But to be honest, marriage is not, especially from a man point of view, it doesn't benefit him at all. Like there's nothing a man can get from, and I know somebody read the rights and all that, but if you are a person that earns more, works more, doesn't take care of the kids so much, is outside and all that, there's nothing you can gain out of marriage that you couldn't get when you are single. So it's a woman's fault.
Do you think like a company that if like they're partners and if one partner is in the contract, they leave, they get a severance package? Do you think that incentivizes them to leave the company and the company shouldn't give severance packages or have that in the contract?
I believe you shouldn't date a man like me because you have way more money than me, and I know if we separate, I will get cash prizes and all that. But if Carmelo Anthony, for whatever reason, likes you, go ahead and marry him because now you get more protections. Now you get an insurance policy, and if he leaves you alone, you go ahead and benefit, right? So I would look at, I'm very pragmatic. If you are on the under position, do it. If you are a person like Oprah, don't go ahead and marry anyone because you are going to be highly punished if something goes wrong.
Do you think there's any value in a marriage where one party is taking care of the children and may not be contributing financially, but is obviously contributing? Yes. So then if that marriage were to dissolve, do you think there is any compensation at all that's owed to the person that did do part of the work in the marriage, but the part of the work was not necessarily financial?
It depends on the reason. If you cheat on me with a mailman, I don't think you deserve shit. But if you just left me and there's like a specific reason, I abuse you, I do something wrong to you, I think you should be actually benefit from that. But if we make an agreement and we shake on it and you for whatever reason decide I don't want to be anymore because irreconcilable difference, I'm not happy, you shouldn't benefit at all. They should come on the paper where the person that gave up from that marriage and didn't give enough reason to do it should actually be penalized for breaching the contract like it usually is on any contract that you sign.
Exactly.
But what if both parties agree that neither of them are happy?
Oh, so if we agree that we divorce, I give you $10 million, that's my problem. That's fine, right? People that agree with each other. The problem is that you only know your wife and your husband when you meet them at divorce court. He's not the same person that you married. He's not the same person that you had kids. He's a completely different person. So you don't know a lot of time when people are on their feelings. We know this even about friendships of like just normal friendships. Those people sometimes go.
Are there no amicable divorces? They're all
yes, and those amicable divorces, if a man and a woman agree, you are going to have the kids, and I'm going to give you this, and you're going to give that, and it's fine. I think is on their right to do so. I just think that for the most part, the weaker side of the divorce is not going to do the amicable shit. They're going to court to see as much as they can get. It's very rare. It's very rare that the weaker. Let me just finish this. It's very rare that the weakest part that knows that can get 1 million says, you know what? Give me just 100,000 and I'm good with it. People usually take what they can get, and the court, unfortunately, is usually punish the person that makes more money, the person that stays less with the kids, the person that works more. I would never tell Adele to marry again a person that makes way lesser money. I will never tell Britney Spears to marry Kevin Federline, and I will tell these millions and millions of men, don't date a woman that has every right and is going to get a lot of things if you actually shake on it and if she decides to leave.
Well, that's not true because women are the ones whose standard of living statistically goes down more often. But my point is, what if two people just don't want to be together anymore?
What is not true?
People. I'm saying it's not true that women benefit financially from divorce. They actually, their standard goes down. No, statistically.
Oh, they lose their houses and their kids and their cars, like they lose benefits
already. Yeah.
No,
so the man keeps the kids. The man keeps the kids.
I did.
If the man fights for it,
no. Why do I have to fight for my kids? It should be amicable. It should be a deal. Like, why do I have to fight for my kids?
The woman has to fight too. It's not like it's a divorce court or if you get divorced, the wife automatically gets the kids. That's not the case.
No. The woman doesn't have to fight to have the kids because most men don't use their kids against their woman. It's rare that the man gets the kid and says, you are not going to see the kid and I'm going to go to California and move with the kid. It's very rare.
It's very rare.
If the mother is the default parent, usually the kids are staying with the mother. But if the father says, I want custody of the kids, they get it. They just don't ask.
No, Jazmen, Jazmen, listen carefully to what you said. Fight for the kids. Why do
everybody
I have
to fight? In
no, not everybody has to fight. No, there's a lie. There's literally women.
Two people to make that child. They each have equal.
You know what's funny, Kush? For a woman to lose a kid, she needs to be a crackhead. She needs to be on drugs. She needs to be on a very precarious situation to lose the kid immediately. So let's not fool ourselves. We know for a fact when you say the man needs to fight for the kid, that means that the woman has no incentive and she doesn't want to split the custody.
That's not right.
Absolutely not true. That is absolutely not the case.
So why do I have to fight for my kid if she wants to do it?
What do you mean? Anyone who wants to have custody of the kid needs to fight for it. So the wife who has the kid, sorry, my thing just died. But the wife who has the kid, she's not allowed to keep the kids from the father unless she fights. She's not allowed to do that.
First of all, that was God telling that you're lying and turn off the light. That's the first one, right? The second one is since like words matter. If I have to fight with the person in front of me, that means that they don't want to give me what is rightfully wrong.
Parties are fighting in a
let me just finish.
The mother cannot, like, let's say me and you, and never in a million years, but let's say we had a kid, and let's say we got divorced. I can't keep the kids from you. I'm not legally allowed to keep the kids from you. I have to fight to keep the kids from you.
Absolutely. But if I got insane and put a kid on an OnlyFans model, I would look at her financial status, right? And I will look at it and I'll say, you know what? If she makes more money than you, Jazmen, let's marry. I have nothing to lose. I know, and like I told you, I needed to be blind, deaf, and whatever to date an OnlyFans model, right?
Likewise. I don't need a man to support my kids.
But no, let's go back to the conversation because I didn't throw a punch.
You're the one that brought up that.
You threw a punch and I threw a punch back. You said never, and I will tell you never again back to you. So I just want to focus on something, right? I would not recommend you to get married. If
I don't recommend you get married at all.
No. 1 second. You guys are trying to make this a man and woman thing. And I'm literally telling you, if you was me, and I know that I already have way lesser money than you, I would not tell you go marry Fatty, even though I benefit tremendously if we sleep. But if you marry LeBron James, I will tell you, go ahead, Jasmine, you got it, because now you have security.
Anybody, but
do you think what I'm saying is a man-woman thing, or is just a?
I don't think it's a man-woman thing, but it's a very weird way to go into a marriage and only marry somebody who makes more money than you, because you can somehow in a divorce.
So you would marry
you said
Jasmine.
Only people who make exactly the same amount should get married. What kind of bizarre dystopian?
Okay, so let's do this. So Jasmine, would you marry a person that makes $40,000 per year?
Yeah, I just get a prenup.
Why would you get? Wait. Why would you get the prenup? We just check it off. It's fine.
No, I wouldn't. I would never marry somebody or have somebody marry me because we want each other's assets. So I would say, let's go and get a prenup.
Why are you protecting yours?
Even if I married LeBron James, he could get a prenup. I wouldn't have a problem.
But let's not be disingenuous. But if LeBron James, I don't want a prenup because I love you, you wouldn't be mad about it. You said, you know what?
My assets. If someone wants to hand me money, I'll let them hand me money. But I have no problem with people.
10 seconds.
That's
Okay.
fine. There's actually a little bit more than 10 seconds. So this is the thing, Jasmine, right?
How many seconds?
Like the problem with this conversation is that a lot of times we look at these conversations and we think about am I going to get rip off, right? If in any business that we are having, in any situation, our number one goal is to not live with less than what we came to this conversation, there's no way you can actually blame a man that usually makes a little bit more money than the woman that is dating, that doesn't have money enough if he divorced that woman, of having another mortgage and another car and another this, another that. Like,
excellent.
I have to look at his frame.
Yes, sure. They shouldn't. Yes, like I said, people who think like this should not get married. I 100% agree with you.
Let me interrupt just for a moment to get to these real quick. 187 comes in with a $2 saying Jasmine is delusional. Thank you so much for the 2. And then MC Heavy Tits comes in with the 4.99. Hello to the panel and chat. And of course, Team Fatty bought his own own time, saying that he's going to stay. Thank you for that. What we're going to do is I'm just going to let you carry us through to open panel. And you will carry us out. So these final 10 minutes, and I'll pause it for another minute. Just
thank you very much, Sarah.
But you will carry us through, and then we'll let everybody. If anybody does want to leave the panel, before we go into open panel, they have the ability to do their closing statements and step away. Outside of that, we'll just move into open.
Actually,
panel.
I can just take 10 minutes if you want to, Sarah, and that you can have another person. I don't have a problem with, as long as it's not Josie. You can.
Yeah, no, it's good. We go into.
Everyone, yes.
We're going right into like a full open panel right after this.
Okay.
So it's no big deal. Everybody gets to come on. So if anybody is in the chat and they want to start lining up backstage, that's fine too. But you will carry us out with the final 10 minutes. If anybody wants to leave the panel, you get closing statements, and then we'll go into full open panel from there.
Yes, miss.
Thank you. Back to you guys. Jasmine, I think you were talking.
Yeah, I was just saying, if this is the kind of mindset that you have, and it's really nice because men like this are actually not very likely. The men who stay on the internet and pay to talk in panels are usually about how much they don't want to get married, are usually not the type of people that women are lining up to marry anyway. And I don't think that they are at all like it's a detriment to society or themselves or any woman that they were potentially going to get married to if they don't get married. So I have zero issue. When we're talking about as a general society, should we be encouraging marriage? I think these are like the outskirts of society that no, not for these people.
Do you want to have kids and be married, Jasmine?
Do I want to what?
Have kids and be married?
I want kids. I don't know if I care about getting married.
So why are you talking about marriage since you don't want to
I
be
was
married?
invited by Sarah and I didn't pay to be here.
And I was invited by Sarah too, you see?
$30 to stay on, which is cool. Good for you.
Oh my God, Jasmine, you see,
But
we
I
are
was
more the same thing. You see?
Well, the difference is in probably that I'm probably somebody in the comments paid $30 on my OnlyFans, so I made the money and you lost it. That's probably
It's not $30. It's $9.99. Let's be honest.
I don't know.
You are not worth it more than an Epi meal. Let's be very honest about these.
I don't know.
Let's be honest about these. Okay, an Epi meal with a toy is a little bit worth it than your saggy titties. So, looking at the conversation, Jasmine, right? Because I'm done with the purity test.
Oh, fatty, you got kicked.
Can somebody support me via OnlyFans with $30, please?
I'll give him exactly 60 seconds.
If you make an OnlyFans, I'll support you.
I will send you a picture of my titties if you save me with $30. Okay.
Same amount. Keep them back.
I'm already halfway there, so I'll make sure I'll do it.
We're almost to open panel, guys. It's almost there.
It's fine. And I just want to say this, right? I don't like this shitty purity test of people that don't want to get married, looking down at other people that might share literally the same view as them, right? It's kind of fucked up in my opinion. Protect yourself at all costs. If you are a person that makes a ton of money, being a man or a woman, be extremely careful because you don't know that person until they get extremely mad at you and want to get your shit. That's all that is, man and woman.
Thank you,
okay?
Fatty. We appreciate it.
And please subscribe to my OnlyFans, Team Fatty 69. Okay.
Any butthole pictures?
I appreciate. No, I'll send only videos. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Okay, I appreciate you.
All right, we're almost to open panel. I-Fi.
Hey, can I just real quick? I wanted to say
you can't real quick. You can't talk.
I'm not trying to look down on Fatty.
You're
Fatty
using my
said look
time.
down
Stop
on people who
talking.
nobody cares about your time. My intention is not to look down on anybody. So if that's the impression I'm given, that's a mistake. My intention is to help people make a better decision. I think a lot of people are making mistakes, basically.
Look at everybody in chat. Oh no, it's I-Fi. $100 and you can kick I-Fi off the panel right now. Going once. What I'm gonna do? Come on, Flo.
I'm gonna shorten you down to 3 minutes, and then I'm bringing Fatty back.
All right, 3 minutes. All right. So the answer is yes. Congratulations, Sarah, for getting the entire internet to agree on one topic for once. So I think we all agree.
You about to fuck that up?
The answer is yes. So quick question: does anyone think it ought not to be?
Have you not been listening?
I don't listen to you. Were you talking?
It was not me. He's MGTOW. So
yeah, what was your question again?
My question is, even though marriage is obsolete, should it not be obsolete? Is there anyone that doesn't want it to be obsolete? On panel.
I don't know that I think it's obsolete. I still think it has value, just not in the way. Here, let me put it this way. I think that stable families have value, and I think that marriage is the way that this is culturally recognized. So if you don't need a marriage to get that, then more power to you. But I think for a lot of people, it is a necessary step in that stable family environment.
Also, Kush, kudos for being the only one that fought back, but I'm afraid you lost the battle, friend. So I think they all proved you wrong. So just accept your defeat.
On what?
That it ought not to be, or that there's reasons why you could see it differently, but I agree that they weren't very convincing. So anyways, so
that's not, my lifestyle isn't for everybody. Not most people can't.
It's not for anybody. I think we all on the internet agree.
Just wait out the minute 20 seconds.
Just keep talking like Flo. So anyways, I'll go ahead and use my last minute as a moment of zen and ask Flow State if he has read Aquinas.
I'm never going to read Aquinas. I hate Aquinas. He's my least favorite saint. And he's dead, so what's it matter?
Also, I learned something tonight. So apparently the United States of America was founded by 90% atheists and 10% Jews and 10% Muslims. So
how'd you do your math there?
So we all learned something neat tonight. So that's what I learned. I just wanted to share that.
I just learned that there's 110%.
There is. Jasmine, have you read Aquinas?
No, not super interested.
Oh, Michelle.
read Aquinas?
I have not.
And Kush, have you read Aquinas?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
This is why marriages become obsolete. If you guys would just
Do you
read
have
Aquinas.
an alt iFi?
I've only got 8 seconds, dude. I mean, I
You have
can
an
roast
alt.
you in the after party. Don't
You
worry.
have
I'll
a
hang around.
fucking alt.
Right. Let me put you backstage, I-Fi. Fatty, let's get back. Somebody bought you your time. Now, Jasmine says she has 5 minutes left. I know you kind of want to go at her, I believe. So we'll finish this off, and then we'll let her give her closing statement. And if anybody else on the panel wants to go as well.
Let me just say this to my people. Please go to Sarah's show and send money to her show. This is not my show. This is her show. She's pinned at the top. Please go ahead if you want to participate in the game. Came to decide and send money to December, okay?
That's so kind.
It.
So kind.
It's me, right? Or is there?
It's to all.
I'm sorry because when the guy that you guys said that it was before here, he talked about the benefits of marriage. Did he in any point he talk about kids?
I don't recall.
He didn't mention kids at all.
I don't recall. Him. If it's the one you were thinking about, I don't think he did discuss kids at all. He discussed like alternate lifestyles and that kind of alternate sexual lifestyles. I think he touched a lot on.
I'm technically against marriage, but if I do it, I will going to do under the guise that I'm going to lose half of my shit. Because the half of my shit is going to be inherited by my kids sooner or later. Right? I would actually choose a woman that probably is better of a good mother than a good wife. Because I'm expecting the worst. Our generation is not calibrated to stay 40 years together, man or woman.
Exactly.
It's not. Especially with social media. I can't even watch my anime or my series before because YouTube got me so used to click a button and Instagram, swipe, that I can't even sit still to watch a full series binge watch like I was before. So if people can't even do that there, they can do that when it comes to marriage. Absolutely not. You are a very special person if you actually maintain a 40, 50-year-old marriage without cheating or nothing. So once again, if it's not for the kids, be very careful because once again, it is what it is. And thank you very much, Ilkan Ali, for saving my titties. See, Jasmine, I am worth more than $9.99. I told you.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. You got this, miss.
All right. I'm going to remove you. I don't know. I can't. I'm so confused. You can... Listen, we're getting ready to go into open panel. It's okay. We're just going to let him write out his 2 minutes, and then we're going to let Jasmine exit and anybody else who wants to exit. I appreciate you guys doing this. It was already set in stone that this is what we're doing. All right. Shit.
Good problem to have. Too much money.
I do apologize. Like I did make that very clear that we were opening the panel. Okay.
We're capitalists here, Sarah. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything, Jasmine? Did you have a response to that, or anybody else?
I don't really wasn't listening to what he just said, but I can do my closing in like 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Okay. No one has anything else to say. I think marriage can be really great. It's not just me saying that. That's what our social data shows. Despite people's anecdotal experiences, people that are married tend to be happier, tend to live longer. And we're social creatures. We're made to have a partner, romantic partners. It doesn't have to be the same person forever for it to work, right? You can, like Flo's an example of this, and many others are an example of this. Even the other guy who came in that was really happy with his marriage, it maybe fails a few times and then you get it right. But to just want to be alone and have this fear that everyone's out to get you and that see the worst in everybody, I don't think those people at the end of the day tend to have greater life satisfaction at all. And that's also what all the data indicates. So being married, having a person that you can depend on and having love in your life is always going to be better. That doesn't mean if you're single, you have to be miserable, but that should be something we should all be striving towards, whether you want to get a legal contract or not. It is really good to look for a good partner that makes you feel fulfilled and happy. So that would be my statement.
And everything she said, you can get it without getting married. So she literally proved the point.
Yeah, and you said yourself you don't want to get married, right?
I don't want to get married. I said it's not like a necessity for me. It's not like I'm dying.
Okay,
like, oh my
so you're trying to push something on me that you don't really even want to do.
I never tried to push anything onto anyone. I said people should be trying to find partners that bring them joy. That doesn't mean you have to be married, but to sit in your room and say, I'm not going to have any romantic interactions with women. I don't want to build long-term relationships with women. You don't have to get married, but to just sit in your room and be miserable and just avoid the other gender entirely is not a thing.
And you know what's funny, Kush? Nobody said that in this panel ever.
His name is MGTOW. The name of this group is MGTOW. Men go their own way. I don't think those men are happier than men who get married or men who don't get married.
So can you elaborate with me how happy as can be? Can you elaborate?
With my time, I can talk to Iridium because
no, you don't choose where you talk to. Go ahead, Sarah. I got this.
If he wants to say something, he can. But your time is up.
I want to ask to the panel, did anybody else want to leave the panel? Is everybody else staying?
I'm good. I just need to calm down now.
That's perfectly fine. Flow State, you're good. Iridium, you're good. Fatty, I'm assuming you're staying on.
How much longer do you think?
You stay on as long as it's open panel after this. Okay. So you come and go as you please. You don't have to stay. You've done your panel time, the slot. But then this is where like the gloves come off and usually stuff gets crazy. Totally up to you. No obligation.
Come on, get another drink, Kush. You have more 30 minutes.
Come on, Kush. You're good for it.
I'll stay on. I'm staying a little bit longer. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I guess the last thing I'll say is the reason I'm getting off is I'm about to release some fire content on my OnlyFans that I need to edit and put out. So if you guys want to follow me there, see these titties in action. Yeah, that's all.
We already saw your
asshole. Be better than Fatty's OnlyFans content.
We already saw your asshole, but go ahead and support the show. And by the way, Sarah, remember when I said last week that Jazmen Jafar was actually way smarter than people take credit for, like give her credit for? I take that back. Thank you very much.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, no, I'm broken. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Jasmine. I appreciate you coming on. This is a great conversation, guys. I really appreciate it.
Iridium Kush. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Jasmine. All right. Super fun. Okay. Are we ready to go into full panel explosive mode?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Here we go.
Release the Kraken!
All right, wait a minute. How did that one? You're not here
Sarah,
yet.
what the heck was that?
What?
What was her position on the issue? Was it even brought up once?
You were late. You were late, and you didn't listen, and everyone else knew it.
I was watching.
All right.
Did you watch the video? Did you watch the video at the beginning?
Yeah.
Pardon me for just a moment. Let me interrupt.
was
Trigger
nothing
Mike.
clear.
Hold on just a second, Josie. Trigger Mike, I see you in the backstage. We're at full capacity, so if anybody jumps off, you will be. Well, I know Glenn stepped away, so I don't know where he is. But yeah, you guys are up next, okay?
Shout out to my brother Trigger.
Patty, why do you gotta scare all the rational people away from the space? You're fucking brutal. Here's my real beef. You were paying in doubloons. The conversion doesn't make sense there. I think
there's actually more money.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Heroes desired in dollars, yes.
Let's make sure we're doing one at a time tonight. I know everybody's worked up, but let's make sure we're just doing one at a time.
W donos.
No. I know that you're just kidding, right? But on the fighting people, she was the one throwing the first shot. She said, "I will never date somebody like you." Like I will actually.
Okay, what is it with this panel that every time I ask a fucking question, there's no way I can get a fucking answer out of anybody?
Psychopath woman, you better be quiet. You can stab us over the internet.
Who the fuck are you? You're fat. Shut the fuck up. Your opinion's irrelevant. Shut the fuck up.
Don't forget to blink. Okay, Fatty. No, I think what she was identifying though was I think what she was identifying was a demeanor that you and Jack Nicholson seem to share. And a lot of that is like you go into like the idea of marriage with this like doom and gloom mentality, right? And most men aren't like that. So I think it's super nice and grounding to hear somebody who's like grounded in reality kind of communicate and contrast that sort of opinion. Do you know what I'm saying?
You are not selling
no, I
reality.
don't.
You are selling hope strategy. You are selling bliss.
I
Like,
don't.
you do- like-
it still doesn't tell me what the position
Okay,
was.
okay, Josie, go ahead. You got the microphone. I don't want to be stepped
I
to.
asked what was the people.
Can I have the microphone for 3 minutes?
Yes, go ahead, Rocky. Yes, go for it, Rocky. Yes, go for it.
Jesus
go for it,
Christ.
Rocky. Go for it, Rocky.
How many bodies
I'm
do you
just
have on your
here
freezer,
to give
Josie?
a Christian view of marriage. If anybody want to listen for a second, I just want to give the Christian view
Sarah,
of
I was
marriage.
really hoping that the guys
Hold
were
on,
wrong,
hold on,
but
hold on, hold on.
unfortunately, I think
Hold on.
Andrew and Grid were right. You're
Hold on.
legitimately
Okay,
bad faith.
Listen. You're
Listen,
here to carry water for them with your hands. Okay, you're doing it.
I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star?
Okay.
Oh my
Yeah, I just wanted to give my view on marriage.
such a huge
It's
thing.
a divine institution created by God, all humanity. You know, what? God damn, yeah. Anytime anybody mentions God, y'all got to say God damn.
Can you speak to the conversation instead of just lecturing us and preaching at us?
We're not talking about
Can you just answer the goddamn question?
This is still better than listening to someone who believes what they're like. At least he believes what he's saying. Josie's just carrying water for Grid, and he's spitting out the.
No, I'm not carrying
the
water for
talking points out
anybody.
loud.
You literally
You
accused me of a bunch of shit.
well,
Who
so
cares?
you just mentioned them in your closing statement, but you're not.
No,
keeping
I
them, right?
said you didn't listen with everything else I said. I said I was there.
No one did. No one did.
No,
I would rather
wanted-
see an
I said I
airport.
All right, everybody
Okay,
shut
I
the
would
fuck
rather-
up.
I said I was coming on there
minute,
to prove
everybody.
damn
Shut
wrong.
the fuck
Damn
up.
wrong.
Shut up. I'm just gonna mute you now. Listen, if I start talking and I'm trying to get the one person who was talking to be able to continue what they were saying, please just allow me the time to do so. All
That's
right,
all you can do,
Rocky,
people.
stop for a second. Stop. I know you're here to try to say some things, but we're gonna say some things one person at a time. Rocky Shepard was trying to spit something out. Rocky, if you could please land the plane a little faster, though. The slow-mo ain't working very well for me. Rocky,
He's muted.
are you still with us? Okay. Rocky.
No.
All right. We're going to go ahead and do this. Glenn, if you're back with us, give me a thumbs up in the backstage. Otherwise, I'll bring Caucasian up next.
Is Michelle
All right.
still here?
Yes, she's in avatar mode right now.
She's
Okay, does she have a mic? Okay, can you give me what is your position on the issue?
Which issue? We brought up several. Like, is marriage obsolete? That was the overwhelming topic.
But what is
Which-
your position? I mean, it should be consistent. Like, the answer should be pretty similar from point to point.
Right.
So where
which
do you stand
I
on the
don't-
issue?
I don't think it's obsolete. I think it's being revamped, though. It's changing. So
Is
no, I don't
anybody
think it's
married?
necessarily obsolete, but like the old version of it certainly is.
So on the
married?
issue that were brought up.
Which issue?
So the issue that were brought up, basically that it's secular, that it's not religious, and that the United States was not founded on Christian values.
You want to talk Christian nationalism?
Yeah, you're on the wrong
No,
panel.
I'm
You
asking
can do
you
that
your
on grids
position.
any time of the week. Go do that on grids.
Neve, you have been dropped.
the add-ons.
On Ali, I apologize, but I gave him credits for Fatty because he submitted it
That's
a little
when you
too
fucked
late.
up.
I'm dropping
Is
you.
it a-
I get.
Is it a timer or am I?
Well, Econ, are you using all 50 to drop Neve? Is there a specific timer on it? We'll give him a second to respond, and we'll figure it out from there. In the meantime, you guys can move along.
If
I'll
Grid
take care of
1
the
comes on
logistics.
panel, you can come back, Neve.
Well, Elkon spent a lot of time
You have
typing
my
that message because he can barely read.
I hope Grid 1 comes on because
All
I
right,
love
he's-
Grid 1.
He says all of it, so I'm going for the full 50. That's 50 minutes. All right, we're leaving it at that.
It makes
Farewell.
me nervous
Farewell.
Seeing chaotic truth sit silently for so
Say hi
long.
to the devil.
So I think I know where Josie's going with this, and I'd like to kind of follow lead on that thought, Josie, if you don't mind. So I think her complaint is that we're all trying to pretend we're using the same word, marriage, and then some of us are using old, outdated terms, and some of us are just making up words as we talk. And so Josie's like, can we agree what that word means before we say it's obsolete or going away or coming back? Is that kind of your point, Josie?
A little bit of that, but that is also, I asked where they were standing. I asked Jasmine where she was standing. Also, I was asking the other panelists where they were standing on the issue, and none of the questions that I asked or answered, it was always either strong.
We've literally been covering this for 3 hours now. It's been covered over and over.
Yeah, and none of the answers were, none of the questions were answered. I just think it's pretty bad faith to have a debate where you don't even know where your panelists stand. Don't fucking interrupt me.
We can only explain it to you. We can't understand it for you.
Like, she came here and says, define your position. Why don't you define yours? And then we go from there.
I did.
So go
I
ahead.
did the minute that I got on there. The first thing I did was to state my position.
I know. Go ahead and define it again so we can go from your thing since you want to fight. Go ahead. You got this.
So, Josie,
wait, are you even fucking listening?
Let me try one more time, Josie.
Go ahead and define your position.
Hey, Josie. So I think you would agree that the Christian definition of marriage has become obsolete. Is that the main point you were trying to get at?
I'm saying that there's the state that's running it, and that marriage is useless, and that we need to get back to we need to get back to our traditional values.
It's just a secular, civil union, feelings, no faults, all that stuff. It pretty much just makes the word have no meaning, in other words.
It's a bunch of liberals that just pick and choose because they want the nice Instagram pictures and they think it's a kumbaya, all cute, and they have no idea what marriage is in the first place, and they think they can have this open marriage and that bunch of
if you are a conservative,
stuff.
Why are you out of the kitchen and you're screaming at men at 1 a.m. in the morning or something like that?
I only cook 3 times. You wouldn't know that because you eat all the time. That's why you're fucking fat.
I rather eat than put people on the freezer. Blink twice if you do it.
Story, bro. Blah blah blah.
What does it matter if she's conservative or liberal, Fatty?
No, it matters.
Well, she's never going to find a conservative husband with this attitude.
Yeah, she's one of these thread-code women that saw 3 guys on the internet saying that woman should be traditional, and now she's playing cosplay on the internet.
I said we should go back to traditional values with marriage.
Yes. Traditional women don't have donuts.
I didn't say back to being traditional woman. The traditional values,
ask your husband
the core
for money.
value. If you're gonna interrupt me, this is not gonna go anywhere. Sarah, do your fucking job.
Oh, calm down.
Now, all right, let's play this fucking game. All right, listen. No, everybody shut up for a minute. Listen, you're not going to come on here trying to amp shit up. You've insulted me like 3 times. I'm just not going to fucking put up with this shit tonight. You want to come have the fucking conversation? Have the conversation. You want to come on and attack everybody? That's fine too. But the one person you're not going to attack is going to be me. Because I'm not gonna put up with it. I just hit the little remove button and bye-bye, and then you're gone. So you want to keep playing that game, we'll play it, and then you just never come back again. You want to have an actual conversation with people, then fucking talk to them. I'm not gonna sit here and play mom with your dumb asses and all of that dumb shit if you want to keep being a bitch about it. So stop being a fucking bitch. All right.
Name. You have moderator under your name.
Who are you trying to impress up here, Josie?
Oh, hey, Josie, who are you? Stop for a second. We want to alpha female all of this shit. Yeah. Did you not hear when I said open panel, gloves off, minimal moderation? So you want to sit here and fight with people, you sit here and fight. But don't come in here begging for somebody to stop somebody from talking and making fun of you when you yourself are doing the same dumb shit. All right,
no,
I can only
when
mom.
I tried to answer
all right,
something
listen.
When I try to answer something and I get interrupted every 3 words, I'm sorry. After an hour, I expect the moderator to come in.
Don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, Josie.
Seriously,
you either do it. Listen, you've come on and you've interrupted literally every person here. That's fine. You want to be that way? Fine. I will shut it down when I feel like I'm going to shut it down. Cool. All right. I'm not going to sit here and stop it every 2 seconds just because you feel like you should have rights to this panel. It's a privilege, not a fucking right. There are people happily waiting backstage. There are people happily waiting backstage to actually have a conversation and not sit here and just.
I didn't say it was a right.
All right, continue on. Continue on.
I came here.
Stop being a bitch about it.
Sarah, if you allow me to disengage,
what was
if
your
you allow me to
position?
disengage, because I don't want to fight Josie, right?
Where did
I want
you
to go
stand
back
on
to the
issue?
conversation.
That's
You're
what I
scared of
wanted to
Josie.
know.
Hey Josie, I don't want to fight you anymore, so let me disengage a little bit. Let me ask you a question, right? Josie.
No,
who hurt
answer
you?
mine first.
Who hurt you, Josie? Who
It was
hurt you?
grid 1, I bet.
Your dad?
And
You are
Edward
very
Wilson.
masculine.
They
You
each
need to
paid
be more
half.
submissive and friendly.
Oh, maybe it was a
Whatever
trick
makes you
that
happy.
hurt her.
Whatever makes you happy.
You ever been with another girl?
No. I just wanted to know where.
Well, I
did
just
you
have a
stand on
question
the
for
issue.
you first, and then we can answer your
Because
stupid
that's
question.
kind of a bad faith debate if you don't know where
It's not a
everybody
debate. Have you ever
stands
been
on
with
the
another
issue.
woman?
Why does it matter?
What? That's a yes.
That's a yes.
No,
Count
I
it.
have not. I just don't know what it has to do with anything.
1,000 no's and one
So,
yes.
Josie, you got Michelle to answer. So, Fatty, do you want to answer her question? I think she was still waiting for you to respond.
If I ever slept with a woman, yes.
No, Josie's question is where do you stand
no?
on marriage being obsolete?
I already said it is obsolete. It's not obsolete if it's about societal, like society building, because it serves a purpose. It's obsolete because the values of marriage don't follow what we are nowadays. Like a society that is very selfish. There's no restraint like religion. The laws are very loose. We are very used to consumerism and dopamine eats and all that. Like it's not it's not at all conductive to like the old values that Christian marriage and all that actually bring. So you are, even if you have the right recipient, it's like you're trying to put like a square peg into a round thing. It's not going to work even though he actually fits inside.
There are fixed panelists, Rocky. He wants to come up here and preach his fucking
Everyone.
Sunday school.
Rocky, you're on. Kick everyone but the host for 5 minutes. 8 panelists.
Let me tell you about God.
8 panelists, $5 a piece. I think we mapped the math wrong.
It's like 2 minutes and I'll
All right,
feature or
he
something.
mapped
All right, you want 2 minutes, Rocky? Is that what you want? We'll give you 2 minutes. All right,
That's
everybody.
what she said.
Everybody be quiet.
Okay,
Rocky.
thank you.
You're welcome.
There's so many. There, can you hear me?
Yep, you're coming in loud.
Can you hear me now?
Wow.
Yeah, there's so many issues. That you're jumping into, like the history of America, and and I'm sorry, I can't speak real fast. I'm so confused. This panelist is so confusing. I don't know what they don't understand about marriage. It's between a man and a woman. You don't need a license. You don't need a license, a permit to get married. It's between you and your woman and God. You should get married young, grow up together, and have children. It's not that difficult. Yeah, you may think it's obsolete, but it's not obsolete. The whole world practices marriage between a man and a woman, and my advice would be to get young married, like Flo says, and have children early. Don't hoe around for 30 years and then, expect to find a woman better than all the hoes you've ever had in your life. It's pretty simple. It's not that difficult. I mean, you guys are all confused. You don't, you got, anyway, I just can't understand all you people. But, I'm trying to understand you. I don't know why you have to reject what the scripture says. First of all, if you're going to get married, you should marry someone with the same worldview. An atheist shouldn't marry a Christian. A Jew shouldn't marry a freaking Muslim. Have the same worldview, get married young if you can. And divorce is you can get a divorce if it's not working out. That's not against the law. Anyway, yeah. I have a Christian worldview. Is there something wrong with that? Can I have a Christian worldview without everybody mocking me? Can I stand up for Christianity without all you mocking me? I mean, the Bible says, don't be unequally yoked. Marry someone that believes the same thing you do. And, it'll probably work out. Anyway, I got a lot more to say, but I'll quit now.
Rocky? I was going to be a bachelor for the rest of my life, but your speech convinced me to be a stepdad of 4. I'm ready to be a stepdad of 4 right now.
Fatty, we know you're a hoe. We know you're a hoe. That's okay. You can be a hoe. Hey, it's okay. You can be a hoe,
You're very
Fatty.
inspirational, Rocky.
You're a fucking hoe, and we know you're a hoe. So go ahead, be a hoe. Marry another hoe. That might fit you. That's your worldview. Marry a hoe. Because you're a hoe.
Didn't you say that you were a hoe too before?
He's
What
still a
did you
hoe.
say?
Didn't you say that you were a hoe before too? Didn't you say that?
Yeah, people can change,
Okay, so I have like 40 years to go.
You can find Jesus there, Fatty, and then maybe you can
Rocky.
stop being a hoe.
Rocky, you
Are you
stop
happy?
being a...
Are you happy there? Are you happy, Fatty?
I'm not an alcoholic like you, which is better.
I'm not a
I don't
fucking
know if I'm
alcoholic.
happy.
Fatty's pulling out low blows tonight.
Speaking of being a hoe, Don Juan comes with the $4.99. He says, if marriage becomes obsolete, then it'll be the end of Western society. Then private property will be up for grabs. Watch people turn on each other. Thank you, Don Juan.
Yeah.
Fatty's a
There we go.
slutaholic. Fatty's
Rocky
a
gotta go.
slutaholic.
I almost ended up hating life. How he gonna tell us to love our hoes? The blasphemy. All right, Rocky, you're being put backstage for 20 minutes.
Bring yourself.
All right,
back.
you're welcome to. You're welcome
good.
to stay. You're welcome to
I'm glad I
stay,
could
and
make-
then
I'm
you.
glad I could make you. I'm glad I could make you $20, Sarah.
Fair enough. Thanks, Rocky. I'll put you backstage for now.
Rocky was a hoe until he got old and had to wear diapers. After that, now he found God. All of a sudden, he wants to get married and somebody to retire him and all that. Come on, Rocky.
He's been married for a long ass time, I think.
But that's the point. I have a longest time until I get to his age. So I have like 15 years to go just to start planning shit.
But it's easier to lock someone in now to wipe your ass than when your ass needs wiped.
So, Fatty,
And you can do that by having children.
would you consider yourself a conservative, Fatty? I'm confused. I'm not.
No,
familiar.
I'm a progressive, but I'm a progressive, and I'm a pragmatic. If something works and is actually traditional, don't need to change it. But
Do you
I'm
have any
aligned.
religious affiliation, if I may ask?
Yes, I am a Saiyan.
A Saiyan. What the?
Yes.
Like a Super Saiyan, like Dragon Ball Z.
Not
or
super because I still didn't achieve that, but just regular Saiyan. You
gotta
Is this like a Therian?
The ones that
this
transform them in monkeys.
Furry?
Yes, when they see the.
So like atheist, agnostic, something like that.
Let's go with agnostic.
Okay, all right. You kind
You're
of
not
struck
going
me
to
as
call-
sort of conservative, but I
You're
couldn't
not
pick
going
up
to
on
call
what
me a
you're...
degen? That was very disappointing.
Okay, I'm clearer now. Thanks for the clarification. By the way, does anyone on panel say no, that marriage is not becoming obsolete? I haven't heard.
I mean, I think I sort of said no. It's
No.
no, but it's
We
the
listen to your
things
words.
about marriage that's obsolete is the same things that's always. It's symbolic, right? It doesn't actually do a lot. It's it's not a tool that does a lot. It's more symbolic.
What do you mean, marriage itself?
Yeah.
No. Well, I'm sorry, may I interject? Good evening, everybody.
Yes, absolutely. Good evening.
Mike.
What up? This is dope. I saw it on Fatty's stream, and I came over to the real stream. Shout out to Sarah and what's this channel called? I'm sorry.
Raging
Raging
Tomato.
All right, I'm gonna be a regular.
I don't even know where you are.
Y'all crazy over here, but I mean the topic is mature, and I like to get in on it. I made some notes, as I often do. I don't think marriage is obsolete at all. To say something is obsolete is to say that it's been replaced. And
what if the definition has been changed?
God damn, my nigga, I just got here. Can I get 2 words? All right, look. To say it's obsolete is to say it has been replaced with something better or more efficient. It has not. There is still no better way to raise your children. And in a way, I am married, and me and Fatty have this discussion all the time. And I kind of want to glance over what he's saying, because he hasn't said anything wrong. He's saying the landscape for marriage, it hasn't changed. The landscape for it, I'm sorry, the rules to make it work have not changed. The people are inadequate to fit the institution. So I agree with Fatty when he said that. I didn't even know why he was being attacked. He was basically stating the marital landscape as it exists in the West and how people are unprepared for it. The institution is unchanged. It still has the same outcomes it's always had. Children turn out better under marriage. The richest people in the middle and upper middle class that have sustained wealth are all married. The people who get left the most money are married women. Like you said, it still has all the same benefits that it has. The people, we just ain't shit. So don't blame it on the institution of marriage. It's not obsolete because it has not been replaced with anything more efficient.
But Trigger Mike, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
And first of all, thank you so much, Sarah, for having me on the show. I'm Dark Lake. It's my first time here. Very spirited conversation. Trigger Mike, Fatty, Flow State, everybody I know. How y'all doing? Here's the thing, Trigger Mike, right? You say that marriage isn't obsolete, but if people think it's obsolete, would that make a difference? Because the reason, go ahead.
No. Get your whole question out. I'll answer it.
Oh, yeah, no. The reason why I brought that up is because I believe the answer to the question was projected on the show earlier, right? Yeah. There was a woman named Jazmen. I believe her name was Jazmen on the show earlier. And she essentially was saying that all these men who project their grievances online, well, we don't really consider them as dating options, and they're the problem, right? So they're not the overall consensus of society when it comes to dating and marriage, right? But then right after that, Fatty, I believe it was Fatty, had posed a question to her and asked her, well, do you want to be married and have kids? And her response was, oh, I can see myself having kids, but I don't know so much about marriage, right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing is that, I mean, if you have all these people who think men are so replaceable and they can have kids instead of the marriage or instead of the man, I don't really see how it matters if marriage is in fact obsolete or not, if a majority of people, men or women, believe that men or women are obsolete or replaceable, right?
No, yeah, it still doesn't make it obsolete. It makes her delusional. That's it. It makes her delusional.
She's not delusional. She's not, Mike. She's not delusional.
Oh, she's delusional.
No, she's not. She knows exactly what she wants.
All right, but also, well, I guess we got to dive deeper into it though, Fatty. So the person that says she'll have the kids without the husband, is she completely absolving him of all financial responsibility of those kids? Because she'll take the child support, won't she?
Yes, but that's why
exactly. So that means it's not obsolete. She wants to control the man by using the children. She just wants to have the final word by excommunicating him out of his own family. No, so she still wants the benefit of having a father-husband figure. She just doesn't want to be married to that man. So that does not make marriage obsolete.
And speaking of child support, Don Juan comes in with the $1.99. I find, did you read Aquinas? Fatty comes from salad, LOL. He also comes in with another $1.99. Marriage is a contract between families and 3 people. And then following up, Flo and I-Fi, go read Aquinas. Thank you, Don Juan. Back to you, Fatty.
I was saying she's not delusional. She's what most women are. They are pragmatic. They know they can have their cake and eat it too. So it's about control. She controlled that kid 100%, so she's not against it. But the man, she will have to consider a bunch of things, especially with her perfection, like all that. Like she knows that is going to come with a massive burden. So she's not delusional. She's actually very pragmatic. I want the kid. The guy is a tool. She literally said, something like this. Marriage is a wonderful thing. It doesn't have to be forever. You know what that means? I'm going to get me somebody that I like. I'm going to get a kid from him. And then when I get tired of that shit, I'm going to go back to what I do. Yes, that's what it is. And it's fine. as long as there's
function
no
of
delusional part, as long as the guy knows what's up and she knows what's up, I'm not against it. I just think that she, unfortunately, is most woman. If you're not a tool as a man, if you're not something that is going to put their life up, and that woman has a bunch of money, so she doesn't need a man for that, like, you are going to be used as a commodity. It's a luxury. On the weekend, I go outside, I go out and I get some, and then I send you away and I do my shit. So it's fine. But that's the reality.
No, I can agree with that.
And ladies and gentlemen, there's about 180 of you watching between all of the channels. This is awesome. I love to see this. But make sure, no matter which channel you're watching from, to go hit the like button, subscribe, share, do what you need to do. It's your job and it's free. Thank you. Back to whomever wanted to take the floor.
So if you're not going to utilize marriage as the cornerstone of the community, what do you choose?
There is no alternative. Nobody will be able to give you one.
The state is the cornerstone. There's always
There you have it, folks.
That's the cornerstone. I don't need you because I can replace you.
Yeah, that was a pretty good instant checkmate.
No, it actually wasn't, because we didn't listen to Caucasian. Damn, what is it? Caucasian Sasquatch? You got a nickname, bro? I can't say that shit.
Your name is Trigger Mike. God damn it.
Hold up, Squat. we left out one word. He said community. A community is not a group of individuals. It's a group of families. We thought that women were the cornerstone of the family. We realized there is no family or community without the man, without the husband. So he's right. You don't get anything without marriage. Women don't create that same synergy, look out for everybody thing by being single moms, as if whole family, intact families are put together.
Hashtag yourself.
So the state being involved is a bunch of individuals. It's not a group of families.
I would say this. The social contract is ripped apart. This is not about community anymore. This is not about what's best for society. This is not about the next generation. It's about me. And you doing a deal, and you have like a 70% of chance of getting a me person instead of we, a person that says I instead of say or. This is what's going to happen.
That's why no-fault divorces are ideal.
Can you elaborate on that?
I mean, I hear a lot of people suggesting we get rid of no-fault divorce, like having miserable couples stuck with each other is better than getting divorced. I'm a fan of no-fault divorce. I think that it should be just like it is.
What about just not getting married in the first place?
No, you know why I don't agree with that? It's because we romanticize too much shit about like baby boomers in their past. Most of those motherfuckers didn't like each other. Most of our parents are together because of shotgun weddings, and your dad nutted in your mom, and her dad went to his house. Motherfucker, man, you're gonna marry my daughter. You stupid bitch. You fucking got my daughter pregnant. I don't need another mouth to feed in my house. So men have always done duty to marriage. So it's never been about like or love. So like most fucking, like I've watched grandparents talk to each other like shit and be like, these people are married? Like, bitch, sit your ass down. Shut the fuck up.
That's how you know they're married.
That's real marriage. Like, what are we talking about? These people never really fucking loved each other like we think they did. That's romanticized Disney bullshit. They did duty onto their children so the children wouldn't be fucked up. That's our
parents. Now the children are more fucked up because they hated each other and they stuck it out.
No, I think the reason the children are fucked up today is because the parents are divorced.
Well, I think that both can lead to an undesirable outcome, but the issue is really this is an internal, right inside of the family is the good relationship, bad relationship dynamic, and so thinking that we can make a good internal relationship with external controls, the problem and solution don't match.
What's the external controls?
Marriage, the divorce laws,
government.
Yeah, you can't fix a bad relationship between two people by having more government involved in it. Thank you.
Oh no, you actually need more government.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. How do you do that? Why?
Absolutely. You need more. You need more. Like government gives incentives to people to get divorced all the time. Oh, you don't have enough money and you never man at home. Let me give you Section 8. Let me give you food stamps. Let me give you this. Let me give you that. Government already is intervening. That's actually how people get.
How do we need more government? How do we need more? Right. I agree that government has caused a lot of problems.
So
that's what they do.
So you need government to actually funnel those type of benefits to people that actually are practicing what you want to practice via rewarding people. When you are looking at all these funds and you're looking at all these, and a couple says, if we get past to the 5-year mark, we get X. If we get this benefit, if we get this help, if we get this here instead of the single mother and the single dad, people are going to try to get together because they are pragmatic. They are just.
So you're saying that the government benefits have disincentivized solid families. I agree. That's why we need less government, because government keeps fucking things up.
It gives people an incentive. It's not about bad. It's not about bad. It's not about government. It's about government being backwards. Go ahead.
And speaking of things being backwards, Don Juan comes up with the $4.99. He says, Carpenter's Journey, the longest living institution in Western society, follows his work. What you said is a horrible analogy. Go read Aquinas. And then he also comes in with $1.99. That's the problem. Marriage can't be about love. Thank you, Don Juan.
I think a marriage without love, you're going to have... Like, could you imagine being stuck in the house with somebody constantly that you don't like? That sounds like a fucking disaster.
That sounds actually.
Why you
like
married
people
them in the first place if you don't like them?
You know, it's funny, Flow State. That sounds like people that got married for love. Like when the person that is in front of you, you don't like him. Like on year 7, usually the person
if
that
you don't like them to
you love
begin
him a
with,
lot.
if you don't like them to begin with, the odds that you're gonna start liking them over time when they're annoying you with the little things, it gets worse.
But that's marriage. My dad and my mom.
Flow.
My dad and my mom were together for 40 years.
So
They
Flo,
argue
how can
about the
go
most like minimal thing. You know what keeps them together is not love. It's because they build shit together. Like actually, what makes the marriage last is it's not just love. We have shit going on over here. So when the love gets out and you are tired of me passing gas in the bed and all that, you still stay because we have other things that we build, so we're going to continue.
Yeah. And when did we start thinking that we can? When did we start thinking that we can be happy all the time?
Is Western.
2010.
And I'm not talking about like, you know, the oh, I just met somebody, how exciting, right? That's not what I'm talking about.
I mean, look at this. Think about this, y'all. So I think what it really is, and I get a little bit of my coldness from my dad, right? Old fucking Nigerian dude, like they talk very direct with their fucking like knife hand and shit. And you can remember anybody that had married parents, you can remember their arguments and be like, oh shit, this dude was a fucking G. My dad literally would not argue. I mean, he'd argue, he'd yell. Then he'd be like, oh really? There's the fucking door. And she never left. and she never left because she's not stupid. There's the fucking door. If you think the world's better for you, take your ass out there, right? And marriage is in trouble, in my opinion, because men don't talk like that anymore. Talk about all this baby, please bullshit. There's the fucking door and leave. And what that really did, and the point I'm trying to make is that when you turn around and look and say, what's the alternative? Your dumbass will stay in a marriage. The reason why marriage to me is not obsolete, y'all saw that show Anton had recently with the bomb-looking ass girl talking about how she contracted HIV? No. I was like, what the? That woman was fucking gorgeous. That's the alternative to marriage. If you don't get married, you out. These people that aren't getting married, they never said they weren't fucking, right? They never said they were not having kids. They never said they were celibate. So we're out here doing a bunch of shit that's going to lead to shit like that. Actions have consequences. Goddamn, I don't even know what I would be like, look like, what my blood work would look like if I wasn't fucking married. I'd be out here running through everything.
By the way,
I'm not married and I'm fine. I'm healthy.
By the way, the question I asked you earlier was if you believe marriage is not obsolete, yet you define it as like just some sort of dating, you know, no fault, whatever, open marriage, whatever, then what meaning does that word have anyway?
But it's okay because our core morals and values, our founding fathers, were all secular and atheist, right?
Oh my
Is that
God!
what you said?
Most were
I
deists.
thought you got kicked off. What the hell's going on?
And speaking of, nobody paid to kick her off yet. They kicked off Neve and Rock E, and they should be coming back shortly. But Don One comes in with $1.99. He says Caitlin Tolley and Eddard, I'm guessing it's Edward Stark, got arranged. So,
Sarah, why are all the white people on the top?
So what?
Why are the white people?
What do you fucking
around? It was just
you better,
actually,
hey,
I find
I'm black.
Get up here. Well,
Take that up with Rose Park.
Daddy's up here.
I don't
white.
Oh, tickle him.
I just don't get why people keep putting like I don't get why people keep pushing this Christianity thing on the marriage and all that. Like, it's not about God. Like, God is still God. God is still there. God didn't change. God is still up there. Like, if you guys believe in Him, like what changed?
God is the state.
What?
You pretty well stated that the state is your God, and so when
but this is what I'm talking about. Yes. So we had this conversation on the panel a couple of months, right? And we were debating why the countries in the Middle East have so much success when it comes to marriage compared with the Eastern countries. and some people were talking about.
Let Fatty finish.
Sorry. Some people were talking about God, and other people were talking about men enforcing laws. And the reality is, it's not about God, it's about the enforcement of laws and the enforcement of religion and the enforcement of some things. It has nothing to do with God or morals or faith. Because when people get punished, people stop doing that stuff. It's just about that. It's not about the Christianity morals. And people were fucking the same way or more than us 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years ago. This started happening with Instagram. God didn't went away when we got Instagram.
Hey, Fatty, who should define the standards of marriage? Atheists or Christians? Which one would you prefer?
God, I find this is why I hate you.
The most
money and get me off the panel.
The most intelligent and successful of us, no matter what creed, what color, and what gender. Yes, those are the ones that should define what is the standards when it comes to marriage.
Jump in there. Sorry, I couldn't hear you because Flo was interrupting you.
I'm talking about we should let the brightest of us, no matter the creed, the color, the gender, to go ahead and to define what should be the standard for it. One religion decided it just because my granddaddy did it is not working anymore. Your granddad didn't have a smartphone.
Okay, so Sam Harris is a pretty smart atheist. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so did he define what the standards of marriage should be? Would you be happy with
No,
that?
Can you get to the point instead of doing a zillion questions? I find.
Yes.
No, you have to pay your money or shut up.
Nobody likes being slow
Be a
walked.
little bitch.
Nobody's
Shut up.
impressed with your clever slow walking.
Look, let him walk him down the garden path right quick. It'll only take a minute.
Sam marries by himself is just a person. He has to go ahead and go with other people that are very smart and probably are not atheists too, and they are going to decide what should be the standard. What's the problem with that, I find?
Okay, I was just trying to see where you're
Let
coming
him
from.
walk down the road real quick.
You wanted
Come
to
on
do the
down to the
secular,
river with me.
the
I
secular
will show
people.
you the light.
Hey, is that wider? Right down there.
Come down to the water.
Ali,
Hey,
you're
I have a
muted.
question. I have a question for you, Phil. Why does marriage?
How about now?
What? Yeah,
Yep.
you're good. Why does
Phil.
the standard for marriage have to be defined? Why can't it just be fucking common sense? Oh, you know
Phil.
what? I want a stable community. I like women. I want to have children one day. I want to build something. And you know what? The more logical solution is to marry. Why can't it just be as simple as that? Why does everything have to be defined for all of us Americans as if we're not
It's natural, bro.
Who's
It's
Phil?
natural.
Can the other light skinned guy on the panel talk, please?
Damn, you know what? You put a timer on. Ali.
And the real guy, a real man with nuts. That's the shot to Neve. But Neb, whatever name is, his name is.
Was
but-
he asking me the question? My name's
Why
Five.
are
I'm Phil,
we-
by the way.
Why are we why are we avoiding the truth, the fact that no matter how much we all advocate for marriage, if women don't care about it or listen to us, it doesn't matter. They say they don't want marriage. They don't need a man. They're having the least reduction in having babies. They don't want to have babies. They don't want to go to work. They say it's slavery when they come home and be a housewife. Why does it matter if they don't want to be married? Why are we advocating?
Well,
for
in that
something
case,
they
it
don't want?
doesn't. In that case, it doesn't matter. But that's obviously not the case because
Well, how's
people are
that
still getting married, right?
Right.
So,
most people, most
but
people
right,
are.
but if you're what you just said is correct, then you're right. It doesn't matter.
Hey,
Right.
New York, can
That's
I
what I'm
answer the
saying.
question since I think you were asking me? My name's Phi, by the way, not Phil. But
Oh, I'm
anyways,
so sorry. It was really small. My bad.
That's all right. That's all right. I get that a lot. So the reason why we need to agree on the
All right, that shit was funny. You're redeemed a little bit. Bro.
so the reason why we need to agree on the standard or definition is because if I said that marriage is an institution that is death until death do you part, and then I say there's a no fault divorce, I'm contradicting myself, am I not?
Till death to us part is part of the vows. It's just it's a tradition. It's not the law.
That's a perfect
It's not the
example,
law.
New York. See, he just throws word salads out there and says it doesn't matter. My feelings
Because
is what's important.
till marriage is not the legal definition of marriage.
So if the
Speaking
legal
of-
definition is that you must stay together and raise your children until one of you dies,
Well, no,
then
there's
that's the
marriage as a
definition of
But
marriage.
again, why does that? But again,
Marriage
alludes to
as a
my question
contract
to you:
of
why does
God.
that need to be defined?
These are different.
It's something
There
that
would be a lot more dead spouses.
It's the same, you got to ask yourself the same question about anything. Why do we define like what is murder or theft? You know, what is
How high are you?
what is
It's a good
adultery?
question.
What is
It's a
divorce?
good-
Why do we
it's a
define
good
these
question.
terms?
This is, I guess, the answer for the question. It's a good question because I think that's usually what happens when we allow some people into our ranks. They like chaos and disorder, and they'll ask questions. Not you, but they'll ask questions like, "Why does it need to be defined? Why do we need order and structure?" What I've noticed is that the more mature you are, or the more mature a society becomes, and more civil it becomes, it demands formality. All right, I'm a very mature man. You can't just shrug your shoulders at me when I ask you a serious question and say, "It is what it is. Do what you want." I'm not that type of person. You see what I'm saying? I'm extremely militant. I need a directive and a time to get it done. And I think the more mature society becomes, we demand formality. All right, that's all it is. The less mature people like egalitarian, laissez-faire. I do what I want. I come home when I want. I fuck who I want. That shit leads to bad shit. It leads to chaos. That's what chaos is. So marriage is a formality. It needs to have established rules. We all literally we all seek to be ruled, because if you're out here getting hurt by the chaos, you're going to seek structure. That's why you see that dude in the church at the end of the church sermon. Come on down if you want to give your life to Jesus. That motherfucker's crying all the way down to the. I've been here always. They demand formality because their life has been chaos. So it's just them trying to be mature, bro. That's.
And speaking of giving my life over to Jesus, Don Juan comes in with the $1.99. Atheists wouldn't exist without God. And then P. Fletch is putting Josie in timeout for 5 minutes. Josie, I'm putting you backstage for 5 minutes. Here's to kick Josie because I can. So you got 5 minutes in the backstage, Josie, just so you know. Don Juan comes in with $1.99. My dude on the panel looks like Joe Budden. I'm guessing maybe Biden. Budden. I don't know. Budden
Why?
Who?
I don't
It's
know.
gotta be me. I'm the only white guy.
No, it's Ali.
It's gotta
I don't
be.
want to rub my hairy leg.
It's the
Oh,
pump.
You look like a corpse, Flo.
I don't know who Budden is.
Joe Budden.
Why?
You never saw You Got Served? Damn, Sarah. Let's do it for Little Saints. You never saw that?
Oh.
He's the white guy on the nipple.
Look, I'm really dumb when it comes to names, okay? And just for the record, we're over 190 people viewing between all of the channels. I'm really excited for everybody getting some exposure and getting panel time. So again, as a viewer, go hit the like button, subscribe, hit over to everybody's channels as well. And we're going from there. Back to you.
While we're plugging our channels, I wanted to plug my OnlyFans. I'm gonna be releasing that soon, so be
How
sure
big are
to check it
your
out.
How big are your
Daddy already
titties?
made
sir?
that joke.
How big are your titties?
You'll have to
I don't know, but I
subscribe to
got
find
real big
out.
teeth.
You gotta pay the fees first.
I don't know about that. I can go to Reddit. I'll see you in.
By the way, that's not a seashell. That's a zoomed in picture of something on me. So
That's not a
subscribe
seashell.
to find out. No. It's
Damn, I was catfish for like
it's a
3
close
months.
up of something. You'll find
I was
out when you
catfish
subscribe.
for 3 months. Damn.
Yeah, baby. Getting
I'm
hot
just
in here
saying, like,
tonight.
I know Flo doesn't agree because Flo is on the woman defense force. I think actually, if woman tomorrow, like we had this conversation all the time, if woman tomorrow decided that they want to get married at 21 or 23, like men will follow. Well, men will follow suit. Like men will follow where women go.
Can you define what a woman is?
Is a woman with titties.
So anybody with titties, silicone or otherwise.
And it will be good to have a vagina. Yes.
It would be
But not
good.
necessary. Not necessary.
No,
Not
not
required.
necessary. No,
Define
because
a woman.
there's a real one, not
Just
the
tell me
plastic
what a
one.
woman is, bro.
No,
Vagina
a real,
optional.
like a
Depending on
real.
how big iFi's titties are, he might still be.
I
there.
got some titties,
I got a
man. I got that
solid
dad
eight.
bod rocking. I got a kid, dude, so I got some titties
A
for you.
woman is somebody that if I fuck you raw and I come
breastfeed
inside
your
of you,
I try
I'll
not
be
to.
scared.
The authorities
That's
told
what a
me to
woman
stop.
of pregnancy.
It's an umbrella
Wide
term.
Earp. What was the point of the question? I'm curious, Wide Earp.
Oh, well, you see, I find it funny that he argues back and forth about what men and women should do or how they should do it, but he can't seem to distinguish between the two.
How can I not
Make the
distinguish between the
definition.
two?
Because you
can I
can't
not-
even define either one. I was going to ask about a man and
A
a
man has balls, right? Between your legs,
Not
like
always,
yours,
apparently.
right? And the woman has
Optional.
like a vagina
Optional.
and a uterus. Like how is that? How is that
Perhaps.
confusing?
You gotta
You
pay
want to-
pay extra
okay,
for
you
the
want to
upgrade,
confess something?
Caucasian.
You want to confess something to us, Caucasian? What's going on here?
I heard that boys have a penis and girls have a vagina.
vagina.
Is that true?
Facts.
It used to be.
It's not the Puma.
Unless.
What do
I
you
ain't
guys
gonna do
think? What do you guys? Maybe Sarah can tune in on this. Like, what do you
No,
guys
she
think?
just
is the-
moderates. She doesn't join.
Well, what do you guys think is?
I'm
the
happy
main-
to answer.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. What do you guys think? What do you think is the main catalyst for the problem here? Is it what I was saying to trigger Mike earlier, that there's too many people who believe marriage is obsolete, or do you think that marriage is actually obsolete?
People don't believe that marriage is obsolete. Is the 30s is the new 40s? Go enjoy yourself and all that. Most of women, like when I say marriage is not the marriage, the dun, like getting a man, living in the same house with him until that part, like it's just because women are delaying it. They don't want to get married early. They have all these horrific stories about it, and they delay as much as possible, and then they throw a home run from the middle of the court on the 29er half and see if they can score it. But
Right.
it's just that. Because
Hey, I have crazy powers because I've been manifesting Wyatt Earp all night, and Wyatt Earp literally showed up with his cowboy hat. What's going on, bro? How you doing down there?
Rocky, I believe he's talking to you, my friend.
Yeah.
And while
What's
Rocky
good,
thinks
bro?
about it, down one comes in with $1.99. Flow State looks like the Big Lebowski with a do.
Well, that's like your opinion, man.
So I don't think that marriage is obsolete, right? I think that we all there's greater needs than just the financial, looking at divorce issues and all of those things. I think companionship is very important. But I think it also depends on the person. You know, I mean, personal preference. There are people that want to be bachelors. There are people that want to be bachelorettes their whole entire life. You've got your spinsters and your bachelors riding it out with their cats and dogs and goldfish. I'm okay with that. I don't hold judgment on anybody who does or does not want to get married, but I don't think it's necessarily obsolete. I think it is very important, not only for society, but for community. You know.
But Sarah, your question says becoming. Do you think it's becoming obsolete?
No, I don't.
Really? You
I
don't see
don't.
any trend going on in our society?
Here's what I think we're coming along is because people are delaying, right? They're doing exactly what that one guy had said in the original video of how people now view it as a stepping stone. So we go to high school, we graduate, we go to college, we date, we find our soulmate, we get married, we have children, right? It's become a stepping stone. So people are just pushing it off because they want to accomplish other tasks first to ensure that they are now ready for marriage. and ready to have kids and ready to start a family, whereas we used to grow a family together and do all of the things together. So I don't think it's obsolete. I think we're just not making it our first priority out the door when we turn 18.
So I think the answer, can I add to what Sarah said too? Because as you were detailing what people think that they're doing, they're actually doing the worst thing that's not conducive to them getting married. So as you wait longer to get married, like let's say it's a woman, you're going to have a child, which is going to make you unattractive for marriage. You see what I'm saying? The longer you wait, so marriage is not obsolete. People are just approaching how to prepare for it differently. Just like you said, Sarah, people used to raise like, what the fuck are the Mexicans doing? They get married fucking young. They have kids
Making
young.
tacos?
Okay? Every single Mexican I know is insulated by their family. Their car can break down anywhere, and 3 TOs are going to show up in 30 minutes to fucking tow them for free. All right?
Most of their families in it.
Yeah, it's like they're insulated within their family group by being married young. So they get the benefit later, right?
Yeah.
So if we wait to get married, so this is the crazy part about it. Let's look at the modern woman in the West. She is ridden with student loan debt. She is ridden with personal debt. She's worse off. She can't. I don't even want to marry a bitch with that much fucking debt, right? It's fuck having a kid with her. Then you're on the hook for that shit. So it's like we make ourselves worse off for marriage the longer we wait.
But there's a reason why, because you said there's not a substitute. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's hookup culture. Just the same way people used to. They're all rocky. Thank you.
I think they want to think it's up.
You can, Rocky.
Okay, sorry.
Rocky. There's
I
no.
thought you said Rocky.
Yes, Rocky. Rocky. Let me just finish my point, right? The same way people substitute beans and rices and potatoes and things that were good for us with fast food, right? We substitute relationships, solid relationships, marriages and all that with hookup culture. And now I can have everything I could have. Like, remember, for the most part, people were getting married because that's the best way for them to get access to consistent sex. Why would I do that?
Sorry, Fatty. You can continue.
You said you have a question. Go ahead. Fight.
Well, I have a question for Ali. Ali, last week, when we were on here, Fatty mentioned that you have a bunch of women dragging you and alleging all these things against you in some Facebook group. I'm just wondering, what are they alleging? What did you do?
You're muted.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure about that, but you alleged you a woman, but still got a dick, right?
Yeah. So what did they say you did?
So you're not.
I'm just curious.
Why you asking me about?
You know what? I don't want to listen. Listen. Let me speak to the potential victims. If Ali has hurt you, you might be entitled to compensation. I know he won't listen to you, but I will. Please reach out to me. We can have a discussion.
At least I don't fool men. If a man ends up dealing with you, he at least he's not fooling.
You fool your. Ali, you're fooled all the time. You're fooled all the time. You can't even see past your own fucking nose. Ali, you don't. I mean, your eyes are so close together. You were just perpetual tunnel vision. You're a perpetual tunnel vision.
One at a time.
Ali,
this is a TOS.
Not as much as your eyes. Not as much as your eyes are dilated on your fucking nose right now, trying to see past your fucking forehead.
Or real trans. So what are you?
Ali, your eyes. You're in tunnel vision. Okay, you didn't even know how to turn on your mic for the last 10 minutes. You've been sitting up here the whole time. Why is it now's the only time you want to talk? You've been up here for the last 15 to 20 minutes. Now you're talking. Why is that?
Because you asked me to talk to you.
Well, I asked you to address. I asked you to address these allegations. I asked you to address these allegations. Have you figured out what nature versus nurture is yet?
I like women.
Have you figured out what nature versus nurture is yet?
Hey, find out whether you're a man.
One time we had a debate on nature versus nurture, and we had to shut the debate down like 3 hours in because Ali couldn't tell the difference.
The people's court.
Really not obsolete. They just
You still battling with yourself. At least I know who I am.
Yeah.
So they can
You trying to get people to accept who you are.
Open that wallet, Ali. Open that wallet, Ali. Open that wallet, Ali. Open that wallet, Ali.
Open it. You came
Open that wallet, Ali. Open that wallet.
This is how you
open that wallet.
I didn't come to talk to you. You came to talk to me.
Don Juan Plagueis.
Speaking of opening up the wallet, Don Juan opened up his with $1.99 in 2008. One third of males born in Texas are named Jose. Thank you for the fun facts, Don Juan. Back to the floor.
That's true.
Anyway, I think people want to believe it's obsolete. Marriage is obsolete, so they can live in their sin. So marriage is obsolete, so I can be a hoe now because it's obsolete.
That's
true. Come on, Rocky.
So they don't have to. So they don't have to take responsibility for the kids they made.
Yeah, Nightish, it's a restream. The link to join us at the top. This is Raging Tomatoes panel.
You know, somebody said it already, but when they're saying is marriage obsolete, yada yada, and what would fix it, the debauchery is incentivized. I don't think people are dumb. I think we're not inherently. I looked this up once because I had said some stupid shit like people are inherently good. I was in my 20s. I was an idiot, right? But then I realized that after looking at it, people are inherently mischievous. We want to do the exciting thing over what is normal or familiar or good, whatever. We're going to choose to do what's exciting, right? Theft involves desire and opportunity. If we can steal a piece of cake when nobody's watching and we love cake, we're going to do that shit, right? So right now, the debauchery of young people, of the youth, is incentivized. That's why they're doing it. We can change all this shit around. And I don't mean like put anything in the favor of men. Start giving real life, natural consequences for the actions of people, and marriage will be the best thing smoking again. I promise.
How can you do that?
All right, can I give you an example? Hold on. Hold on. Let me give you an example, okay? I believe divorce happens because what I've noticed as a married man, all right? The minute a man stops being a bitch and a simp, the wife wants out of the fucking relationship. In modern relationships, all right? So
stops or starts?
The second he starts putting his foot down, I don't want our children raised like that.
No.
I don't want them.
Mike, you jump steps. You are going to meet your woman at 30, marry at 31, 30, whatever. What she's doing between 17 and 30 is as important as the day she meets you and get married. What are you going to do to stop that woman that is going to college to do what we know that she's going to do if she doesn't have a long-term boyfriend?
Wait, I didn't say 30. I don't know where you got that number from.
That's the average age of marriage is 29, 30
no,
years old.
But you also did the math wrong. So I think that's what we tend to do in the space when people say the average age of 30. Those people did not meet at 30 years old. They met at 24, 25. They dated for 2 years. They got engaged at 27. And that's what happened with me. Got back together.
Average
dated until 28, got engaged at 29, married at 31.
Nope,
so
the average is 2 years. The average is 2 years. So they meet in 28,
what I'm saying
27
is from engagement to wedding, that shit could be
no. From boyfriend to girlfriend to marriage is 2 years on average. So now let's go with 28, 27. I'll give you 27 to you, right? What stops you from Barbara, 19-year-old, to go to UCLA and to have the time of her life? And then not be compromised when she gets to you when you are 27 after 10 years of partying, adventures, working on her career, being used to be here by herself, being used to solve her own problems. Like, what can you do to stop it?
Not marry her.
Come on, Mike.
No, but I'm serious. Like, at least the one thing we do have in the beginning. Hold on. The one thing we do have in the beginning is a choice. Right, so all the brothers that are not married right now, you tell them not to marry that woman. But my point was, God damn, you threw me off. My point was that if we start taking away the incentive for people to act crazy, all right. So look at this incentive, right? If you stop being a bitch in your marriage and you say you don't want your kids raised a certain way, you don't want them being called gender fluid pronouns and bullshit like that. We are a Christian family. She's gonna leave so she can make all the decisions, right? So watch this. She leaves because she knows you're gonna pay her child support. She can keep the house, whoop de whoop. So start telling women, or make a law to say that's not fair. You have to sell that house.
That's your L for not sussing out your values before you commit that amount of time and money to a woman. Why would you not make sure that you have a shared value system before engaging in marriage?
Hold on.
It seems like your problem.
The point is, people do not know how they're going to behave until they have the opportunity. These are Christian women doing shit like this. Have you been to church lately? Divorced women in church, single women in church. Until you put power in someone's hands and the ability to fuck shit up, we don't know they're gonna fuck shit up. That's the point. They don't know they're gonna fuck shit up until somebody gives them the opportunity.
That doesn't answer the
But
question.
it just seems like a personal. It still seems like a personal problem.
You can imagine, like, I don't want to do this. Like, I'm not comparing women to cars, right? But most of us don't buy cars off the lot, like 0 miles on it. We buy cars with 50,000, 70,000, 90,000. That's the economy of today, right? And you are literally saying, Fatty, why are you buying that BMW with 90,000 miles? Just buy it straight off the lot. Motherfucker, I don't have the money to buy that shit off the lot. And this is most women right now. The same way most women can marry an established man, because most of us at 30 are not established at all, so we're going to be struggling a little bit to build our lives. I will never go to a woman and say, just find somebody that is not struggling, because most of us are struggling. So on the other way, if we value women that are not going around and having a lot of fun, women that are not going to bring queens to relationship, they don't have those habits of being single just because, and I live 4 years without depending on a man, it's impossible for you to put the genie on the bottle. Women are going to do whatever you're going to do, and you have to take it what you can get. Don Juan pledges 0 Aquinas. Speaking of not putting the genie on the bottle, Flo,
gonna say that.
Vialiri, what is this? Vialiri Aquinas. Violet Aquinas, meaning go read Aquinas in Portuguese. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Don Juan.
Was that Portuguese or was that Latin?
That was Portuguese, but there was very bad Portuguese or Latin. $2. It says, before 1533, divorce was not even a thought.
You could be stuck with that mistake forever.
Well, when
Go, Fatty. Hold on. Hold on. Let me read it.
Is this 0 with $4.99? He says she already got dudes trying to solve her problems. Be different. Give her problems, and she'll stick around. Watch. Anyone can fuck up, but shouldn't. Read Aquinas. Think about
One more.
And Angelica Diallo.
Hold on.
They made it.
Go ahead, Patty. Hold on. Let Patty read this.
Why? It can't, Ali. Always looks confused. Several faces. Thank you very much, Angelica. And then Ron with $1.99. He says it's Spanish, not Latin or Portuguese. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you. All right,
In the
Rocky, I
early
think you're waiting.
1900s, yeah, in the early 1900s, they made you have to get a license to get married. You never used to have to get a license. License is permission to do something that's illegal. It's not illegal to get married. It used to be you wrote your name in a Bible, and you would keep the history of your marriages in your Bible, and it's called common law marriage. When the state got involved, then you got the courts involved. If you get married under like without a license, you live together, you're married, you write it in your Bible, we got married this day by the church, not by the state, then you don't have to get the court involved. The court shouldn't be involved in marriages between a man and a woman. It's their own personal business. And when the court gets involved, then you...
Now,
So
Rocky,
what?
was that the Church
What
of
did you
Gaia
start?
or the Sharia court? Which one are we talking about here?
Okay, before you
Any
guys go,
court.
before we get into the religious circle jerk, I just want to say, Rocky, earlier you were saying you were kind of like victimizing. You were kind of victimizing yourself because you're like, why is it that I just want marriage to be this? I just want marriage to be this. But everybody just is attacking religious. Everyone's attacking religion. This is why, because you're up here trying to prescribe your bullshit marriage fuck shit to everybody on this panel. No one's trying to hear it. You know what we also didn't used to do back then, or we used to not do? We used to not wash our hands. We used to not wash our hands. But we do now. Society like progresses and we get better. So actually, I'm indifferent to your religious views. I don't think you're wrong for having them. Just don't tell us that we should share them. That's the issue here.
Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. Look up history. When was it first required to get a license to get married?
Who cares?
I'm going to look up the laws and the rights that I have right now, and I'm going to follow those and just tune you out.
I will say something that's very unpopular, but it goes into what I was saying before. The courts have to be involved, or the state has to be involved, because we no longer have communities, villages, etc. The villages, like your group of people, your church group, whatever, we used to live in large villages. They used to mediate shit. But we are now nuclear families, man, woman, child, that bullshit. So now when the communication breakdown is between those two people, who the fuck is the mediator? Because now there's property involved. We got a house. We got cars.
Communities exist.
We got a
Communities
count.
exist for people who seek them and create them.
Not for black, white. Unless you're Indian, Chinese, or Hispanic, them shits don't exist.
No. You can build a community around anything. It doesn't have to be the color of your skin. I understand it makes sense to do that sometimes, but maybe we have a different view on what a community is.
So So a community, in the sense of what I'm speaking, has always been a group of families. If you're talking about a community of individuals, that's not a real community. I know that's what the definition says, but there's usually no definition. Okay, I'm not playing around. I'm not playing around, Nev. I'm actually trying to relate this to something. The reason why the LGBTQIA keeps making letters is because they're a community of individuals. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not one.
I don't even disagree. I don't disagree with you, but I think collectively,
individuals and not.
No, but collectively, they get shit done, right? Because they have a shared goal. And yes, there's people going in different ways, but that's because they can collectively build their community on something as diverse as who they say they are, their sexual orientation. But men want to cry at home and say there's no community, there's no church. Yeah, there is. Find people who think like you, build that community.
The problem is that you can't use intersectionality to have extended family, right? Like the community before was you had the grandma, you had the uncle, you knew your neighbors from the day that you were born until you were 50. It was the same people. Everybody grew together. You married the guy that went to school with you on the 5th grade and he's the local butcher. That's the community we're talking about. People that know each other and they actually have power between each other.
You're talking about a small town dynamic. That's a very,
But there's you know what's funny, Neve? Why do you think until 2010 everything was kind of okay, even with giant cities and all that? And as soon as we got the smartphone, as soon as we got IG, for example, let me give you an example, right? In my country until 2010, the divorce rate was 40, 30, 20. It was like way below, like it was on the 20s. And 2010, social media, Messenger, i5, Instagram, on the last 10 years, 75, 71, 70, 70, 70, 69, 70. Like people now don't need the village anymore because they can bypass the village. They can put the kid on a kindergarten a way that nobody knows and he's not going to grow up. If my neighbor touched my kid instead before, he would do something and I'll say, hey, do you see what Uncle Fatty did? You'd never do it again. If now he puts his hands on my kid, now we have a big problem. The teacher went from an enforcer. Now the teacher is an enemy and nobody likes the teacher to do some more than teaching. Like the core community that we had before is not existent anymore.
If you could rewrite society, would you do away with social media?
Well, let me interrupt that momentarily. If I could kindly ask the panel, please be mindful of TOS, how we're talking, what we're talking about, and all of those fun things, because, you know, it could cause issues for me or anybody else that is restreaming, and we don't want to see those issues. You either need to speak in code or not speak at all in that matter. So please mind it appropriately. I hate being the politically correct person, but I don't want anybody to get shut down, and there's a lot of people restreaming off of this. And on that note, Don Juan comes in with the $1.99. Dave, I only speak facts. And that is in regards to the 1/3 of Texas in terms of babies born were named Jose. Don Juan also comes in with the $1.99. Religious values matter. 5th commandment. There you go. Thank you, Don Juan.
That's sort of circular logic.
So I was saying, the genie's not going to go in the bottle like social media the same way I wouldn't put woman back in the kitchen. We have to make something new. Like the tools of yesterday are not working anymore. People are not going to stay for 10, 20, 30 years for most part with the same person. We need to find something new.
What about the women that want to go back to the kitchen?
One second, let me just finish. Actually, what I would do, and I'll be talking about this for a while, marriages should be like NBA contracts, like sports team contracts. We sign up for 5 years, and then when they get to the end of the contract, we actually see, did you completed the goals? Did I completed the goals? Let's renegotiate, and did the kids go to high school? You get
See how she acts in that contract year.
Yeah, but in my
Year
opinion,
4.
but you know what's funny, Neve? People actually
That sounds like a good idea.
People are more productive when they are not effective in their job, and they know their contract is coming to an end. All of a sudden, they never are late. They always showed up. They bring Christmas credit. Like, they are just more pleasant because they have a goal to accomplish. So I think marriage shouldn't be a forever. It should be, let's look at our kids. Going to kindergarten, there's one contract. Going to school, another one. Going to high school, another one. Going to college, another one. And when we are done, what do you want to do? 18 years? Do you want to be an Hall of Famer, or you want to go back to the free agency? And we move along because we did our job. And actually, like, wouldn't that actually be nice? You do our job and everybody goes their way, if with like no hard feelings. I think that
it's a
actually
step.
better.
No, it's a step up from you. I'm under the impression that you think all relationships will fail, and I'm okay with that because what you're saying is a bridge away from what you've been saying earlier. But I still feel like if you set a term on your marriage, whether or not that makes sense for you, I still feel like you're setting yourself up to fail. It's like if you're dating someone and you're young, of course you shouldn't expect that to be with that person forever. But as soon as you get to a certain point, you have to kind of realize, like,
you prepare
do I
for
want this to
war.
last 5 years, or do I want it to last a lifetime?
You
know what I
prepare
mean?
for
Like,
war in times of peace, and I will talk for most men. You will not be going to be the last piece of pussy that I'm going to get on this planet. If most men will be honest, this is what they would say to their woman. Hey, I love you. I will die for you. But you know those hoes that I did? I'm going to get some in the 70 mark. We're just lying to each other.
yeah, that's like a gluttonous mindset. It's a personal failure.
And
most
of us end it right now.
And that's the reason why marriage and society and community is failing, because everybody's looking at it selfishly. What do I get out of this?
No.
Yes, absolutely. This whole conversation, everybody's been talking about what they get out of it.
No, Flo, is you
point.
signing a contract with the person about the age of the kids. That's selfless.
Step back. Let me finish. Step back from just the marriage component. The entire approach is self-centric. What do I get out of this? That's why all these social institutions are failing, is because everybody's approaching it selfishly.
If that was true, most men wouldn't get married.
I don't know if I.
Go play basketball with your married.
Sure. Your response makes me think maybe you didn't understand what I'm saying.
Flow state, I do. Go play basketball with your married friends of 7 years, and when you guys are all tired and sweaty, sit next to each other and start talking about each other's marriage to see actually what's going on there. I'm very aware of that.
No, he said everybody knows marriage to be like a sacrifice from two parties, but you have an individualistic mindset, and it doesn't stop at the discussion. That's what he's saying. He's just saying you clearly don't.
No, but no. What I said.
At some point, I think that it seems that people used to care enough about their community or their family to make those sacrifices happily because it's more important to them than whatever it is that you're concerned about. Watching your anime shows.
No, but who changed?
Super chat, Sarah.
Who changed? Who decided to stop dying for the woman next to me?
Well, and I don't, since I didn't live back then, so I'm not sure that something did change. But I can tell you right now that community is not conducive. One individual mindsets are not conducive to community. So it's no surprise we don't have community.
So Flow State, do you understand the amount of losers that will crawl to glass like to lick Jazmen Jafar? Bottom souls, like you understand that?
Yes.
Like women make the rules. She's an extreme example, but for the most part, women make the rules. Like your marriage, for the most part, is going to go as long as the woman wants to be there. For the most part, and it's kind of funny.
I don't even agree with that for the most part.
But
men wouldn't crawl. Look, she couldn't tell men to crawl through glass if men weren't already willing to do that. The men already consented.
So that's the point.
That's why she can say it.
No, but that's the point. Men are literally, she doesn't have to be a virgin anymore. I concede. She doesn't have to have her own air anymore. I concede. She doesn't have to be natural anymore. I conceive. Oh, she can be a woman with one kid. I concede. Like men are conceding and conceding and conceding and
So
conceding.
women
and
have
conceding.
all the power, but you want men to act as though they have the power, basically leaving all the women who have all the power for you.
No.
So you can. I don't get where. I don't get your angle. What's your angle here, man?
This is the fucked up part about you conservatives, right? You kind of want women to know their place. Yeah, but then when I say the place of woman is actually like it's kind.
The conservative.
Let him finish.
If you guys believe in tradition and whatever, you guys would sell a dream. That man was the leader of that family, just face value. That woman was controlling everything. What the man eat, where the kids go to school, the way the kids were raised. That was the woman controlling that. We just sell you a good lie. Now women don't care about lying to you. They said this marriage is going to be my way, and if it's not going to be my way, I will go around and kick rocks, as they should. But the reality is you guys still want to think, like you guys are still telling men, you just have to. No,
I can only say what worked for me.
Speaking of doing it my way, Angelica Diallo comes in with $1.99. Ali, blink twice and start an OnlyFans. I'll sponsor you. Thank you, Angelica. Back to you, Flo.
I can only speak anecdotally.
You didn't
He said Flo, Rocky. She didn't say Rocky. Preach your bullshit to us.
It's to you, Flo.
Fuck you. That's your bullshit. Anyway, history. The reason the state took over.
It's back to Flo. I interrupted Flo. I'm putting the floor back to him, and then you can go after that, Rocky.
He's gonna complain and say it's because you hate Jesus. I don't even remember what I was going to say now because Rocky's obnoxious and autistic.
Can I add to your point?
Who's mine?
It's Rocky
Flo, then Rocky, then Ali.
Oh, after Rocky, then.
Yeah, go ahead. I lost mine.
Oh, Ali wins the argument. Flo.
I gave mine to Ollie, not to you.
After Ollie, I want a speed date with Josie.
So I get to go?
Why not? Why not?
So, Flow State, I agree with what you're saying, right? People are making an individualistic mentality, right? Don't you think, though, that men believe in order, men believe in responsibility, men believe in family? Don't you think we should kind of possibly do what Fatty's saying as well, too, by making it about men? So that women conform, and then we come back to the. So when we make it about us,
I think men are just as culpable in it as women are.
Okay, tell me how.
If men believe in family, they wouldn't be trying to abort their kids, right?
I'm asking you this: men take care of women in and out of relationships, spend money on women in and out of relationships, fix this stuff in and out of relationships. We take care of people. So this is what I'm asking you: how can society fail if it is an individualistic mentality and we focus on the men?
The men are not taking care of women because of altruism or responsibility. They're trying to buy pussy, basically. It's still a self-centric approach.
No, that's what we always
been
doing since the beginning of time.
Even marriage is buying pussy.
Yes, marriage is buying pussy, literally.
Anyway.
Guaranteed for the rest of your life, kind of.
Since the beginning of time.
And you make it about.
I'm trying to hear Ollie.
Cold. If you make it about the best interest of men, which why families used to flourish, I think we'll do better. If there's consequences, there's no consequences for women in relationships and out of relationships. So what can we do? I don't believe the contract will work, but it at least if there's something in there that says, hey, if she doesn't meet your standards, she kicks rocks. I do agree with that.
That's implicitly implied in the contract. Why would you go into a contract with somebody who doesn't meet your standards?
Because things change. You don't know the person.
And
like, come on.
That's why no-fault divorce is a fantastic institution.
But not only that, women have lowered the standards of marriages as well too. Women are 304s. Women are baby mamas. Women are bringing more than I got all these high body count, everything.
No,
we're not getting. Hold on before you jump in, Neve. We're not getting old school women. They want traditional men. They're not traditional women. So we're not. What are you getting? What do you get in the marriage that you didn't get outside of a marriage? You're giving a woman your name, your protection, your provisions. You're giving her everything that you never gave another woman unless you're getting married for the second time. She already gave other men everything she's going to give you.
No, I mean life is long.
The early
Commitment
18th century,
what
they required the state required license because they didn't want interracial marriage. It was against the law
what the hell?
in the early think
What the hell is that?
in the early you used to get married in the church, and you could get married to anyone you wanted to. The state took it over in the early 18th century. Just look it up. I put the link in the fucking back chat.
What's the point?
You learn some history.
What does that have to
Motherfucker.
And
No,
read
what
some
does that have-
Aquinas while you're at it.
So one thing we did in the
No one cares.
60s, men were getting married at 22, women were getting married at 20. What is making women start getting married at 27 and men getting married at 29? Women want to have their fun phase. Women want to have their whole phase. Women are delaying marriage to get the best man. She wants a developed man, while you get a ran through woman and you marry her baggage. What are you getting at the end?
I think it's
I kind of agree with that too.
I think there's a lie in culture about what will make women happy, and I think that they start to believe it at some point until they change their mind.
But how's that addressing what I'm asking you, brother?
What were you asking me?
So I would say women were getting married earlier because they didn't want to be out in the streets. They didn't want that. They knew that women who are inaccessible and women who ran through is who men wanted to marry. So they got married early because they wanted to have a husband and they wanted to be a mother. Now women want to be able to go to work so they don't have to negotiate with men. They want to get a man that makes equal to them or more. And if they want to have a disagreement with you, they don't have to listen to you because they have their own money.
So that's I kind of agree. That's the lie that society tells them, is that they will not have to answer to a man. God damn it, tomato's sitting on my face again. Will not have to answer to men if they go to work. But obviously they're just going to answer to another man, and it's
Hot
trap.
coals on your head.
How?
Because they got a boss.
No, you just said men buy
You
pussy.
have to
So if you didn't do what she wanted you to do, I'll just buy it.
I can take the heat, Sarah.
Everything is
Men are being ruled by women in today's relationship. Men aren't ruling anything in today's relationships.
I mean,
So-
I don't see, and this is hard for me to answer because this is not how my and everybody's
I
gonna
didn't
say,
say
well,
all.
that's anecdotal, you're the odd case out. That's not how my relationships are. And if that's how yours are, then you need to fix something about your dynamic.
You are
that
one
makes-
time
Why'd you just
divorcee.
post
Why'd
it?
you
Why
divorce
personalize
him?
it?
Flo, didn't you? Come on, Flo.
What?
These
Y'all
relationships is
worship
working,
the
but the other
same.
before didn't. Like you are literally part of statistic right now.
Right.
I just
So
want to give a
what?
shout out. Caucasian Sasquatch had to jump off panel, but he wanted to say goodnight to everybody. So good night to you, Caucasian Sasquatch.
Also,
And
Sarah, I'm heading out in a couple of minutes, so you promised me a speed
do you
date
want
with
your
Josie.
speed date? Let's do it.
Hey,
Josie, unmute. Wake up. I gotta check your pulse, Josie. Are you alive? Someone call 911. I think she... Josie! Look at your computer. Unmute your mic. Josie. Are you there? Josie! I think she's dead, Sarah. Anyways, I just want to see if she's still alive. So y'all don't have to pay to like boot her anymore. She's dead. So, anyways, I had a blast, Sarah. Thanks for having me on. I'm gonna go ahead and head out.
Absolutely. Thanks for stopping by, iFi, and
Thanks,
your
panel.
one viewer. We appreciate it.
Also, check out my OnlyFans. It'll be worth it. So,
Nah,
peace
I'm
out.
good. I'm
We
straight.
don't believe you. You need more people.
Wow.
All right, bye. Bye, iFi.
Bye, iFi.
Later.
Incredible.
All right, let's rearrange here again. That issue came back.
I just don't understand why most people complain about man on his place, want to take the power out of woman's hand, and and then as soon as
Hey, that's an hour. That's an hour.
It is a
See ya.
dollar a minute. But
Yeah.
this is yeah. All right, I'm gonna put you in the back for 20 per the request. Usually I would do it.
Get that wallet out, Ali. Get that
Hold
wallet out.
on. Shut up for a minute. Baldio. Children. All right. Speaking of body count, can we put crying ass I can't Ali in the back for 20 until he can admit he contributes to the single mother epidemic? My brain is already tired watching him speak instead of dancing on a private. I'm your private dancer. Can we get a private dance from you, Ali, on your way to the back?
And I like that song though. That's my song.
And you know what's
Something up in
funny?
here. All right. Oh, go ahead.
You know, it's funny, Sarah. He can do it because his woman probably is in the next room, which is kind of which is kind of interesting that you guys are having this conversation about the single mother. He can do it because he's actually the mother of his kids. So,
hey, Neve, how are you helping society? Thank you.
Am I helping society by shitting on losers like you?
All right, hold on. All right, Ali.
Okay, sorry, hold on. 15 minutes. I'll see you later.
Ali, well, her request was 20 minutes. If Angelica does want to get the full 50, she absolutely can. But that was her specific request, or else I would do $1 a minute. So Ali, say goodbye for 20 minutes. I'll put you in the backstage. I'll start a timer. I'll start a timer now for you. And
if I know Jelly, sorry.
And ladies and gentlemen, we hit over 200 tonight in viewers between all of the streams. So again, please ensure to hit like, subscribe, share the channel, say hello to everybody. We love you. We're glad you're here. And thank you to you, Angelica, for the $49.99. All right. Your timer's been started.
No, Sarah, no need to do the timer.
It's for Ali.
Yeah, I know, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. There's no need for you to do
Hey, Flo, why don't you get a license to get married? You don't want the state involved in your marriage?
I don't want the state involved in my marriage. I don't want the state involved in anything.
Yeah, well, see, that's the way it used to be, bro. Look it up. License was used to control marriages. Who couldn't get married.
I believe you. I'm just not sure why you're telling us that.
I'm giving you a little history. They declared war on the family when they made families get a license. A license is permission.
Sorry, Rocky. Angelica did come with the $1.99 to say yes, leave him for the full 50. So Ali, I have set the timer to a full 50 minutes. I'll back it down like 3 minutes since you're already back there. But yes, you're back there for a full 50. Sorry.
Rocky, what's preventing you from getting married the way you want to get married?
What'd you say?
What's preventing you from getting married the way you would like to get married?
I'm already married.
Okay. Well, did anybody prevent you from doing it the way you wanted to do it, or?
I don't have a license to get married. I didn't need a license to get married. Okay, I do have a license, but I didn't need one. I found out later.
Okay, well, I think that's perfect for you. It sounds like you have a great relationship. You've been with somebody for a long time, right? That's great. Now, understand where everyone else is coming from, where they don't necessarily see an issue with what's going on or what currently exists, right?
Everyone else wants the state involved in their fucking marriage.
Okay, so this is the issue we have where we can accept what you do and recognize that what you have is a lasting bond and probably a marriage, regardless if the state's involved. Now recognize that when the state is involved, whether we like it or not, it's still a marriage. So you can bitch and moan about that, but don't play the victim saying everyone here is out to attack your
man, but it wasn't legal back then.
Who's bitching and moaning?
I think Rocky wants. I think Rocky doesn't get that because he wants to be a hoe. I think he wants to be a hoe. That's why he doesn't get the full thing.
I think he does want to be a hoe. Actually, that does protest too much.
But I think he wants to bring another boyfriend to his relationship so he can be like more.
Ask your wife to pick out the third girl or the other girl. That's.
Go get a license to get married. Flo. You want the state involved in your fucking marriage. Just go get a fucking license.
Why?
Get some permission from the fucking government.
Hey, Rob, would you like to watch?
You're married. You're fucking married. Might as well get a license.
Well, I don't know why you're getting so upset, Rocky. God,
I'm not upset.
I'm
not upset.
Rock, somebody said on the chat that you like to watch Rocky. What does that mean?
And call me names.
They said that Rocky likes to watch.
Rocky, do you ever get
You're the hoe, and everybody knows you're the hoe.
How does he always get back to the whole conversation?
Because he's one. He's projecting. He's the biggest hoe around.
No, he promotes hoedism. It's like my new word.
Hoedism.
Didn't you saw Rocky with the broke mountain cowboy hat? I saw it. I know what you're doing, Rocky.
He's a hodinist.
Fatty, you saw the short, right?
I saw the Did you saw the Brokeback Mountain hat that he had
He
before?
believes in hodianity.
Why do you think you take a hoe to a hotel?
Well, I just want Rocky to understand that his way of life is not under attack. So just stop attacking everyone else's.
You can't make me understand nothing.
Look, if you don't want to, if you want to live your entire life dictated by a book and not wash your hands, you can do that. No one has an issue. Well, actually, stay away from it. You're not gonna wash your hands. But other than that, you're good. No one cares. It's fine.
You lose all credibility.
It's fine.
Yeah,
I lose all credibility when I'm contending with your whatever stupid points that you're
doing. Fake as hell. You're stupid and fake as hell.
Okay. Your credibility is tied into a book with thousands and thousands of interpretations with one God, although there's another book and another book and another book. Sorry, I want
to know your denomination.
You know what? I just got a divine revelation. I just got a divine revelation from God. I don't know which one. Which God should it be? Just out of any curiosity.
You're a freak show.
Which God? I don't know what God it is, but some God's telling me right now. He's like, you know what? Maybe the state being involved in marriage, maybe we don't like it, but he's like, it's okay. It'll be fine. That's what he just told me.
Yeah. Marriage is between a man.
I think he's just lonely. It's like he's just
He brought his time back.
I literally told y'all that.
Hey, by the way, before I go on Neve, I just wanted to congratulate you on your Olympic gold medal. Congratulations on your Olympic gold medal. Congratulations.
You need to get a nose job. That's what you need. You need a nose job.
That's great. That's great.
Congratulate her.
Ali, take that back, Ali. That's great.
This was the best.
That's better.
You made Khalid.
I pay more super chat.
You made Khalid, baby.
Hey, man.
Congratulations, my nigga.
Look, he could have. What he didn't realize, what he doesn't realize, is he could sit in the back chat and not talk either way for free. I mean, if you want to spend $50 to come up and say some dumb shit, I mean, Sarah's the winner here. I think we're all happy.
No, Neve, you have to admit that was a good joke, Neve.
It was good. It was good. No, it was good. It was good. I think it was a lot more. It was good. It was a lot more tasteful than the last one. I appreciate a good sense of humor. For sure.
Now back on the plantation. It's very ironic that he keeps questioning marriages and the relationship between men and women. So can we ask him, what is the benefit to homosexuality relationships, since you keep trying to mansplain or womansplain, whatever you're trying to do relationship? If you getting on him about marriages, how does homosexuality benefit today's society? Other than natural,
let me preface this. I don't mind. Hold up. I don't mind the conversation. Let's just keep it within guidelines.
Okay, hold on. You gotta let Rocky answer.
Because he's doing all the talking.
I thought he's talking about some like homosexual male. I thought he's talking about Rocky. No.
Damn, Rocky, fight back.
Don't run, Neve. Go ahead, answer the question. How does it benefit society?
He's not running.
Sorry. I mean, if you can't tell me the difference between nature versus nurture, I don't think we can have a conversation about homosexuality. But you seem really interested in it. I wonder why.
You brought it up, and that makes sense.
You're deeply closeted homosexual male. Rocky
one sec, friends. When Sarah said, "Be careful with the words," you guys know this is going to be on the transcript, so just
exactly. We gotta keep it PG.
We need to talk like pirates, like rah.
I'll leave Emaine alone for right now. I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna leave Emaine alone for a little bit.
Okay, yeah, just sit there.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you have like an your mic just got cut out, but I'm sure you didn't say anything.
No, I said Rocky, you need to spend $50 on a nose job.
$50
on a nose job. Awesome.
I'm the only one that offers those.
Got an insult.
I guess so. I mean, Chase, tell me where I can get my nose done for $50. I'll consider it.
Come to Kansas City. Flow stage nose jobs and
punch someone.
Other discount surgeries. I got you.
He said $50 because that's what he spends on hookers.
Oh shit!
Again with the hookers.
Rocky, come on.
He's got you there, Patty. Talking about these hoes.
I'm just telling you.
On with... Yeah, I don't know.
I ain't
Ali's
gonna
just so
respond.
pressed. Ali's just so pressed. He doesn't have any like nuanced approaches to these discussions. I think it's very, very like woman bad. I mean, it's very typical. But your points hasn't changed. Your intellect, your IQ is depleting slowly and slowly. Every time I talk to you, you're just a little dumber. I don't know how that happens. You know what's funny about your hat too? I think if you took it, you wore it backwards, and you had the headset on, it looked like one of those spinny twirly things. I think it suits you pretty well, actually. What do you think?
Yeah, like I'm going to take advice
Ask
from
God,
your
don't ask me.
stupid ass.
Ask God, don't ask
I'm
me.
not talking to you, Rocky. Oh, I already talked to God. He said marriages are pretty based. If the
He
state
said you're
wants
not
to be
getting
involved.
in.
And how do you know he's not
He said
getting
you
in?
ain't getting in.
Well, that was your divine revelation, and my divine revelation was different, right? So whose divine revelation is correct?
You don't even know who you are.
The nigga muted his shit.
Oh, well, my name is Neve, and I do panels on YouTube, and I
Are you a
have
man or a
wonderful
woman?
discussions.
Are you a man or a woman?
I am a trans woman. I'm a trans
No.
woman.
There's only a woman. If you're a trans woman, what does that mean?
It means you're
Shut the fuck
transgender.
up, Ollie.
You
You're getting
identify as a
close to
woman.
Guidelines.
Yeah. So you're a man.
His name
He's still trans.
His name says it all. Neve Liar.
He's a man.
Neve a liar.
Got him.
Neve a liar.
Get a fund.
Exposed.
Pay a fund.
I just got wrecked. How am I supposed to come back from that? I just got wrecked. I'm sorry.
And speaking of getting
You're a
wrecked, John Bandy
Decepticon.
comes in with the $4.99 for the Bratty Tomato Fund. Thank you, John Bandy. We appreciate you dropping by. I appreciate that. All right, this is a reckless panel. Holy shit!
I know.
Do you go to the?
It started off. It started so
Hey Neva, do you go to
smooth.
truck stops? Hey Neva, do you go to truck stops and pretend you're a woman and sell blowjobs or something?
Stop.
Again.
Now listen again.
your problem,
like,
man?
Why
stop
would you buy
being
one?
stupid. Well, DJ Vapors is
$20
gonna
is
buy
too
a
much.
super chat for $20. Flo sounds like a defeated, broken man. He can go in the back and grab some tissue.
Damn.
Flo is a real
Not like
one.
me. Not like me.
Damn, Flo. They
Flo's
got
a
you,
real
Flo.
one.
This is what Flo gets for aligning himself with
Is
the
it all
system.
right to say?
Backstage.
Is it all right to say BJ's?
Did you just
Well,
say?
no, listen, it's the context because the TOS
temperament.
guidelines are going to pick on that, and that's technically cyberbullying and hate speech and harassment and all sorts of things, and you're just being an asshole. Like, instead of actually talking about the conversation and getting to that point, you're going off on all of these other fucking stupid ass
I don't care
tangents.
about-
It's kind of getting annoying in a sense.
I
So
don't care about
please
that.
be mindful that TOS guidelines are here for a reason. If you can't respect them, you just go.
We're not bullying anyone, Sarah.
Rocky, if it were up to me, I would contend with a lot of that stuff. But you know,
Are you
it's
saying we're
YouTube.
bullying
You're supposed
him?
to be an asshole sometimes.
No, nobody's
No.
bullying Rocky. What
no
I'm
one's
saying is
bullying.
talking about Neve and doing something to the degree of the truck stop and BJ's and so on and so forth. That's a big harassment thing, cyberbullying and all of those other fun tactics. And we're not going to allow that only because I know Neve can handle it, but I know YouTube says otherwise. And Angelica comes in with the $49.99 again.
Dang.
I heard Ali got frisky. I said, dance, boy, dance.
I ain't dancing with nobody.
I kind of want to see you dance now. I'll do a little shake.
Ali,
All that.
Everybody,
you don't have to go home. But you gotta get the fuck out of here. You're gonna make her dono another $2 to tell her to so you gotta get in the bag. Get in the fucking bag. You know what she donated. You know what she donated. Get in the fucking bag. Get in the bag. Come on.
Now, Angelica,
Go
did
ride
not
the bench.
clarify here. Did you, Angelica?
Yeah, she
is
didn't say
that,
nothing.
is,
Look,
is that your wishes?
I'm telepathic. I have an idea, but we'll let her suss it out.
Angelica, you don't have to super chat again, but I'll watch the chat and make sure. Do you just want to see Ali dance? I would love to see Ali. We can even shake up the music a little bit. We can get some
What
nice.
kind of dance
All right, sir. I see what you're doing.
What they say on RuPaul: dance for your
see it.
life.
Let's see you dance, boy. Come on, where's your dance?
I just got me. Go ahead, Knights. That's what I'm talking about.
Really?
I like it. I like it.
Is that dance?
It's got to be a genuine song. The only time I think when I want to drink food.
All right, back to the crazy
Thank
stuff.
you,
Let's see.
What do you mean? Why you a freak? White women. Brown China came up with it. You see what I mean, Sarah? That is.
Oh wait.
This. Like
Hold
from
on a
Brown.
minute.
Jesus
Hold
Christ.
on, I'm a little further up. From who? Oh, Brown
China.
Well, oh yes, total. I am a total freak, actually.
Ain't
Total
nothing we can do.
weirdo, total nerd, total single mom, total bitch. Like, I'll just take them all. There's nothing I haven't heard, my friend. But I appreciate you watching from whichever side you're watching on. It just shows me you're connected through somebody else's stream. But yeah, I'm glad you're here, my friend.
I bet he's a limp biscuit. Not surprised. Not surprised.
Oh, shots fired. Neve, don't write a check, ya bossy. Can't cash. Take 5.
Look, I'm a good sport. I'm a good sport. I'll go sit in the background for 5 minutes while Ali joins me later for 10 times that amount of time. Okay.
Did Angelica write back?
I'll take a breather. I'll go get some food.
All right, 5. I'll set the timer for that one. Oh, did Angelica write back?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Why doesn't
All right.
Josie like you, Sarah? Why is she so like what's going on there? I was very curious.
I don't know. That's just a weird thing.
I thought she was
but
submissive
some-
and friendly.
Yeah, I mean, you don't just come on a panel and then start making a big mess and then demand the moderator do something when you're the one that's making the mess. That's just not how this works. But in any event, there are women who like to be alpha females. They like to be like they're in charge and all of that fun stuff. And whatever, to each their own. But you're definitely not going to come up here trying to own my shit. Like, I've worked too hard for this shit. I've busted my ass. I've done the work. I've done the time. You're just not going to get away with it. Just
That
not.
doesn't work on me because I watched 7 seasons of Dexter. I'm very used to serial killers that deleters that don't blink, and they look very attentive to the camera. That doesn't work on him.
Hold on. Lita
said to put him in the back. That's what Angelica meant.
Oh, isn't okay. All right.
Where's Angelica?
Where's Angelica though? Yes, I put him in the back.
Where's Neve though?
Neve's in the back. All right.
Yuri
Ollie.
came. Have you ever met each other? What was the panel that we met each other? Yuri came.
Who's Lita?
I need to hear from Angelica
who's
though.
Lita? Exactly.
She was the like
person.
Hey, boy. See how hard it is for me? I'll tell you.
Oh, hold on. I got a DM for it. Hold on. Stand by. Got it.
If you
Okay.
dance with, if you dance, then
Got it.
just
yeah.
then it's over. She said dance, you dance. She can't change her mind.
You can't do any dances.
Should have danced.
Nah, man.
All right, I got
you can't even do
DM.
the plots or anything. Or the
Ali,
All right.
Do the nene.
Do the little shopping cart thing, right?
Yeah, do the.
Or here's what we can do. You can dance. You can dance and stay on screen for the next 50 minutes. Or you get put in the back.
Can we do Soldier Boy on video?
Can we play the Macarena or is that copyrighted?
That's probably copyrighted. Are you gonna dance? Are you gonna dance?
I hit you with the.
You need the nene. Can you do the?
It's 2024.
All right, make it money. Yeah, make it money, sir. It's time for the
Angelica.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Angelica, why you don't love me?
Because I don't love you.
I love
you. I want you in the back unless you're going to start an OnlyFans.
You gonna
Can we,
know about that.
Angelica? Can we just make him dance for the next 50 minutes?
That harassment.
I mean,
how about a one-on-one? How about your own OnlyFans.
Listen,
How
y'all
about
know
you
how
start
to get
sending me
in
those
touch with
50s
me.
and I'll make him
Start an
do an
OnlyFans,
OnlyFans.
but until then, you gotta be in the back, my guy.
Why? How about the one-on-one? I don't know where you at.
Sarah,
I'll
could you
come
put him in
find
the
you.
back for me,
You're in
please?
Durham?
That's all I
Yes,
You're in
want.
Durham for
ma'am.
real? You're in
Say
Durham?
goodbye,
Thank you.
Ali.
Bye. Love you.
Set your
Bye.
timer. Timer
I
set.
think
It will be better
Jessica
if
is
there was
just.
such a
I think Jessica is just flirting. It's fine. You're going to be okay. Are you okay with being the side chick, Jessica?
I don't know who Jessica is, but all right.
Are you Jessica?
I don't know. We can't tell because the comments on
That's
screen.
Jessica.
Hurricane
That guy
Power
been
is,
drinking.
yeah, Hurricane
Oh,
Power
I'm
is
fine.
the
All right,
spammer,
I'm
right?
out of here. I just wanted him going. Bye. Sorry.
Bye.
Bye,
Thanks for coming
Angelica.
up.
Thank
Nice
you.
hearing from you, Angelica.
Hey, dude with the disheveled hair, have you been drinking tonight?
No.
This is you sober?
Yeah, I'm sober. I woke up and like I just woke up right now. So
Hey, sir, respectfully,
Yeah.
the only person with a Russian accent on this conversation is me, sir.
The Russian.
You
Fine,
does the
Ali.
Russian
Look,
accent.
Welcome
Look.
back, Kev.
I would never speak for Jolly. I would never speak for Jolly, but there's the telepathy, okay?
Yeah, like he's not going nowhere. I don't know.
Yo, what is going
I don't know why these people.
W.
I really don't understand why these people don't like. Either they don't know Ali or like something like
They
that. I
don't know how much
understand.
money I got.
I don't know. They don't. I
My
don't,
money-
don't think they understand.
Like,
Must
they
be 50
keep
cent,
saying
Ali.
Hey, Sarah,
Okay.
don't I
Oh,
have
yeah,
30?
man.
Like,
I run with money.
Sarah, don't I have $30 credit?
For what?
Yeah,
You
me
gave
too.
Gave it 20 earlier, right?
I gave 30.
Rocky trying to do funny math.
No, 30 for me. It was for me. The 30.
I gave 30, and then you
then
said
somebody
that we're
saved
going to panelists and no more.
No, but somebody sent 50 afterwards.
Yes,
Yo,
I do
right?
see it. Yeah, because and then Ali came in right after that. So
I'm your
yes,
sponsor. Ain't I a sponsor of the show?
I'm pretty
I gotta
sure
be the
there's
sponsor.
gonna be
Yeah.
a lot of
Between you and
You're
sponsors
Jessica.
tonight.
no, you're sponsoring your presence on this panel right now. If anything,
Man, Neve.
Do I have $30
You're not landing.
Hey,
credit? Or
You're
I
not
know. I
landing.
think
Yes.
that's.
All right.
I know. I know.
Yes.
Look,
Rocky,
I no.
you,
I
you do.
Nobody
You are
believes
correct.
Ali, I
Pardon me
hate
for
you as much as the
disrespecting
next guy, but
fellas.
I.
Anybody.
I'm out.
But if you're gonna
I'm out.
no, if you're gonna
Neva for 30 minutes.
Ooh, I'm sorry, Rocky. What was that?
I
Because
said-
you do. You're right. You do have the credit.
Your voice is the giveaway.
Pick Neva for 30.
I don't know what credit.
Damn.
Eva,
All
it says
right.
it's for Patty.
That's
What the fuck?
true, but he did get a credit. 'Cause
Yeah,
this
but
was during-
retroactively, when he starts losing the arguments and he starts crying, come on.
There's some reparations for Fetty.
It is
I
fair.
just
Well,
remembered that I thought I had
No, we're good. We're going.
$30
I'll go make some food.
credit.
Yeah,
And
you're
then-
good. I'll go make some food. No, you're
All
cool.
right.
I'll go make some
Sorry,
food.
he is right though. He does have a credit. Oh, I wanted Flow State to sit out. All right, you got 20 minutes, Flow. All right,
Put me back.
22,
I can't put
32,
Oh,
32. Unless somebody buys back either of your times, we'll leave you back there for now. All right.
no. I
Floor-
think he said the first 20 was for him to sit out.
I wanted
wanted
Flow
Flow
State
State to sit out.
Oh wait, how did I miss this?
They turned you into an accountant, Sarah. You see?
He said, remember, he said Flo sounds like a defeated broken man. He can go sit in the background, grab some tissue. He said Flo sound like
Oh,
Yeah, he dropped off
that
20.
was-
Yeah, he dropped off
oh, I am so sorry. I thought you were just being funny. I didn't realize you were actually saying to put him in the back. So,
No.
do you want him out for 40 now, or do you want just the 20? It's your choice. I'll leave it to you. I'll watch the chat for your answer.
So even though I'm a fair guy, I think
Yeah.
Neve good. See, I'm fair. I'm not a liar.
Change this.
I don't lie about who I am to people.
Damn.
To
They think I'm something else.
Sarah,
that's-
I don't want to debate Jafar anymore, Sarah. I was very hurt today by our interaction.
Aw, I'm
I
so
wasn't-
sorry.
I wasn't expecting. My body's aching. My heart
Do
is
you
in.
do you need some time in the back with some tissue too?
I'm just going to get some tampons. I'll be right back.
Let's see. Did DJ Vapors write back? DJ, did you want the full 40 for flow, or did you just want 20? All right. Anyways, while I wait for DJ Vapors to write back, the floor is yours, my friends. Nobody has anything to say? Everybody got quiet all.
They are deposing our enemies.
Yeah, they sent everybody, all the good ones, to the back, huh? All the ones to argue with.
Yes.
Now what?
I think it's time for Nightish. Nightish needs to carry the show. Go ahead. And Nightish and the Undertaker, the spammer.
Okay, so we're talking about is marriage obsolete? I think it is. I think we're into the individualistic state and everybody's only concerned about themselves. And I see mostly ladies alone, so they don't look like they're looking for husbands. So yes, it's obsolete.
Facts.
It's an antiquated notion. Nobody's even thinking about it. I think they even feel that way about religion and God also.
Damn.
Prove me wrong.
I don't think it's obsolete. I think people want it to be obsolete so they can hold
That's
around.
the same thing, sir. That's the same thing, sir.
He's going to say again that people are trying to be hosts. Like, what is your thing with people being like Rocky? Let me ask you something. Is there ever been in the time of history where men weren't hosts?
Oh, my.
Oh, all right. DJ Vapors came back in. 20 minutes for Flow, 20 for Nightish for his terrible dance moves.
Then he was doing the worm.
All right. I know. I like your dance moves, but unfortunately, DJ Vapors says they are not good enough. So I'm going to put you in the back for 20 minutes, okay? Unless somebody brings you back.
Damn, Vapors.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't hate hoes. I love everybody, but I think it's better. I even love Neva, but I don't like to listen to their bullshit, trying to promote decadence and shit. So I don't hate anybody on panel. I'm only trying to, give them some good advice. That marriage is good.
Would you sit on Eve's lap?
Hell no.
That was very.
Just because I love people don't mean I gotta touch them.
You're not touching them. You're like he's.
Unless not seeing eye to eye.
Yeah, just stroking the hair and talking like there's no need to do. Oh damn!
Everybody say hi, Mama Tomato.
What up, Mama Tomato? Nice to meet you.
How you doing? Is that Simon Actic?
Lindsay's in it.
Yes.
Damn, Simon. Simon, what are you drinking right now?
He's mute.
Damn.
Simon, are you with us?
What's up, Sarah?
Oh, there
What's
we go.
up? There
Damn,
he
you're not
is.
going to say what's up, Fatty? Damn.
Oh,
Very sad. Very sad day for me today.
sorry.
What's up, Sarah? What's up to the panel? What's up, Faye? What's going on?
How you doing, Simon?
Yeah.
Simon, you still in a relationship or are you single now?
He's married.
No, he was engaged.
Wait, so he lied?
Kind of interesting when people tell me about myself, but go on.
No, I'm asking you. Come on, Simon. I'm asking you. I'm asking you, Simon.
Wow. All right. Go on.
Simon, I'm asking you. How are you? Like, are you like? How is your
Jesus
engagement?
Christ. Why are you interested in my relationship, bro? Stop.
I'm not talking shit about your relationship. I'm asking you if you're still in good.
Did you
like-
just hear yourself? Are you incomprehensible? Like, did you not just listen to what you just said?
Simon, I ask you, Are you still
My
engaged?
name's Simon. It's not Salmon, nigga. Like, what the fuck?
Whoa,
Pronounce
okay,
shit.
stop. Remember where you're at, my friend. Let's not play this game.
I ain't say shit. I just came up to appreciate what you was doing. Nick wanna come on like talking about my fucking relationship. Stop
It's
that,
fine,
man. You don't
Simon.
need to do that.
Don't
Talk
worry,
about something
Simon.
else.
Don't
I
worry,
ain't that
Simon. You
dude.
got it.
I ain't that dude. Don't do that shit.
Simon, are you going to threaten me again?
You
saying that
still
you are
got
only 2 hours
salmon,
away?
nigga. Like, goddamn, pronounce my name correctly.
Oh, your name is not Simon. What is your name then?
Simon.
Your name probably
S-I-M-O-N.
like your name is probably like Leonard
is
or
going
something
on?
stupid like that.
Jesus
Like your name is
Christ.
probably not even Simon.
Hey, Fatty, what's your
Fatty,
what's your body count? What's your body count, Fatty?
Phonics, nigga.
Oh, Jesus, Simon, please. All right, be
I ain't
mindful.
say shit to this dude. Like,
Yeah,
stop.
Fatty, what's your
Say
body
bigger.
count?
He's a 10 dude, so there's no problem, Sarah. Don't worry about it. So my body count, if you count with sex dolls, is like 3.
God
Oh, 3?
Yes, if sex dolls can be included.
So you're not a hoe. You just promote it, but you're not.
No,
a hoe.
you are a hoe, Rocky.
Oh.
What's your Rocky? What's your body count?
Oh, what I'm trying. My point is.
No! Don't
If
go to
you-
your
if
point.
you-
You asked me a question. I asked you a
I'm
question.
trying
You
to
asked me a
make-
question. You asked me a question. I answered. I said 3. What is your body count, Rocky?
I don't think you're being honest.
I'm being honest. What's your body count?
I don't know, probably around 10 or something.
10. You are a loser. What's those speedy fucks like? Oh, poor Rocky. Let me give it away so it can be happy. Like 10, Rocky. Come on, Rocky. I was expecting more. Actually, how many boyfriends do you had? Rocky, there's a better question.
Boyfriends?
Do you write
Listen,
artists?
what's the best hoe you can think of that you've ever had? The best one. Can you think of the best hoe you've ever had? And then tell me, are you looking for a better one in a wife?
You know, it's funny,
Are you
Rocky.
gonna look
Rocky, I'm
for
going
a
to
better
tell you
one
this.
now?
If you were in Wakanda, I will hit you with the with the head chopper. But because I'm on Valhalla, I'm going to leave it alone. Because I was going to say your
No, are you looking for the
your, but I'm not.
Don't
Your
do it,
mama, your mama was the best story that I ever had. It was your mama. But it's a your mama joke. It's not about your mama.
So you're a motherfucker, huh?
Oh, Jesus. All right. Now, didn't I just ask
I see
everybody
that about
to say
50 times you
hello
did.
to Mama Tomato? Everybody said hi, Mama Tomato, and here
I
you
did.
are making mom jokes.
No,
All
but
right.
it was too easy, Sarah. Like you kind of put it up there. What's your best one?
He set them up. He set them up, Sarah.
He just wrote all your prejudice.
He was asking for it.
Damn. Where is Jessica? Jessica sounded so like she came up and then like she left now.
Angelica?
Yeah, Angelica.
She just came up to confirm that she wanted Ali backstage.
Oh, so her wallet is empty. Damn.
That's the rent money. That was rent money.
Damn.
Very possible.
What about the water money? Hey, go get your credit card.
Easy show.
Go get your credit card.
For real.
But I still don't understand why Simon is so mad at me. We're good friends.
Probably because you keep saying salmon. I mean, just a shot in the dark there.
Yeah, man, I ain't going fishing anytime soon, nigga. You need to sort that shit out. Like, it's Simon.
Simon. You got Simon. Simon.
God damn. Like, I say fatty, I ain't saying footy. You get what I'm saying? If I said footy,
My name is not Fatty.
yeah,
or
but
whatever.
maybe footy, okay? So, like, you gotta, like, be respectful, okay? Footy.
I will, but
If I said footy all day, you'll be a bit like, what's he talking
no,
about?
because that's not my name. I even don't care. Fatty's not like.
Yeah, but
I
my
don't know,
name
Fatty's
ain't
not my-
Simon, nigga. Like, it's Simon. Your guy
I
is
know
Simon.
your name is Simon Active is like.
Well, your name's Footy from now on, okay? What,
Simon
you wanna do that?
Active is like a shitty cartoon character that never got the movie.
Footy,
Right?
Footy. Okay, so Footy.
That's right. I just wanted to know if you
Team
are still
Footy.
engaged.
Salute.
Can you invite me for your wedding?
I ain't invite you to shit, nigga. Like you don't know how to behave yourself. Nope.
Speaking of behavior, Jesus, Simon, do you ever last on a panel? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this would be the time to super chat to kick somebody off a panel. This would
There
be
you
the
go.
one.
Yeah, send
This
some money
one
over.
would
Kick-
make
kick
me.
me
I
off.
would do the happy
Boot me off
dance.
this panel.
I'd be all excited. Neve, you've got 15 minutes. Flo, you've
Oh,
got
Jesus
just under
Christ.
20. And
I'm surprised at all of
Knight,
that shit.
you're at.
I'm surprised.
I think, remember, Sarah, I think Neve was good. Remember that you thought Flo had credit. He used it for Neve. I was told you I was being fair. I want, even though Neve be acting up. Remember,
He
Flo
used
thought he
it-
had credit. He used it to knock Neve out. No one else told Neve to go.
No, it was you're talking about so what happened was it was Rocky who had the $20, or not this one, it was the $30, and he kicked Neve for 30 minutes because he got this credit back from earlier.
Oh, Rocky kicked
So
off.
that's Neve, yes.
Can Lizzie like hop in the panel?
Who?
Lindsay.
Oh yeah, anybody. It's open panel, guys. Links at the top.
And Lindsay, you
Come here
better,
for a while, Lindsay.
you better
It-
come
that's
up and be nice, Lindsay, because if you came to be careful.
No, she's not. She's not gonna be me. Y'all better be nice. So
I'm
And
just
then-
saying, like, it's the same.
Oh, I put it as 30 minutes, not should have been only 20 minutes apiece, so we should knock
I don't
this
think people
down.
should drop Simon because he's a millionaire lawyer, straight from London. Are you still a millionaire lawyer, Simon? You were.
You see, the fact that you even posed that question is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
You are Daredevil. the drone version.
Jesus Christ! Why'd you out somebody that like? Oh,
just saying,
are
like,
you
people-
still a fucking millionaire? What the
I'm
fuck
just
you
saying to
talking
be
about,
careful,
bro?
people, to drop Simon because he's a millionaire lawyer.
They can
Not
drop me
straight
if
from
they
London.
want. Give Sarah some money. That's her whole purpose. You know, she's gonna have a channel.
Simon doesn't
want
have
her
any
to be
$30 in
successful.
his bank account.
We want Sarah to be successful.
Salmon.
You know
Come
what I
on,
mean?
Simon.
Well, Don Juan coming in with $1.99 to help make me successful. Thank you, Don Juan. I swear you pay my
There you
mortgage.
go.
Simon the salmon versus Fatty the foodie.
It's more Simon the
It's-
alcoholic versus Fatty the foodie.
How much to boot someone out? It's a dollar a minute.
Ashy toes.
Pardon me for just a second, Simon. Down one asking how much to boot out someone. It's $1 a minute, basically, is what we've been writing. We just kind of adopted it tonight. So $1 a minute. I think we'll probably at the latest we'll go till 3 a.m. is my hard stop. But everybody's been having fun and being good. But 3 a.m. is my absolute hard stop. So
Sarah put the bounty on there. Jesus Christ.
yeah,
right?
that we just kind of adopted that earlier when people wanted to add time for Moderator Monday, so they were pitching $5, so I'd add 5 minutes. I figure $1 a minute, that's fair. So for booting someone, we've been just putting them in the backstage for as much that has been contributed. So I think it's sound.
Yep.
I think it's sound.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I know niggas want to take me out, so come send some money over here.
Nobody
You know?
wants to send you out, Mr. Lawyer,
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Mr. Millionaire.
hey, for real, like
You know we're playing, right, Fatty? Stop.
No, I'm not playing. You went on Kindred and you said you were a millionaire lawyer. I'm holding
I
you
am
accountable.
I'm rich, nigga. What the fuck?
So why
Well,
don't
for
you
real
say
though,
50?
you have to slow it down with the word, like real
Shut
talk.
the fuck up. I ain't got time for you. Don't tell me what to do.
Simon, it's Ali. You gotta stop saying that, man. It can hurt the channel, man. Just stop saying that, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
for real.
okay.
That's what I'm trying to
See,
say.
you see, Ali talks sense. I get Ali. Ali talks sense. He just straight up said something that made total sense.
Okay, Simon.
All right, two toes. I'm gonna call you that from now on.
That's how you know your fiance left you, because you're dodging the question.
Yeah, my fiance left me a long time ago, and you've never been married, so shut the fuck up.
And you're divorced and your wife left you. Now what?
Yeah, she left me for what? You? What she need me for? Huh?
You're laughing about what exactly? What is a joke?
You said my fiance left me for what exactly?
For
Yeah, choke, nigga, choke.
Simon, you
Uh,
did it again.
you
Simon,
know,
you did it again.
I was
wait,
joking earlier.
Osron, you actually came on here to be a
Yeah.
part of the conversation. You started
Yeah.
rolling with that. I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you had to say, because the last time you were on here, you were dropping some pretty good, interesting takes. So I'd love your perspective on this.
Yeah, there is a scientist. His name is Craig Venter. He was the first person to sequence all the genes in the human body. So regarding marriage compatibility, maybe gene sequencing could be the last hope for mankind, where they'll genetically sequence all the genes in the males and the females' body to see if they're compatible for life. That could work actually as a last hope.
And are
Oh,
you
wow.
regarding that in terms of like marriage, like gene sequencing between two people? Is that where you're
Yeah.
going with that? I want to make sure.
Marriage.
Okay.
Yeah, like because nowadays everything is transactional, right? And everything is just based on lust and greed. So instead of that, see if they can be more compatible based on their genes. Actually, the one person who can do that is a scientist. Craig Venter was the first person to do it. If they take it further, you can probably improve upon that technology and bring them together on a more spiritual basis, I feel.
Is there a German accent?
I don't know what the fuck
no,
accent
no.
that is.
Can you say to the chopper?
Mine's an
So,
Indian accent.
I call him
Oh, isn't it? No, you know what's funny? You sounded like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh.
No, he sounds like Jinder Mahal.
You
I
got
got
that
a
right,
question.
Mike.
But when
Good
you say
question.
when you
Will the state determine who is compatible? Who determines?
The state won't need to do it through private initiative. This person has done it, so probably they can refer to him, and like they can open up companies whereby they'll determine the compatibility between the man and the woman, and they can set them up for a relationship instead of the state doing it. Actually, it can be done privately.
But what would happen there? Like what would that bring of new that can help? Like what would happen there?
I mean, over there they can check the genetic
Holy shit,
pattern of the
what's
man and the
it?
woman.
You're
And
talking about eugenics, right? Kind of.
Yeah, eugenics. If
Yeah,
You know,
with eugenics you
does
can make
India
out how.
does India still have arranged marriages?
Yes,
How
yes,
do those
yes.
work out?
So
Do they work out
what
pretty
they-
good?
In the rural areas, they're fine. In the urban areas, the divorces have become pretty high. It's become like the West in the urban areas.
Yeah,
I
but
could tell from the chat that y'all need Jesus.
what would benefit for like eugenics? Like, would that make relationships a little bit better?
Yeah, it can determine the compatibility, so the relationship will be more spiritual rather than material. If it's too material, addiction to materialism is very destructive in the long term. So this can be a spiritual relationship.
Like you talked about science, and now you're putting spirit on it. Like, is
No,
that
no,
the
no,
DNA? Like, is that the DNA thing that you can see the spirit if it's compatible with the other person's spirit?
No. DNA will be the foundation blocks of man and the woman, right? Of human beings, of all organic beings. DNA is the foundation. So by getting to know the genetic pattern of the man and the woman, one can understand if they're compatible or not. So if they're compatible, the relationship will be more sound. It will be more long lasting. Now, what's happened nowadays is that like we are actually behind. We create relationships on a transactional basis. If she's beautiful, or if he's rich, or if he's handsome, or if she has money, such a relationship will not last because there's no. It is not spiritual by nature. There is no like. What do you say? How do I put it? They're not compatible. They're just in it to satisfy their own selfish desires.
So they would put.
Go ahead. Well, it's a flaw in his argument.
Go ahead.
Even if we had, even if our DNA was similar,
Thank you,
if
Sarah.
one of us is materialistic then it still would defeat the purpose. Like we
No,
still have
no,
to
no, no.
think about
If
you're
the
saying because the
Oh, wow.
DNA would be more compatible, but then you said
Yeah.
people are being materialistic and superficial. So even if my DNA is compatible with someone else, if they are superficial and materialistic, it's still the relationship that will still fail.
then they'll have to marry someone who's exactly like that. The DNA will be able to make out how superficial and materialistic each person is. Then they'll have to get someone who's superficial and materialistic and bring them together. With the help of the DNA, you can make out who is what, right? So
Wait. Can you like
That
do you have a
sounds kind of-
study or like a paper? Like how does
Don't get on too hard, man. Don't get on too. How do you come into that conclusion that DNA can make someone less materialistic and superficial?
No,
Like,
I didn't say DNA can make someone less. Like if the person's
Yes,
DNA
since
is such
it's
that he is materialistic, then the other woman or the man who will be his partner, if they find that he is also materialistic and they have similar tastes, they can be made to come together. So that's what I meant.
It's a compatibility thing, y'all.
He's upset.
we know that we agree with that. I agree with what he's trying to say, but it's not making sense. That's the only-
That sounds like a futuristic movie.
I agree with the compatibility.
Where people get people.
Well, he's basically saying that you can see materialism in DNA, and it gets passed down probably. Look, like your daddy probably like Nike.
I don't know about that. So.
Compatibility.
Like,
That sounds like my doctor.
When you say compatibility, what do you mean? Women say compatibility, and what they mean usually is the man is doing what they want him to do. So what do you mean? What does compatibility mean to you by DNA?
If they have similar qualities that attract each other, so that can be found out through the genes, and then you can bring them together. So
he mean like Minority Report, they can be able to read each other's mind.
Nah,
You don't think that? Not even what the movie was.
You have three people.
That movie was seen in the future.
You have three. Wait 1 second. You have three people laying in a bathtub with their heads by each other, and they think, what you gonna think of in the future. So
that's not Minority Report. That's Black Mirror.
Hey,
That's Black Mirror. That's not
so
Minority Report.
is AB the most materialistic blood type? Is that what you're saying?
No.
He said DNA, not blood type.
Which is the most materialistic blood type? But with
It's
gene
the
sequencing,
DNA. It's the DNA.
yeah, he's saying if one person wears Sassoon and the other person wears Jordache, they are not compatible. They both have to be into Sassoon.
No.
He's saying they both like expensive bullshit that gets you to buy it.
Without joking.
Yeah.
1 second. Without joking.
You don't-
Right? 1 second, dude. Without joking.
You don't think
guys
people are a product of their environment? That doesn't
Shut the fuck up,
environment.
Shepherd. That's
You know
right.
what?
You shut up,
question was
okay.
for who?
Flo.
Okay.
I'm asking a serious question, Flo.
Yes,
Let's
so
get
with
into
Daddy.
fucking more.
Let's be serious
Yes,
now.
So
we
you
all
don't
agree.
think
We all
that
agree.
the way you're raised has anything to do with if you're materialistic, or you think it's in your DNA, and you think science can tell you what's in your DNA? That sounds absurd.
It's in your DNA
Absurd.
because your environment may determine to some extent, but your fate and destiny is already written as to what you'll become.
Oh, now I'm hearing the Indian.
You can't do that.
No.
Excuse me, my friend. I heard the Indian from the day one.
One second, friend. You know why that is impossible? If that was impossible, you could say you are not going to become an alcoholic. Take that shit out. You are not going to be addicted to coffee. Take that shit out. You're not going to be addicted to sugar. Take that out. How can you manipulate that like a sure destiny for somebody?
And
when
I'm
it
starting
can
to
go
feel like I'm
backwards?
standing at a 7-Eleven.
And speaking of Trippy Cast, Don Juan comes in
Hi.
with the $1.99. Clowns is here.
Yeah.
Welcome, Trippy. And
Hypergamy is
Don Juan.
irrelevant.
There you go. Yeah, go ahead, read it.
Hypergamy is irrelevant in India. Everyone fucks. Ha. He hucks.
And they still have toilets outside. They don't have toilets in their house.
I think
That's 'cause they don't want to poop in the house.
No, let's not buddy the conversation. Like
I'm the only one here with a Batmobile.
I think that's impossible. even if they found out the gene that makes two people be ultimately attracted to each other, like the woman gets hyper wet every time he sees the guy, and the guy always is like as soon as he sees her, he's always like they can become Christian Rock and Blueface. love each other in a destructive way. Hey, what's up? How you
They
doing,
can do.
Sam?
They can
Do you
just
have the morpher?
They
do
can
actually
have the more.
I do.
They
Call him
can
Sam.
do studies on fraternal twins.
Jesus,
And you
little
see how
pal.
fraternal twins are completely different. A lot of them and the DNA is similar. Oh Lord. what's
Hey,
the
brother,
name?
I love you, but you shouldn't be wearing spandex.
Jesus is here. Look, Jesus is here.
Yes, the
All right, hey. I want to know how many donations it would take for Fatty to dress in the same outfit.
you know what's funny? I would look like a red balloon.
God
That
damn,
looks like a
ain't Chris-
tomato, but you'd be
I
all
swear
right.
ain't we in fucking August? What the
You
fuck?
have to send me $10,000 for me to dress in spandex.
God damn.
Well, speaking of $10,000, Don Juan comes up with the $4.99. He says $5. $5 to ban slow so he can read Aquinas. Genes are important, but you can maneuver around your environment. Free will exists. And Flo, I don't even think Flo came back with us, but I'm going to go ahead and set another timer for 5 minutes for you, Flo.
Someone's
And
trying to get hired.
Neve, it's time for you to come back up. And
Be around.
Yo.
Hurricane, I'm going to put you back in the backstage. I'm going to bring you back up only because we haven't really heard from you much. And if Lindsay pops on, we'll bring you back up, my friend.
The Avengers ain't sure.
Yeah.
Avengers 5 ain't here yet, bro. Chill.
They
God
can't
damn.
even. They can't even.
Sarah hired a clown.
Who is that guy?
And Trippy
with the
Cast.
helmet on?
Yeah, and I'm here. That's right. Hey, you know,
Simon. Last time we talked, your feelings got really hurt. Are you doing okay now?
Leave me alone, Neve. I ain't got time for you. Go away.
Neve, don't come in and knock us out, man.
Well, Simon's on an open panel. Come on, I can't talk to you. Simon, we can't talk.
I tried speaking to you a long time ago and you didn't want it, so go away. Bye.
Didn't want what?
No, he actually does. That's fair.
Wait.
That's fair. He does.
is this the end?
He doesn't want to talk about the circumstances.
Suddenly you want to talk.
He doesn't want to talk about the circumstances.
Suddenly you want to talk.
Hey, no, actually, maybe Fatty will. No, Fatty might remember this. Fatty might remember this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit me in my DM.
Hold on, let me get the
Hit
picture.
me in my DMs like you did before.
Okay, have you ever heard back in the day, like maybe over a year ago, Simon used to come up on panels and shame men for not being honest about being attracted to you.
All right, yeah.
Out of nowhere.
All right, okay, Neve.
Yeah. Oh, Fatty remembers.
Okay,
That's so weird.
All right, Neve. I tried it with you. Yeah, I did. And you
Tried
fucked
what?
up.
No, you didn't.
jumped on them
No,
DMs?
you didn't. No, you
got
weren't
on.
even
What
trying.
did
No,
you
you weren't
try?
even trying. You weren't even trying with me.
I
You were
did,
literally
I swear.
shaming men at
Hey,
random.
wait a sec.
You were like, yo, here's my
Why
dick.
you-
Where's
You're
yours?
trying. Wait a minute. You're contradicting yourself because what you said
What
is I
were
didn't
you
try.
trying, Simon?
Shut the
Simon.
fuck up, Nightish. Look, I'm speaking to Neve, right? So like, at the
Ashy
end
boy,
of the day,
Ashy boy,
shut
Ashy
the
boy,
fuck
what was you
up,
trying?
Dumb old
What
ass
was you
nigga.
trying? What were you
Listen,
trying?
don't even
What were
fuck
you
with me, bro.
trying?
Bro,
What were
shut
you
the fuck
trying
up.
to do?
Go away.
What were you trying to do?
Get your disability check and fuck the shit. Get away from me, man.
Nice.
Excuse me,
Look,
Simon.
I'm not even
Nice.
fucking talking to you.
He doesn't
Like,
like
at the
you,
end of the
Nightish.
day,
He likes
I'm
Neve.
speaking
Let
for-
him
guys,
talk.
He was trying to.
Ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, stop.
Nightish, I'll explain. Nightish has a good question.
Sara, are you there?
No, Nightish had a really good question. So Simon, I think Simon had a crush on me, which is okay, whatever. People can do that. But that's fine. A lot of, there's other people that do too. But what he used to do is he'd come on panels like this, ignore me, and then shit on the men on the panel for not being honest about also being attracted to me. And it was random as fuck. And he used to come on all shit-based. He used to come on all shit-based and do it. So I don't know where the end is.
All right, Neve. All right, Neve.
That's why I'm pointing out. I just thought that was
Okay.
weird. I don't think it's weird
Okay.
if you're attracted to me.
Okay.
That's whatever.
Okay. Do that. Go on,
Simon,
Neve.
is that true?
I ain't saying shit. I'm just saying. She
No,
knows where it is.
Simon, you have
She
to
knows
confirm
where
or
it is.
deny.
Yo, no.
No, just own it and I'll leave it. Own it and it'll die. It'll die right now. I'll never bring it up again.
Go around these YouTube streets trying to play
Simon,
me.
you have to
No.
confirm or deny, Simon. Did you have a crush on it?
Simon.
This man has been trying.
Wait, I know he does. I know he does.
You know he does?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Venom's here.
Simon, you
yeah,
tried to...
Simon.
Night, shut the fuck up.
Give us a we are Venom.
Everybody quiet.
Get the
Simon
fuck
is going
out.
to tell us what is going on. Simon.
No, I
Get him off Power Ranger.
Neve already said it.
Back.
Yeah.
No, okay, all right, there's the admission. Right, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Like I said, the attraction wasn't the weird part. It's just shitting on other men for not being open about it, which is weird because why would they? Why? What the fuck? Anyways, yeah, weird shit. Power Rangers.
Do you want to stop this shit now? You want to stop?
So Simon, you went on Kendra G trying to get Neve.
Shut the fuck up, Nice.
The last time I remember was Venus. It was on Venus's panel. That's the last one I remember.
It was on Venus panel? Damn.
You
Yeah.
really
All right, hold on just a second. I need to do some logistics here. All right, hold on just a second. Don One, I need to know which you said $5 to keep slow out and boot Joe Budden. Oh, it's Ali. Okay, but you got to pick one. It's $1 a minute. So I need to know. I can split it up between the two, or like just do one or the other when you want. And then Carl Anderson, you're doing overtime payment. Is that directed at anybody specific? You want to?
That's for me. Thank you very much, Carl. I appreciate you.
Oh, that is
while he
yours.
decides.
Okay.
He got to decide. He got to be gone while he decides.
I have
Don Juan and me back. All right, Ali bought his time back anyways. So, all right, that just negates it. All right, fair enough. All right, I'm gonna put. I believe it was Rocky. I had to boot myself to keep the rest of the panel on, so I'm gonna put Rocky back on. I'll only come on if I have to, or for super chat.
John Juan gotta go though, right?
No, but Sarah, you didn't put the red Power Ranger on the screen. He was doing the thingy.
Oh, my apologies.
Sarah? Oh,
yes.
God.
How long,
Let's
Sarah?
go.
Don't he gotta go? Don't he gotta go?
Let me sing. Go Power Rangers!
Do a backflip. Do a backflip.
Go Power Rangers! Mighty Morphin Power Rangers!
Fall now.
If I were a woman, I would want to have a career and take care of myself as well. Now that I think about it.
Somebody's got time on their hands. Jesus
All right. I got a question for Neve.
God damn! In case you booted me, and $5 to boot him.
Oh shit! He's going to do a kick.
Okay.
Woo!
There's a kick.
Are you
So, Neve,
there?
how do you feel about the Ava Chris Tyson situation?
It's pretty whack. Like,
Yeah.
Ava's whack. Yeah.
Seriously, fucked up thing they were doing. I don't know. I don't care about their gender identity or whatever. It's just like, how come we have to keep sticking to that whole identity politic thing when somebody messes up that badly, right?
Well, I think we could look at that. Okay, Sam, shut the fuck up. I think you can look at you can look at bad behavior and just call it bad behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
Doesn't matter.
I feel like you kind of lose the privilege of being called a she when you start messing up that bad. You just called an it from that point on, in my opinion.
Okay, well, I think that's where we part ways, but I think bad behavior is bad behavior. We should call it out.
Like, look, if somebody kills your mother, are you going to be worried about their gender identity over what they did?
Well, I'm going to be worried about their criminal conviction, but their gender doesn't matter to me.
That's exactly right. I think we do see eye to eye on this.
We don't because we don't need to fight about this, Trippy. Honestly, I think we agree on the most important part.
Well, because you, I already know you wouldn't be able to actually back up your ideal there. You'd just be like,
well, my ideal,
you're a bigot.
My ideal,
so don't do that.
Well, my ideal is very simple, right? It's that your gender identity is pretty removed from the crimes that you commit in your behavior, so you can condemn behavior without dehumanizing someone and removing their gender identity, right? It's not about being woke. It just is what it is.
Gender identity. They weren't born with it.
Okay,
They just decided one day that they like wearing panties. In this case, Ava, whatever the hell you want to call them, Chris Tyson, they're not actually transgender. They are somebody who gets off on wearing women's clothes. That is legit. That was admitted to by that person's sister. You probably didn't know that, did you? Because everybody calls them transgender. But that's not actually what.
I'm not the litigator of who's trans and who's not, right? So you could be right.
I'm teaching you something.
Sarah.
Well,
so if
you could be right. I'm focused on the fuck shit, right?
Stop for a second.
Sarah, stop laughing.
Osborne, to you, my friend, if you have something to say.
No. I just wanted to ask for how long you'll run the show. I just have to have breakfast quickly. They're calling me. My mom is calling me, so I'll just have breakfast and come back quickly. Is it okay?
Yeah, we'll go for about 1 more hour. So
what you having for breakfast? What you having for breakfast?
Omelette.
Simon, you're one of all to speak about accents, so shut your mouth.
Vern, make sure you come back. Make sure you come back. You're a little too smart for the people on this panel, but come back. He was cooking.
Nice to meet you, Sarah. See you later.
Okay, thank you. Something.
Yeah, have a good one, dude.
Cooking breakfast. That's what he said, right?
I could never like the thing about stereotypes is crazy. You kind of see a white man, and no matter what he says, you never see an Indian accent there. I really thought he was like German or Russian or something like that. That's
So, like, what I was saying is, like, if Fatty came to the panel one day and he was like, I just like wearing panties, are you going to call him a woman?
Well, I just don't care enough to, like, figure out the details, right? Like, I'm not digging through someone's, like, personal shit
don't
to try
figure out the
and find
details.
out what sort of thing.
Wait a minute, Neve.
That's the issue. So it's like if somebody, Simon, just sit there. If somebody does something fucked up, like I'm gonna focus on the behavior. I don't care what they say they are or they aren't. That doesn't matter to me.
And I'm not saying that we should. I'm just saying you kind of lose the ability to call yourself whatever you want after you've done disgusting ass behavior, no matter if you're black, white, male, female, orange, blue, a fucking turtle.
Well, you
I don't care what you are.
Trippy. I think I understand why you believe that, but like obviously that's not the case, right?
So people in general commit crimes. When they commit crimes, they don't stop. I'm not a black person anymore because I did.
No. You're exactly right. But if I was
why are you shaking your head?
If I was Kamala Harris and that week I decided I was Indian, are you going to continue to call me Indian after I murdered a child, or are you going to say, "Oh, it's just Kamala Harris"?
That's totally fair. But if Donald Trump goes to jail, you don't look at him like, "Oh my God, this is an L for white people." Like,
no, it's not fair because that action wouldn't
what
change whatever ethnicity she is. I'm not just gonna like.
No,
look,
she changes what ethnicity she is. You're not seeing my point.
A
couple years back,
conservatives are the one hammering on. Conservatives are the one hammering on that. For all we know, she could be both, right?
Yeah, well, no, she's the one that actually hammers on it. She's whatever race she wants to be when it is necessary for her to claim it. Like when she claimed that she celebrated Kwanzaa when she was a little girl, when Kwanzaa didn't exist at that time.
So
like when she claimed that she was so black that she listened to Tupac in like 1985. Tupac wasn't recording shit back in 1985. See what I'm saying?
If I may to the panel, Ali came in with the $20 saying Don Juan gone. But Don Juan is also coming in with the $1.99, letting you know Daniel Romano is not me, LOL. Joe Budden be dumb. And I think to clarify, Ali, Don Juan is in the chat, but he is not on panel, and Mr. Romano is the Power Ranger on screen. So if there needed to be clarification, that is that.
Ali's on the panel. What are you talking about? Like he's on the chat. He's on the panel right there.
Oh no, I was saying Don Juan is in the chat, but Romano is on screen because it looks like he said Don
my bad.
Juan
I thought that was
gone.
Neve.
Yeah,
I thought that was Neve. My bad. Hold on.
You know what's fucked up? He put the picture up and he says, "Why am I down there?"
I thought I was Neve. I'm sorry. My bad. So I got $30 for myself. I'm sorry.
So Trippy, it just goes back to like I think you talk about not liking identity politics, but all you've talked about since being here is identity. And so I don't give a fuck what Kamala Harris's race is. I care what her policies are. And I actually don't even care that much because I'm not American. Well, I'm not American, but if I was, I would probably vote for her.
I'm glad that you don't have to see her on TV.
Well, no, based on her policies, I would probably vote for her, right?
Well, you need to watch her speak then. And then see if you can come up with it. See if your ideal of this changes if you have watched her speak.
So just like I say, you should focus on behavior, right? We condemn behavior. You should condemn the policy.
Focusing on the behavior.
We condemn behavior.
Not really. You're kind of playing identity.
You won't listen to what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying, Steve, and I will spell it out for you very, very quickly here. I'm saying that people on YouTube handling the Ava Chris Tyson situation seem to be more worried about getting the correct pronouns versus actually getting the facts on what they did wrong. That's it. Ding, 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 ding. Doesn't matter what their identity really is.
I think your algorithm is a little broken. Maybe you should step outside of your echo chamber. And
I think you're a little broken.
Look at it a little bit more.
I think you want to be the smartest man, woman in the room. And you're not.
I think that I've approached this.
Upset that I'm actually smarter than you.
Oh,
sorry. This happens every time we're on panel together.
I don't think we've ever had a negative discussion, but I mean, I'm the one arguing with the clown, right? So I guess maybe I'll put the clown makeup on.
Exactly.
Please,
It kind of goes to show how ridiculous the other person is when I'm sitting here like this and they get mad at me. So just don't do that and you'll be fine.
I don't think anyone's mad here, Trippy. I think you're just a little too invested in the identity politics of the.
What did I just say? I said,
You seem to not want to really focus on behavior.
You'll be fine.
You're really focused on
Don't
insignificant
get mad at that,
details.
and you'll be fine. And what
You're
are you
sitting here
doing?
talking about Kamala Harris maybe being Indian, maybe celebrating Kwanzaa, but you didn't use the word policy till I mentioned it, right? So just don't be be honest.
Didn't use the term. Didn't use the term. Well, you used way too many terms. You can't even remember what you fucking said.
Oh, well, I said it really, really clearly. Do you want me to spell it out for you, and you can write it down this time? Actually,
you argued something I wasn't even arguing.
Okay, I brought you to the conclusion of what it is
listen.
that you're implying.
You
You're
wouldn't
not
listen,
saying anything.
so you didn't hear anything. You would
I'm
rather
sorry.
hear
You're
yourself
stupid as
talk.
fuck. You're not saying anything.
Oh, now I'm stupid
You're
as
not
fuck.
saying anything.
Hey guys, one at a
are
time,
dumb,
or
though.
else it's just not going to work. One at a time.
Let me ask you something really trippy. Why is the conservatives and the right and the Republicans complain all the time about identity politics, and that's all they do after
Because
complaining
that-
for years? So like, why are
the
people so
topic is
focused
about
on-
divorces.
It's an easy one because most of the time when somebody has identity politics that they want to push out, that becomes their entire identity, period.
Mm.
And we're tired of fucking hearing about how, oh, I'm a special snowflake and I'm the first black this or the first purple that or the first yellow this. Nobody gives a shit if you're the first color of something. You do something correct for once in your life.
Which is why I'm focused on behavior.
See?
Which is why I'm focused on behavior. No, listen, that's why I'm focused on behavior and policies. And that's why you came up here talking about someone not being trans and celebrating Kwanzaa and possibly being Indian. You fucking
Yeah, you don't even
idiot.
know who I was talking about because I was talking about how every Chris
Well,
Tyson
I brought
is
up
not
two people, and I
actually-
think I just laid it out pretty clearly. Let's let the audience decide.
Yeah, let's let the audience decide about how you like to talk over people when your point is getting smashed to bits. That's cool.
This is just a comprehension issue. Okay, I don't know what
Yeah,
else to
it
tell
is.
you. I can
tell. It's all
no, I
coming from
can
your side.
guide you. I can guide you to the water, but you're a dumbass horse. You don't know how to drink water. So I don't
I
know
could
what else
guide you to
tell
finding out that your vagina will never be real. But that's okay.
Oh my, here we go.
Guys, the clown acting like a clown is surprised.
Ouch.
Let's not go there, people. Let's just be nice.
Let me break this up. Don Juan coming in with $1.99. That's the first Fatty Venom. LOL. I love it, Fatty. I love
Thank
that
you very
everybody's
much.
getting costume.
And Carnage.
Sarah, by the way, let me say.
Oh God.
Let me say two things. Let me say thank you for having me. It was very fun, even though today I don't think I picked a fight with nobody. Everybody picked fights with me, so thank you very much. I'm trying to get better. The second thing, friends, there's I don't know, there's 80 people on my side. Please, I'm going to close it out. Ali is going to stay here because he is very engaged. I come to this side, come to Sarah's side. I drop the link. Come to this side and continue the party. Sarah is more like an hour. She said 1 hour on her. So please come to this side, subscribe, support, and bully Flow State and Simon, please, in my absence. I would truly appreciate it. Okay. Thank you very much once again, Sarah.
Take care of yourself, bro.
Neve,
Daddy.
I don't
Thank
like
you.
The Undertaker, Rocky, my boy Daniel. Don't die, Daniel. that was the title.
my name right.
Flow
And-
State and Salmon. Thank you very much.
Daddy,
for
thanks so
that.
much for coming on. This was an absolute blast and for sharing your chat with us as well. I hope it was
you
fun
very
for
much.
all of them.
It was
I
very
salute
fun.
you.
Fatty.
Enjoy your evening.
Stay cool. Stay cool, bro.
Hey,
I
Fatty.
got your back. Don't worry about it.
Oh, good. Simon's got your back.
Fuck up, nigga. What's wrong with you?
Rest easy. Simon's got your
Why you
back.
always in your mouth is supposed
Simon.
to time?
Simon,
Fuck up.
for what I heard, you have
Simon.
Neve back. For what I
Calm
heard, you have Neve back. I see you later.
Why is this dude always got something
Looks
to say
like he
about
didn't
me?
have your back.
This prison nigga. Like, get the fuck out of here.
And
Oh,
Don Juan
real
comes in with
broke.
$1.99. At Joe Button, Ali, I don't listen to your podcast, by the way.
Damn. Hey, well, I'll start a conversation. There was this one time Alex playing with fire thought it would be a good idea to have Trippy speed date 3 women. If you guys
That
want to
was
see an
actually
absolute, if you guys want to see an absolute trash fucking can fire, watch that shit. Trippy doesn't even have his face on the camera, He literally can sit there and talk with a mic and an avatar, and he still can't talk to women. It was fucking.
It was called a joke, and if you take
it wasn't. No, it was a joke. Let me tell you, it was a joke. It was a joke. No, believe me.
Sentence without you speaking over me. You're very, very rude.
We wish
you can't talk to women.
You're very rude, and I understand that usually in your life you get to get away with whatever the fuck you want, but not with me. All right.
Okay.
Trippy's putting his in the lips.
Trippy's putting his red clown shoe down. He's putting his red clown shoe down.
Clown shoe right up your ass, just like you like every other fucking kid in town, right?
Bro, for real, bro.
Trippy, don't get too upset, okay?
Oh, what's the matter? Am I hurting the feelings of Fatty?
Don't get too upset, okay?
I'll apologize to Fatty.
Yeah, Trippy, please just
shut up, skeleton girl.
Just don't get too sad, okay? We're just on a panel.
I'm not going to be sad. Look at my face. You see this? You see this right here?
Here we go.
See this? Right here. It's called a smile. In order for you to wipe that off, you'd actually have to matter.
God damn. We talking wet wipes?
I think you need the cricket on the soundboard.
I don't take people lightly that sit here and fucking get away with whatever they want, and then have other people going, "Oh no, that person's not strong enough to talk for their fucking self."
I think if you're just gonna have takes, you should probably have good ones. And if you had good ones, we wouldn't even be arguing right now. So.
Actually, maybe you should go argue your father, or maybe you don't know who that is.
Wow. Well, I actually have a 2-parent household. I love both of my parents. They've been married for about 20 years now. I love them both dearly. Actually, we're just spending time with them on the weekend.
Would you say on the weekend?
I see them quite often, but I think Trippy's on the internet trying to get validation dressed as a clown.
When did they adopt you?
Let me ask. Yeah. So where was that male? Model in your life? What made you reduce your life to the life of a clown?
Actually, the male model in my life probably has a bigger clit than you do a dick. So,
TikTok.
You okay over there?
All right, be mindful where we're at. We still have POS guidelines and all of these fun things that we need to abide by. They can very easily be interpreted as cyberbullying and hate speech and all sorts of fun stuff. So there are multiple channels connected to this stream. And if you take down one, it's going to take down all of them. So please,
the Avenger seems kind of cool, though. He's chilling. The Avenger ain't doing no kicks and shit.
So what she's saying, Trippy, is you got to turn down the coke.
What's this dude there?
I could argue with you about anything, and it wouldn't even matter if you were on camera or not. You're going to come off looking like a Riri.
I ain't seen no Avenger chilling.
You think you're smart, and that's always dangerous.
I would have to say it's hard for me to squander a lead against a clown, but here we are, right?
Look, when somebody's as I don't know, how can I put this without it being cyberbullying? When somebody is as slow as you are, and they think they're smart, that becomes dangerous very quickly. And you do think you're smart because you're going to sit over there and any second you're going to crack a smile, but that's your own cope. Doesn't matter what you are, who you are. You're not as smart as you think you are, and you're easy to boil down into nothing. So maybe you should reel your own self in.
So easy.
Maybe you should have some reflection.
You haven't even come close. So easy. You haven't.
Maybe you should have some reflection and actually look at yourself with the lens that you look upon others with, and maybe you'll be able to actually change yourself into somebody who you can actually love.
Your rebuttal in this conversation is that I am not as smart as I think I am, dude. Take the L.
And the only argument you have against that.
Drink that Fago.
The only argument you've had against that so far is
you're a lot better on a unicycle. I just want to see you do the unicycle. I don't actually like when you talk. Just get on the unicycle.
You just submit, man.
Can you honk your nose?
The only argument that you have is
honk your nose,
and that's it.
Honk your
all
nose.
you got. So maybe you should
honk
actually form a coherent.
Honk your nose. I want you to do something entertaining. Trippy, I want you to do something entertaining.
I get it.
You're ruining my expectations.
That's cool.
You're ruining my expectations for a clown right now. Please get on a unicycle.
Looking at both of us from the chat, I can understand.
Okay,
I can
throw a pie in your face. Get on a unicycle or shut the fuck up. Because what kind of clown doesn't do those two things? Seriously, if you're not going to do either, just sit there.
How about you shut the fuck up for 2 seconds and actually let somebody else speak? Oh, this is your argument style. I get it.
Get back in the hot tub. No, I just want you to do something interesting. Because you don't say anything. So just do something.
Yeah, you haven't said jack shit yet either.
Oh, I actually write out my
push real hard and see if you can.
And you got a little butthurt about it because I didn't want to play identity politics with you. Ironic, Ironic that you want to play identity politics with the liberal and the conservative wants to play identity politics.
You want to hear your own self talk, don't you?
No, actually, I want to hear someone else talk. So if anyone else wants to talk instead of the clown, I think that would be wonderful.
You don't know how to not talk.
The Avengers up there. He's
Simon,
there.
how do you feel about Trippy flirting with Neve?
I ain't even speaking.
Anybody
to you,
address
bro.
Neve? Go ahead.
I ain't talking to you, bro. You're an
Yes,
idiot.
you are.
Nah, you're a real fool. Like I ain't got time for
Like
you.
I'm gonna be talking to your wife soon. I forgot about that. Ex-wife, whatever she is.
Yeah,
I haven't had two guys contend for me like this in a long time. It doesn't normally happen on panels like this.
Maybe we should just have Simon and Trippy alone so that they.
Why
can
you always got my fucking?
I think Simon and Trippy
I'll
should speak.
speed date Simon right now.
I don't do it prisons. You know what I'm saying? I know your ex.
You're not saying.
I know the dude that got you up in that cell, nigga. Don't even fucking play with me before I fucking expose you. Get the fuck out of here.
Before you fucking explode. Explode.
I'm not sure who's being
Oh,
addressed.
you nigga!
Oh,
What you got here? You ain't got ears?
Again with
Where's
the
you
word.
gonna
Sue me.
I know who bent you over, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck you talking to me about?
Make me
Bro,
get out of here. Go wild.
That's why
Go
you got
wild,
fucking
Simon.
fucking- This is why this dude has a problem with me. He knows I know that when he was inside, shit went down. Like shit went down.
How
You know
do
what I
you? How
mean?
do you know? How many?
Yeah,
know
yeah. Stop. Yeah.
Not stuttering,
Damn,
Simon.
what's
I'm
wrong?
asking
Go
how
away.
you know anything.
Don't fucking put my name in your mouth. Get the fuck out of here, man. I ain't got time.
Actually, the one way that you would know if something went
Simon.
down is if you called him a bitch and he had a terrible reaction. Then you would know
Yeah,
something went
damn
down.
right. No, yo, I know people that told me about you, bro.
Who's that? I mean, you're talking like a motherfucker. You're not a lawyer. You don't know
All right.
anyone who told you anything.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
do know that you
Hold
have
on.
an ex-wife that you're still
Continue.
devoted to who lives in Texas, and I forgot that I was going to
I
find
can
her.
see how
and talk-
Oh
big.
yeah,
I can see how
that's the
far
one
you're
with the really nice voice, right?
Yeah. Do you know?
Yeah.
How I get hold of her?
Simon, where was your wife from again?
well,
Texas.
you don't know, right? Oh, she's from
I think
Texas.
was it like Texas or like Atlanta, one of the two.
There's my
I don't know.
wife
It was a
from
day's
Texas.
drive away.
Wait, stop, you dumb motherfucker.
She seemed like a real.
Like,
Oh,
like,
don't get mad.
Sarah,
Don't get mad now. She was a
it's my
nice
wife.
lady. It's too bad that you got. Too bad you
It's my
soyed
wife.
out and shut it down.
Oh, no.
Whatever, got kicked off the panel for
Sarah
that.
knows where my wife's from.
If I
You
find her, you wanna
you
pass her
guys are
around?
being real stupid right now. It's my wife from Texas, Sarah.
It's one of those
Oh,
states.
I don't
No.
know.
Exactly. And they don't either. So what the fuck are you
Dude,
talking about?
Your
bro?
wife is holding the fucking microphone right now while you scream into it.
Okay.
Do
Neat.
that Kamala Harris cackle that you
Because I
got.
didn't choose to fucking butt fuck you. Don't fucking ever go at me, nigga.
What is your
Thought
problem?
you sent messages to Neve.
Hey
Kinda weird
Simon,
for you to go
like,
that
do you
route.
just have any thought process at all for anything I've said tonight? At least just have some kind of self-respect, or at least just respect to the mindfulness of, I don't know, maybe shut the fuck up. You're getting on my nerves. You're up here. You always do this. You come on a panel just to start shit with people. You have absolutely nothing to ever add to the panel. It's fucking annoying as shit. If anybody wants to make my day, please pay to kick off Simon, because I would just be the happiest little
You
girl.
should charge him.
Hey, you know what? Before we go on with this, I
Anytime
want to say,
he's-
hey, Neve. Good job.
Go on.
You're not a bad person.
Kick me off. I ain't done shit. Like people be up here chatting
Everybody
some
dating.
bullshit.
Look, me and Neve are friends now. We're gonna team up against you guys in prison. I don't know why we're gonna be there, but we're gonna team up against you guys.
You know I ain't done shit. What
Well,
the fuck? They
guy who just guy with an Simon, can you shut the fuck up? Guy with an animated clown on the internet. I could guess why you'd be there, but I don't know.
Yeah, I accidentally crawled up.
You guys will have to.
Bullet.
Everyone else will have to infer the rest, but you know I've got a pretty good
Thanks
guess.
to Michelle as our super special mod, and for all of her
climbed up
hard
the wrong-
work she does to this channel. We have officially kicked Simon. Yes, thank you, Michelle, for your
Woo!
contribution.
Want to hear
She
Rocky?
just put forth a $1 million super chat to kick Simon.
Rocky,
I
will you
feel
please
bad,
tell us
Simon.
what the Bible says about marriage?
What?
Tell us what the Bible
Yes.
says about marriage. I'd just rather hear you preach than
The
than
Bible says,
hear you. Go ahead.
don't be unequally yoked. So you should have a common world view.
Does it say anything
let's
about
see,
hoe?
women should submit, or man is the head of the household. Man is the head of the house, the authority in the household.
In bed.
see. There's one reason for divorce. If you catch another in adultery, you can divorce your spouse. Marriage is between a man and a woman and God, not the state.
Thank you, Rocky.
Yeah.
All right, Trippy, go ahead on your nonsense. I thought I wanted to hear Rocky
said,
preach,
you
and I
know,
didn't.
I said, look,
Originally
Neve, you're not
in
a
the
bad
garden.
person. And then Neve tried to call me a kid
Originally in the garden.
Whoa, I never said
Originally
that.
in the
I never
garden.
said that, Trippy.
That was heavy inference. Come on. Just
Oh,
admit it.
it was inferred? Oh, so
That was heavily
maybe there
inferred
was
by
some
you.
truth. Maybe there was some truth to what I was saying then, hey?
No.
No? Okay, well. At least you
Marriage
understood
was
the joke.
originally created
That's the
for-
first thing you've understood all night, Trippy. Congratulations.
Actually, you keep
Speaking
wanting to
of
argue, and I'm done.
entertainment, Feet Waffles comes in with $1.99. Entertainment confirmed. Checkbox. And Don Juan comes in with $1.99. Flo, what doesn't Aquinas say about marriage?
Aquinas didn't say, oh, shit. Aquinas didn't say anything here about marriage. Because I don't read Aquinas. Why do you have a line in the middle?
Originally,
He wants you to
Hey,
get the good
dude.
side.
Sorry.
Your camera broke?
You look great.
Originally, marriage was between a man and a woman, and it was sex was for pleasure before it was for procreation.
For big men. Of course.
If you stay married,
Go for it,
you
Ezra.
have
Go for
one-
it. Anything
one
you say will
wife.
be better than anything that's been said in the last 15 minutes. I promise you. I promise.
I heard something about women and submission.
You don't have
And
to worry about
so,
catching
so as you
Mrs.
believe that
D's.
women were created to submit
Rocky,
to God.
Rocky,
created
stop
to
talking,
submit-
please.
Rocky's
God
been
created women to submit to men. I fucked that up like dyslexic.
Rocky's been preaching about the Bible. The guy beside you's been posing for you in his superhero's costume. Trippy's
Yes.
been expressing his what seems to be repressed attraction to Neve. And
You know what, Flow
Hurricane-
State? You're lucky you're Flow State.
Hurricane and I have been sitting here mostly, and Sarah's been occasionally scolding people.
Yeah, true.
That's what moms do.
Look,
Someone
just
has to be the
because
head
if
of the
I
house.
hooked up. Look, just because if I hooked up with Neve, I would poke his prostate through his chest. I mean, you know, that's just what I do, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to try to get it on their heart when you're done, right? Right, Flo? You know what I'm talking about.
I think I'm too old for you. Maybe I'm pretty sure I'm too old for you, but
Yeah, I doubt it.
yeah,
the
I'm
matter?
probably. I think I'm like
Feminism was
25 years.
created to
I think I'm like
destroy-
25 years too old for you, Trippy. But hope harder.
Take a whack at it. Take a whack at it. How old do you think I am?
Feminism
I
was
don't give a fuck. I
feminism
don't give a fuck.
propagated to destroy the family.
Weird because you brought it up, but okay.
No, I said I'm 25 years too old for you. I just turned 30, so you do the rest. Okay, you do the math.
Oh,
Ezra.
Don Juan coming in with $1.99. Let me break this shit up real quick. Women submit when they get into shibari. What's shibari?
That's the rope.
Oh,
Oh, I thought it was shawarma.
That Japanese rope. Yeah, it's
It
about.
doesn't mean men are supposed
So
to
that
be
gets into
cruel to their wife. It just means
number to sub kind of
submission just means
conversation.
there has to be a head.
Let's go. Let's go.
There's
into
always
it.
someone in charge. And so there has to be someone in charge of any family.
Yes and no. I
Feminism
think there should
was
be more of a
created
balance,
to
like,
destroy the family
and
unit. It was on purpose.
There's a lot of for the family unit. We could get into that detail. We could get into like sexual
Well,
abuse.
feminism specifically, the whole
in-
purpose was to destroy the family unit.
Rocky,
To
you've
get
been up here
women
talking
to
all night.
work,
Can you let
to go
Ezra?
away.
Can you let Ezra talk? She just got here. We want to hear what she's saying. We know what you're gonna say, so can Ezra just talk, please?
That's sweet. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was
But
responding
I
to
think
her.
it's a lot.
Thank you
There's
very
a lot
much.
that is broken
Rocky,
that's on a family dynamic than just like pointing the finger at one specific situation versus another. And as we know in the Testament of Time, There's been diversity in genders that has exhibited in maybe you want to correlate it with like a reset or a pole shift type situation, but it doesn't mean that there's like a specific thing that's breaking down one thing or another. I think it goes across many different levels. That goes, political, economical, like based on your food. Sorry, I'm obviously taking this. I'm not trying to ADHD it. I can already see.
No, you're fine.
Huh?
No, we're good.
No, you're fine.
I think what I hear you're saying is that there's a lot of factors that boil into the marriages not working, and they're not all just women. So that's what I'm hearing, but I could be wrong.
Well, and I'm like an ex-sugar mama, so like my profession previously allowed me to be in that
You looking
role.
to start back up?
I'm definitely never again.
I just got demonetized.
That wonderful pattern. Remember how I like
when the feminist movement first started.
Rocky, there's other people talking. Go on, Sugar Mama.
Okay, no, I could jibber jabber all the time, so I've had my place. Thank you guys.
So you could literally read the Bible word for word, and it would be better than anything Rocky's going to say. So please talk.
When feminism was first started, even the women
were against it. God. Shut up.
Doesn't mean it doesn't connect, but
There's a cricket.
Retard.
Cumbersome role.
Hey, Sarah, here you go.
Of a bigger
Dog
picture.
balloon.
Thank you.
Giraffe.
Thank
You
you.
can have this old cell phone.
Oh,
I'm
we're
just
doing
cleaning out my desk at this point.
Oh, look, when the avatar hands Sarah things and she plays back.
Yeah.
Yeah, she knows what that hand's been touching. I mean, yeah,
It's like
she
playing
knows what
Pika.
that hand's been touching.
Oh Lord.
I think you're supposed to laugh at clowns, not with them.
Can't sleep. Clown will eat me.
You did come. Actually, to be fair, you came up. You did your job. You did his job. So.
I mean, sorry, because Sarah's like holding it down on her own, and
This is not.
I don't know you.
This is not as easy as it looks because there's people in the chat, there's people messaging and like DMing on stuff. There's the super chats, then there's the panel, and it's like it's a whole lot of stuff to like mentally process all at the same time. It gets to be a lot. Sometimes I just have to mentally check out and just read the chat for a little bit. And I'm like, whatever, they're fighting.
It's okay. She's got a Power Ranger up here.
This is true. This is
Defend
true.
her. She'll be okay.
This makes the show right here. Go, go, Power
Thank you,
Rangers.
This is the reason for feminism. This is why women are trying to support themselves and be independent because Daniel.
Hey,
What did I do?
have you
I've
guys
been
seen
quiet.
Deadpool and Wolverine?
Nope.
Not yet,
No?
but
That sounds
it's
good.
on my to-do list. I definitely
Thank
want
you,
to
Christy.
see it.
So the following is all the spoilers for the movie. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to give all the spoilers because I can't remember most of them.
Why not? I mean, it is what it is.
Han dies at the end.
Good for him.
Yeah.
So, as far as marriage goes, how do you
Yeah,
feel
true
about
fool.
codependency? And
Codependency?
Yeah. Well, this would be a good question for you because I think you're in a semi-open situation, and I'm curious about how that works. But also,
I'm not. I'm just an asshole and a flirt, but I'm not semi-open.
But I heard Miss Flo like up there, like if I want my man to fuck a woman, I'm gonna let him. Like she was, I mean, sorry, that's not very black, and she wasn't
With no
quite that, but
boundaries?
she was kind of badass, and her like she was like,
Yeah.
wait a second,
She's more killed than I am.
I'm gonna
for
let
sure.
him do it.
With
And
no
I'm curious
boundaries?
other people's opinions on that in general, because I just
What
I
would-
have a different just how I resonate, but I respect and I know a lot of people who fluctuate.
So what was the question?
Codependency. something.
I don't know. I don't think I'm codependent. I don't know. I don't think I am.
What do you feel about codependency in your own personal relationship? Do you feel like you guys have a good balance in terms like you have your own space? There's not like this pressure of constantly checking on each other or needing to be in each other's immediate.
No, not at all. If anything, yeah, no, not really.
And how long have you guys been together? Really. Like, I know we don't know if you're married, but more or less are. Like 10 plus years, I think, right?
7. We've known each other for longer than that, but been exclusive.
Feels like it.
Right. But I don't think that's not codependent. I don't think there's anything.
No. That's not what I was saying.
Okay.
Oh, Lindsay's an AEW fan too. Oh, wow,
I was asking your opinion on codependency in general. Like, how have you seen other couples that way? Like your personal.
I didn't know what that was until rehab. Apparently, it's a pretty common addictive behavior can be expressed through codependency as well. I don't believe that that's my case, but I don't know. It's just interesting. I'd never heard of it until then.
So you never feel like you've been in that situation?
I don't think so. Of course, I'm answering hesitantly because it's almost impossible to see your own behavior, right, accurately. But I don't think I'm codependent.
Well, I can say I was. I can say that I was in a situation where, like, at some point I was like needy about travel, or like, I mean, I definitely would take like a week's trip because I had to through work. But there were situations in the beginning of a relationship that I had to check myself. You know, like stupid shit, like even when you're constantly in each other's business and going to the grocery store, little shit like that, which is fun.
I'm not like
sometimes, like, I don't, right?
I don't intend to behave that way or allow that behavior back towards me. I've actually got a pretty low tolerance for that shit. So,
how did you deal with it, Ezra? How did you get over your codependency?
Do you call your Flo? Do you call your roommate or whatever Miss Flo?
Your roommate?
Take your last name.
I'm not going to answer that, you old fuck. Why don't you tell us about some more Bible?
Well, it says Miss Flo in chat.
Well,
Miss Flo.
I know. So then why did you say your roommate?
I don't know.
He's never referred to it.
I was trying to say you. I was trying
I've
to say
referred to her as a lot of
significant-
different things, but never have I referred to her as my roommate.
I mean, significant other is what I meant.
Where is your wife? Why are you always seemingly in an apartment separate from her?
I am Miss Flo. Okay.
I'm just
obviously.
I'm just curious
my
about
wife-
your marriage,
my
Rocky,
wife
because
does.
even though you're still married technically, it doesn't seem like you're really married functionally.
My wife.
Separation makes the heart grow fonder, bro.
Oh yeah, how long are you guys having your fondness retreat for?
You guys sleep in
I
different
see
beds?
my wife every day. Right now, she's visiting.
Trippy, what the
She's
fuck?
visiting.
What?
Well, I mean, Flo,
I never
you're
saw this
like,
puppet
when you're on
before.
here, like, where's your lady, right? You
Get out, Sarah.
Really, I
Oh,
mean, I
yeah.
don't know.
Donate
You
to
get
Sarah
on
tonight,
I don't know about that.
and you can get more of this jiggle physics. You can go in a circle, or the other circle,
Oh my god.
and also I can slap my mirror ass.
Yeah, baby.
Oh
Yeah.
Lord.
See, this is the trippy I love. The one with all the gimmicks. I think this is where you should stay. This is a good.
I got a
place
lot
for you
of
to be.
jiggle physics.
Yeah.
Eh.
Yeah.
If you guys are wondering, yes, this is
No offense, but this is
Louis
the
Vuitton I'm wearing.
Just a little.
No, it's not. Actually, it's a green sheet.
Ezra, I know that was a personal question, but I'm actually curious because I think a lot of women struggle with codependency. So I think it's actually interesting to hear you answer that question.
Because it's
But if
something
it's too
I directly-
personal.
yeah, definitely, especially because I do talk about me being the sugar mama in the relationship and being actually trying to be a supportive role for my partner, like in all ways, trying to influence school, and I mean, but I ended up taking on too much. I ended up enabling him because I took on the roles of ownership to the to the place that we lived in, and all the setups that we had, like our vehicles and everything, and then and then continuing to allow certain behaviors.
What did you get out of it?
It actually did, and he had like a lengthy history of actual sexual abuse history and at a young age, but it turned into anger, and then it actually did turn into abusive behavior, which I do talk about because I'm a tall woman. I'm 6'1", so I did end up like with this situation. Just not trying to like boast myself as a beast, but just like how you handle the situation. And I had self-defense training, but when he came at me, I flipped him, and it ended the behavior in a very quick period of time.
Was that his was that what he was attracted to? Like, was there a dynamic there that no, because it seems like you were very.
He was taller than me. He was bigger than me.
Okay, I understand. Because it sounds like the way you were enabling this stuff like a lot.
I'm a very outside. I think that we are very disconnected from nature in general, and that if we actually incorporated that a little bit more in our lifestyles, we'd have a little bit more balance in general. But I was very influenced by that. I don't wear a lot of face shit. That's just who I am. I'm just like kind of a natural person. I spend a lot of time outside. You can see in my own video footage. I hike a lot. And that was our attraction to each other. We were both very outdoorsy.
Okay.
I got a random question for you. You're around my height. I'm a little over 6'1" myself. Have you ever been at a supermarket and somebody asks you to get something down for them? Usually it's like an older person. Because it happens to me once in a blue moon.
All the time. And it doesn't have to be an older person. Yeah. And then there's sometimes I'm watching someone, right? And you're like, you can tell.
Yeah. I was just trying to get like the lady perspective on that.
I get people like staring, like little kids staring at me like, oh my God, you're so tall. And I'm not that tall, right? As far as like I've seen obviously way taller than me, but I think it's
you said
like,
you're
the way you carry yourself. Yeah, I'm 6'1".
I personally, I don't feel tall, and I'm around the same height. I might be a little bit taller by like a half inch or something, but I feel little. Like I'll see another person who's the same height, and I'll feel like I'm shorter than them.
Well,
I might hunch.
My uncle was 6'8". One of my best friends was actually 6'7".
God damn!
I'm actually in his house right now. I house it for him.
Hey, a giant family.
Yeah, and
so you know you're in his house.
So
it's like, oh shit, he might step on you.
Spending time with the daddy.
Trippy Cat, are you an AI bot?
I'm not actually AI. I'm character animator. I had to draw all this. Everything you've seen. I drew it all with a mouse.
Rocky, if your wife is visiting, have you been ignoring her all night?
My wife is in Seattle.
I'm just waiting for one of you guys to propose.
Very common.
My oldest son.
All right.
But do you know the history of the clown?
The history of the clown? I know there's many.
Clowns.
I don't know if I know the full history, but I do know that you're not really supposed to put like blue underneath your eyes when being a clown because it reminds people of dead bodies.
Ew, that would make sense.
Not me. I don't think that way.
Oh yeah.
So if
Nephilim. You ever heard of the Nephilim?
If you just stay separated and married,
fallen angels,
does that mean that your marriage is not a failure?
One reddish hair, green eyes. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
So Nephilim look like clowns. Do you have natives that dressed like clowns to imitate Nephilim? That's what Nephilim used to look like clowns. That's why.
Rocky.
Oh, well, like I don't know if you've been around, but like there is absolutely no connection from my show to space. There's absolutely no spaceships in my show at all. I'm not a clown with a spaceship. Nope. Not me.
No fear porn. No fear porn associated. No emotional warfare. Like you're not trying to manipulate or distract, right?
I like foot porn.
No, I don't have any.
Foot porn. Who does that?
Kind of spaceships. Was that my voice?
Whose voice?
Nope, my weird laughter.
or was that flow state? I have a hard time.
Who in the world watches foot porn? Like, I don't know.
I don't know about foot that, by the way, because we're on YouTube. I don't know about foot videos or anything like that. But like, as a man, if you were a man who gets with women, if you haven't had a foot in your mouth at least once, I'm sorry that you're gay.
I don't believe.
Sorry, Nev. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
Can't
I mean,
why does it have to be in your mouth? Like,
because that's where it always ends up. It will end up there.
That's true, Angry.
But it doesn't need to be in your
If you're
mouth.
doing it right, it will end up there at least once in your lifetime.
Yeah, like you got a heel near your face anyway.
Let me tell you
I'd
what.
rather taste two women's holes, but foot, I don't know. That's too far.
Afraid the camera.
If you were good enough, like drop kicked you in your mouth to try and get you away, then you ain't doing it right.
Dude, I
had a girl tell me.
That's right.
I had a girl tell me, "Don't lick my foot. I'll kick you right in the face." And I did it, and she was like, "That's pretty nice. I like that." She was like, "I like that a lot more than I thought I would."
What
do you mean? I was like, "Well."
Speaking of awkward shit, we're at the we've got a half-hour mark. Okay, so we are shutting down in 30 minutes. All right.
Ojo said, "Is Lindsay blocked here?" What do you mean by that, Joe?
He's talking about over on Flow State's side. She's blocked on his side, but she's in my chat, I believe.
I haven't blocked her.
Flo, how did you block Mrs. Flo from your own channel? That's messed
Not
up.
Mrs. Flo. They're talking about Lindsay.
Oh, okay.
Lindsay's blocked.
No, Lindsay's not blocked on mine. She's just not over there, I don't think.
She just doesn't be around for some reason.
Maybe they're just confused because I'm pulling up the comments up here, and so all of the channels can see comments being pulled. Yeah, all of the channels can see which messages are being pulled up, but they may not be in their chat. So it gets confusing if you don't understand a restream and how it works.
Right.
But it all feeds into one over here for us.
All right. I'm sorry, every other channel and Sarah, that I was I was a spicy boy tonight. I'm sorry, Neve. You know, I think
honestly, I knew it was coming.
What kind of character is that from South Park, Trippy?
Are you afraid the camera, the Trippy cast, because the clown
I've been on camera
on your face or something?
No, I'm so handsome that I gotta spare the internet from it, or else it might crash. That's actually that's the reason.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. No, like I mean, my community page has a couple photos of me. I know Spicoli's been really mad at me lately, Sarah. I don't know if I updated you on that.
All you do is stir him up even more. That's why I just ignore
I
him.
didn't do anything. I talked about him for like 20 seconds on one stream, and then I put it to members only. And I was like, if you want it, just become a member, buddy.
Somehow
then
like me, and I'm not sure why, but I'll go with it.
All right. Well, look, I don't hate the guy. I think it's just kind of random that he started to pick a fight. I told him that too, and he's like, "Well, I didn't want to be the bad guy."
He would pick a fight with a wall, and you probably picked the wrong time because I just booted him out of my panel and then blocked him, and that's like.
Oh, I'm right here, Sarah. It's me,
Spicoli. So you're a Canadian. Awesome.
Nah, I'm Spicoli. Make music videos and
But
do
yeah,
this reading.
This was probably one of the few channels left that he's still allowed in, and I booted him just because he said stupid stuff on screen. And
I understand.
Sarah, why'd you do that? Let the man be stupid and great.
Not when you're saying blatant lies and you don't know what you're talking about, and you're talking about my children. That's when you start talking about my kids, I'm gonna have a problem with that.
I agree. I didn't know about that.
I'll give you that one. When you bring the kids and the family into it, the argument is really different. That caused me to dox you and find out where you live and come hunt you down myself.
Yeah, you don't want to hear it. You don't want any of that shit. Like I've had my fair share of internet fights. I will leave people's children the hell out of it. I only talk about things that happened on the internet with people that I got into a fight with on the internet because that's where it needs to stay. And once you start going further than that, it's like, all right, now you're just trying to be. Whatever. Honestly,
the guy was talking about base Oracle, like I don't know, like Sarah base Oracle, like that guy. Yeah, like it was weird.
Yeah, that one doesn't quite bother me as much, but the minute he brought up my daughter, like I just removed him and told him that was it. Goodbye.
I don't know how I feel about Based yet, to be honest with you.
Base is
I'm a little teapot. Okay. I don't care anymore.
I mean,
I'm a little teapot
pretty
short.
funny.
You know what? I'm
See,
going to come to
what-
Angry's house. I'm going
What
to
about
walk
my
over
house?
to your house. I'm coming in.
Nev, how do you?
I don't like
feel
it in the
Let me
back
in.
door, man. You better go up there and fuck with Nev.
How do
I'm
I feel
knocking at the
about
front
what?
door.
What do
How
you
do you
mean?
feel
Fuck?
about codependency?
All right.
Oh, I
idea
think that's the issue that a lot of people have is with self-respect. Like men don't have enough self-respect to like throw down their boundaries, but women don't have enough self-respect to like have their own dependency going into relationships. And then they use their partners as like they use their partner to fill holes in themselves, you know, and then they end up getting into relationships.
Though I kind of agree with
and emotional holes too.
All women use their partners to fill holes. Come on now.
I mean,
yeah, but it's not.
You know what?
Right?
You're not.
Like we've seen it where
not
people
wrong.
are.
He's not 100% wrong on this, man, because I'm curious about what you think the cause of that is. Why are people that way, codependent?
I think like I said, codependency just comes from unresolved personal issues, right? But I think that's
Well,
where
I
you
guess
have to have enough.
Right. What I'm getting at is, since you think it comes from unresolved dependency issues, do you think that this could be a parental issue? Maybe not having both parents in your life growing up as a kid?
Definitely.
Partly,
Yeah.
not always, but yeah.
Yeah, it could also come from like just flat out abuse, like having two bad parents.
Right.
But yeah, mostly, yeah.
Or an abusive experience. Anything.
But
I
it
mean,
looks like,
Because me personally, even I used to be codependent on another person. I used to deal with a lot of. I used to deal with a whole lot of fucked up women, you know, and deal with it. Until me personally, I took like 3 or 4 years off, you know, and just.
By the way, Jane.
You saw the pattern.
hold on. Keep talking, Snowman. Don't let them interrupt you.
No,
Drug dependency is better than codependency.
No, that's important though, because a lot of men put up with like crazy emotional bullshit, and so you can acknowledge your partner's emotions, but if you let it control you, that's an issue, right? Like you both got to come to the table.
I think a lot of codependency also stems on the fact that a lot of people just aren't happy being by themselves.
Yeah,
you know, a lot of people have to learn how to be okay with being just with themselves, liking themselves, loving themselves, appreciating their own company before they can expect someone else to do it.
Well, it's the idea that you need to be needed, right? Because you feel empty without having somebody else needing you. You feel useless, purposeless, so on and so forth. And it's actually a very dangerous thing to get yourself into, because if that person no longer needs you, then who are you? You prefer people to like have to need you, have to be yes, exactly.
Like what the manosphere wants. You can't leave it.
Not
Infamous truth teller. What do you mean by that? That Nev is spot on. What do you mean?
Oh, and let me answer. There was a question up earlier. My monetization is on pause until I review it. How's the divorce life, Rocky?
What the hell, man?
That's a fucked up question.
Separate suites. This is
Well,
very
Rocky thinks
common
that since
in-
he's not,
in
he hasn't gotten legal divorce, he's not divorced, and so his marriage
That's it.
hasn't failed.
That's it. I'm becoming an
Where's your
ordained
wife,
minister.
On the other side of the house.
Well, I've been married for going on 9 years now. So
I'm now an ordained minister, and now Flow State and Rocky, you guys are married.
He's already married. I can't marry him.
It's legally binding. I don't care.
I
will tell the church that you guys are Mormons.
We all know it.
No, we
I
don't
was
know
catching the earlier part of your conversation, though, Sarah, and I think a lot of what's going on today too is you got a bunch of people that are that they want the party and the clout from the wedding,
Right.
and they don't take the sanctity of marriage seriously.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
It's the like, oh,
because honestly,
that's
for me,
great.
marriage is. I heard some people saying something about marriage. Are you supposed to have kids forever, or are you supposed to be married forever, or whatever? Yeah, that's the whole intention of it. You're supposed to be married till one of you die.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that there's studies that have come out that women who have had multiple partners, the DNA of their partners have actually
That's
been transmuted
bullshit. I
into
looked
their
into
children?
it. That's
I haven't heard that, but I've heard that there's a study also that that when a woman has when they get pregnant and after they have a baby, whether they actually birth the baby's is birth stillborn, or they have an abortion, that a small piece of that child's DNA actually stays inside of the woman as well.
Yeah.
You got to look deeper into those studies or into the end of that than just like what you heard on at Glenn Lawrence's.
Well, it wasn't just, trust me, it wasn't for me.
I mean, if you look at all into it honestly,
Well,
it's
this goes
complete
into
bullshit.
epigenetic mutation, which I've talked about many times.
I understand. I looked into it because I accidentally found myself
I
on
know
a
you
panel
would.
with a bunch of dudes from the manosphere who all insist that this sort of nonsense. But it's really bad science that just gets grabbed onto by dudes who are
But
coping.
then you get into actually the breakdown of the telomeres, which actually goes into like
I know,
regeneration of our own
I
neurons.
understand. Yeah, it doesn't.
So it is connected. Anyway.
Well, regardless of whether or not the man's DNA is left in the woman afterwards, I do think that there is something to the whole idea that the more man a woman is with, the harder it is for her to actually bond with the men that she's going to be with.
Hold on.
Pair bonding.
Yeah,
Look,
I think there's something
the
real
more-
to that.
look, no guy likes having a chick with more men, right? It's gross. Nobody wants that. We don't need to come up with stupid, weird, bad science to justify it. And that's exactly what that study is.
Well, have you ever seen an old whore at the bar that fucking sleeps with 30,000 men in her lifetime, and she's the one that everybody runs to, and what type of how she is with people?
That's okay, but the trauma doesn't come from her sleeping with multiple partners. It's there before she sleeps with the first one.
Well, they're talking about DNA.
Yes, there might be some trauma. Look, there might be some trauma there from the first one, but you don't think that the multiple partners afterwards actually adds to the problem that she's already having?
Slept with 300 people in 2 years, and I mean, this man was glowing.
You can like sex, but hypersexuality.
That's not the answer. I'm just saying that you can't. I mean, you're right, because it actually, to me, this comes down to genetic mutation.
Whoever thinks sex is
I was
gross
just trying to
needs
get out
trauma.
with the telomeres concept. So
No,
this has
you
been
don't need to
proven.
over intellectualize and make up fake science to justify.
No, this isn't fake science, Flo. This is
Okay, what is it?
epigenetic mutation through generational trauma. You
What
can
is
literally
that?
look this up at the NIH.gov. I already had a debate with this tonight where I got kicked off, and I sent the link.
You've already been kicked off for this obnoxious topic.
Not on this specific topic, but I did bring up. I've made sure to back up what I was talking about with an NIH.gov article, only because it was demanded of me.
Are you
and
talking?
this
So,
is with
just to be
back
clear,
up.
we're still talking about the whole claim that like men's DNA is
telomeres,
Okay.
DNA, regeneration. Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Okay, so if a chick sleeps with a
epigenetic
dude, she carries around his DNA. That's what you're saying?
I'm talking about real specifically epigenetic mutation through generational trauma.
Okay.
You know, I hear her
Answer
saying
the
that women are
question, though.
basically a for real cum dumpster.
Infamous truth, you're there?
Oh no,
Yeah,
about
it's
that.
me.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're not a peen
No.
flash or anything.
No. Mm-mm.
So, Snowman, I just want to say that like there's two extremes, right? So the women that are or the people, generally speaking, so people who have sex with just about everyone, like that's a sign of like sexual abuse, like early in life, right?
Sometimes, yeah, but
Also,
anyhow.
well, those are the
Let her
let's deal with let's just identify the two extremes, right? So people who are very hypersexual, that's a sign of abuse, but people who don't engage sexually at all, also a sign of abuse. But most people are somewhere in the middle, right?
Right.
Not to
I agree
me.
with that. I can concede to that point.
It's called giving power. I mean, getting power on things that you like.
Well, see, the easy way to get power over your wife is you just do like I do. That's why you never see her. I keep her log chained to a 454 in the kitchen, right next to the stove, with just enough room to get to the bathroom because I don't want her peeing on the floor.
That's
So-
plenty of space.
What do you think some of that control connects to? So you like Freud wasn't completely off base. Like, yes, he was grotesque. Yes, he took it too far. But like you don't fully understand. Like, so sexual abuse or pedophilia is really heavily connected to control. And this is something that I had an employee of mine who worked for a PhD.
Thanks for
doctor.
shitting on the conversation.
I know, right? Okay. Thank you, Flo. Actually, sometimes I need these kind of checks.
I know.
We're not ending the show with this. I could get it. Thank you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell us about essay.
No. You're right,
Yeah.
Flo. You're right.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
we're
that's
not ending
a
the
great
show with
topic.
this super depressing bullshit. Yeah, thank you.
I
All
think
right.
that I think Neve, I think that you're like you're spot on. And there's you have to become okay with who you are and comfortable in your own skin to be able to be comfortable in around anybody. You know, whether it's a friendship, a relationship, or whatever. You're absolutely right. Because I decided to like kind of just just take care of me and my kids, and just kind of on purpose be single. So I've become like so comfortable in my skin, like it's like I don't even know, I don't even realize when people are hitting on me now because I've become so comfortable just being just being me, just being alone, just being chilling. So my friends be telling me like, don't you realize they're hitting on you? You know what I mean? I don't even realize it anymore. But it took that me being alone and being able to like self-reflect and kind of just have that time to myself to figure out who I am. So you're absolutely right. But you have to address there's trauma that comes from all parts of your life. That sometimes there's trauma that you don't even remember or can recall, until
that's like you'll understand though if you feel that way truly, you'll understand that that's where the real control is, right? The idea that you control men with your body or that whatever that you engage sexually, that's control. That's not the control. The control is like knowing you can, but being able to do it when you want to do it because
exactly. But knowing that deep down you're really not that, a lot of those people are, I mean, there's people that like to do it, but because that's just what they like to do. But there's people that they act like that it doesn't bother them, but deep down it probably, you know what I mean? They're not happy. They're not really enjoying themselves. They just, like you said, it becomes some part of that control. Yeah, you're right.
Because they're not good in bed. That's why.
Because they haven't found that connection. So I think
and controlling that to whatever their trauma is, and not bringing it out is that's another way of like diverting and not dealing with their own trauma.
Well, let's be realistic too. Most people are looking for an unrealistic connection to begin with.
That's because people aren't comfortable in their own skin. You got to figure out who you are first to be able to make the right connection.
I mean, I can't count. I can't tell you how many friends I have that. Well, I can't tell you how many friends I have that can't even spend 10 seconds alone. They have a relationship, and as soon as they break up, they're right in another relationship, and then right in another
daters,
and right in another relationship. And how
men and women
are you supposed to get over the past? How are you supposed to get over the shit that the last one got put you through, or you put them through? When you're going from one relationship to another, how the fuck does your brain in the middle of the night be able to tell a difference?
Every one of us should be
if the woman feels comfortable with the person, like they have the right to jump quick, like jump into other relationships quick. It's their choice. But
it's filling a void, like Steve was saying. It's you're trying to feel something instead of trying to figure out what is making you feel that way. You're trying to feel it with something else. And
right, you got a bunch of people out here playing house until it's time to play house.
They're trying to fill voids of something, whatever's going on with them.
Like, how long has it been since you guys have turned off your phone or your computer and completely disconnected? And
shit, I went 3 months without a
because that's the answer. But real quick, like how many days?
I disconnect all the time.
How many days in a row? And you should really challenge yourselves. You have to go within. You have to sit with yourselves.
Hey, I went 3 months without my cell phone, man. Got my one.
Me too.
I had one and it
Then I
broke.
got
I
bonded
didn't buy
out.
one for 3 months. My wife made me go get one, dude, because she got tired of not being able to get a hold of me when I was gone. I was like, you can't get a hold of me when I'm gone anyhow, because generally I leave my cell phone at
I'm
home.
never on my phone. See, like, and I will film shit, but like my phone. And when I go on walks, and people get so pissed off because they're like, "What?" Yeah, I get it.
Well, like, you're in a relationship. How often do you and your old lady, your wife, actually question each other about your phone, or go through each other's phone?
Never.
That's me and my wife. We never, ever. Like, we don't have to. I don't worry about leaving my phone at home if I go somewhere and if my wife's going to go through it. Hell, there's been times that we've had to swap phones.
I've done that before. Yeah.
Just because
that's because that trust is there. You have that trust. There's not broken trust. Yeah.
And that was kind of
a lot of times too. When you're with somebody that you're shouldn't be with, if somebody was going to be a part of your life, they're going to make a point to be a part of your life, no matter what, what it takes. Because if they're really that into you, whether it's a friend or whatever, they're going to make a point to be around you, and it doesn't matter, how long it takes. If they really like who you are as a person, so that people weed themselves all the time. If you just don't act like you're codependent on them.
Yeah, I have no interest in trying to force someone to be trustworthy or something. I don't know. Like,
Right.
Who they are, man.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why a lot of people
Follow
end up
your
staying in a
instincts
fucked up
too, you know, if you
situation
feel a
longer than they
certain
have to
way.
because they try
Follow
to
Can't
those.
force women to like you
You
or
flow. You flow
Right.
state.
your choice.
Yeah, that's right.
It's okay to use your phone to preserve moments and stuff, but you'll recognize, like, have you ever catch yourself videoing or taking photos of fireworks and you realize you're never gonna look at this again? What am I doing? Like, you should come to that. Seriously, like everyone's gonna.
1,000%. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
you know what? She is right
this
though, man.
whole
Even like
time.
the amount of people I see at concerts watching the concert through their cell phone is fucking insane.
Yeah. But the thing is like when you're with family, when you're with people you care about, sometimes you got to think, do I take the 10 seconds away to like video this, or do I just live it? And like a lot of the times you just got to live it. Like the videos are great.
Yeah.
Some of the best videos I ever had were times that my exes couldn't take away from me that are stored up here.
Photos and videos are the best when they're taken by other people.
You're not going to
You
just
should
let
never be
that.
I think, and it's good for memories too if you have kids and stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely. Yeah.
You're not going to let
Wait,
that
look
gem of
back.
a comment by old Joe float by without pulling it up on screen, are you? Third one up.
I missed it.
Oh, there you go. Here, let's put you in.
Oh, Flo needs to
There you
go.
go for the clip.
Flo is
There
one of
you
the.
go.
There you go. Feeding this man's narcissism.
Why does everybody keep dissing
It's,
you?
it's Buddy Jesus / Flo.
You are such a narcissist, Flo.
He's I need the
He
spotlight.
knows it.
You're a high
Everybody.
functioning narcissist.
Look at me. I saw I'm gonna jump down. I know you guys are gonna be closing down. I just wanted to come up and just give my
Yeah, did you want to say any final?
This is
Shut
the
up,
first
Flo.
time
I know
I've
my
ever
mic
heard
is
your
okay.
internet not suck. Whatever you're doing
we
well.
can hear you.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Infamous, did you have any final thoughts to the panel before you leave?
No, that was my thought. I just
Fair
wanted
enough.
to come up and talk about that. Thank
you.
you.
Absolutely.
Bye, Flo. Bye, everybody.
Later, take care.
All right. And on that note, I am so tired and I'm hungry and my back hurts from sitting here in this chair.
I'm
Like,
good at massage, Sarah.
Go get some
Super
food.
bad. No, it's not a massage. I need ice, lots of ice. So I'm going to go ice my back after this.
You must be a robot universal soldier, since you need ice.
All right, we'll go ahead and start with our final thoughts. Let's see. I usually like to go in order. Let's see. You were there. You were there. You were there. You were there. All right. We'll start at the bottom. Last on is first off. Now, you guys don't have to leave. If you guys want to continue the conversation in the back chat or the back panel, that's fine too. But Angry Snowman, to you, any final thoughts?
Yeah, don't go out and shack up with people that you don't know. Don't get married with someone that you aren't 100% sure you want to be with. It's that simple. Protect yourself. We heard people saying that
Insightful
earlier.
advice.
Huh?
Don't marry someone you don't want to be with. Very insightful.
I'm just saying, dude. How many people do?
Nobody ever considered that shit before.
Don't give your heart to someone that doesn't make you feel
Hey,
comfortable.
hey, and don't be Flo and eat dicks all day long.
I'm just saying, like your advice is very.
Big
basic.
I don't really give a fuck, dude.
You write a book of proverbs for the bathroom.
Hey, take Flo's advice, not mine. I'm just some dumb honky.
Get that in a frame and put that in the bathroom.
Okay, yeah.
I love it.
Good job.
Wait,
Good job.
going
Good
on?
final word. Good final word.
Hey, what's going on?
Eat a bag of dicks, Flo.
Fair enough.
Why does
Bag of
everybody
dicks.
keep dissing you, Flo?
I don't know. He's mad that he's not the smartest person in the world. I'm getting compliments like that from old Joe, and he's sitting here going, "Don't marry someone you don't like."
People do it every day, though.
Angry Snowman has a good one too. Look at that. See, old Joe's just handing out compliments all day.
Old Joe is just trying to make old Angry Snowman feel better because he just got shat on.
Shut up, Flo.
Now you're getting mad because he ain't coddling your balls. What a bitch.
You're getting mad because you're getting shit on.
All right, this was for earlier. Now
I'm
we're
not
winding
getting mad,
down.
dude. I just said that you need a bag of dicks.
Ezra, would you like to give your final thoughts, my darling, before they start talking again?
Boys, how many days can you survive in the wild? So solo journey, get your ass out in the woods.
You're so weird.
I know. Don't you love it? Can you please get me an elk? I love backstrap. Have you ever had elk backstrap?
No.
Yeah, you should probably learn how to do some crossbow. You want to come?
I probably should actually. You're not wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do this together. It's really delicious. You'd be amazed. Regardless,
I'm not going anywhere with you and crossbows.
Learn to kind of encompass the nurturing aspect of hunting in that sense. You can learn to go the fuck outside.
I like her. I'll go hunt.
Is my memento, and also resonance frequency therapy, which is all about emotional warfare. So check your self before you wreck yourself. Thank you, Sarah.
All right, nice.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on, Ezra. Daniel, to you, my friend.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for having me on really quick. Just really quick, I'll say I think we do still need marriage. I think we need each other. You know, men and women need each other. Like, we complement each other. I mean, it's not like the old days, but we do need each other. And I think just to try to find.
Holy shit! You and Snowman writing that book of Proverbs.
I don't know. I'd like to.
Oh, can you stop interrupting everybody's final thoughts?
They're bad final thoughts. They need to do better.
Anyway,
How many books do you got published, prick?
Really quick too, Sarah. Just want to throw this out there. You're one of my favorite Sarahs, by the way, because I've had good relations with a lot of Sarahs over the years. Like one of my girl I had a crush on in first grade was named
Shut
Sarah.
up, Flo. He's giving me a compliment. Now shut your fucking mouth.
And
It's my
then
turn.
another Sarah I like is the one
Sarah,
from
you
Land
need to move
Before
me,
Time.
too.
Remember the one from Land Before the Triceratops? I like her
Yes,
too. And then,
but hers was
the-
spelled Sarah Cera, I think.
That's
Yeah,
what he meant
and
by
then-
relation.
Yes, Triceratops.
Yes.
Sarah.
And then there was one more Sarah from it's an anti-nuclear war movie. I think you should check it out. It's called Ladybug. But anyway, it's from the 60s, 1963. Her name is Sarah. She's really cool. But anyway, just again, I've had good relations with Sarah. You're really cool. Thank you for having me on and for appreciating the Zeo Ranger 5 suit.
love it.
You can find I made this suit, by the way. The only thing I didn't make is the
Jesus.
helmet and the belt. So, but
Hey,
everything
don't
else.
forget to get a hold of me, Daniel, so we can finish this book we're writing now.
Oh, so, yeah. You can find me at Romano Productions on YouTube. Please subscribe to me if you could. That'd be great. And just thank you again for having me on, Sarah.
Thank you. No problem. Neve, to you. Final thoughts.
Well, marriage is not obsolete. I'm the product of a chaotic but steady marriage, and I live that proudly. But I understand that it's not the case for a lot of people. But I think that as a consequence of having two present parents in my life, that I can see myself getting married, and I would like to be married sometime in the future. I think that would be really good for me.
All right.
He's not my
your
type. He's not my
turn.
type. But yeah, marriage not obsolete. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Neve. Flo, to you.
It's not obsolete. The manosphere is full of cope.
Oh, the tall girl gone. Wow.
That's all I got.
Fair enough. All right, you guys hang out there for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pooped out. This panel has been lit. I really thought this evening was going to be like nice and slow, especially the way it started. I really thought it was just going to be a nice mild panel and everything was just going to be easy going. I was way, way wrong. Once we introduced the adding time, taking away time, people yelling at each other, and it just got crazy. Everybody needs to get put in their place every now and then. Oh, Lord have mercy on my soul. Anyways, I'm so grateful that you all were able to tune in, whether you're on my channel or Flow States, whether you're on Team Fatties. I think iFi had his going too. I think Rocky had his going as well. Wherever you're at, be sure to support the channel that you're watching on. We love to get the like buttons up, subscribe, share, all of those things, because it's good stuff. It's free and it won't cost you anything, and you enjoy the show. Anyways, tune in next week. There'll be another Moderator Monday. Topic is to be determined. I'll have to get with Michelle on that one, and we'll hopefully have a whole new panel set up for you and lined up. Outside of that, everybody can fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes, She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.